Chapter 458. Couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Fergus' body smashed on the ground and gave a dull thud. Everyone finally regained their senses. How is that possible? Many people started muttering to themselves unconsciously. A 7-star soldier-level martial warrior killed a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. Were they dreaming? They found it unbelievable. Some people even rubbed their eyes and looked at the burnt corpse of the powerful dark apparition, Fergus. He was chopped in half and died an unwilling death. This reminded them once again that this was reality. This fellow is a pervert. Calmly swallowed her saliva. Once again, her understanding of Wang Teng was refreshed. Her junior brother was brutal. Even though she knew that Wang Teng was unexpected at times, she never thought that he could jump levels and kill a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. It seemed impossible no matter how she looked at it. Yuan Xian was also shocked. He finally understood how big the gap was between him and Wang Teng. Many people in the military called him a talent, but compared to that fellow, his title seemed like a joke. On the other side, Xiezia's expression behind her mask was filled with stupefaction. Her jaws dropped, and she couldn't stick them back for a long time. What breed of monster was this guy? Everyone looked at the young man holding a strange and huge weapon with flames circling his body. Many words flew into their minds. Godchild, monster, devil. They felt as if they were looking at the rise of an indomitable warrior. They did not doubt that if this young talent continued on his path, he would become a general-stage martial warrior. Wang Teng had the potential to become a formidable general-stage warrior. The vampire who came to hold back the human martial warrior so that Fergus could kill Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He felt that he was going crazy. Fergus was killed by a 7-star soldier-level young man. What a useless thing. Feeling indignant, his gaze turned towards Wang Teng, bringing along his malicious intent with it. No matter what, this young man was too outstanding. He mustn't stay alive. How dare you get distracted when fighting with me? A voice shouted beside his ear. Oh shit. The dark apparition's expression changed. He was genuinely shocked just now. That was why he got distracted during a life-or-death battle. And that moment had decided his loss. The human martial warrior's blade arrived. The vampire didn't have the time to dodge. But he wasn't a weakling. His gaze turned vicious, and he hurled himself at the human martial warrior instead of evading the move. At the same time, he stabbed his thorn-like weapon at the human martial warrior's throat at the speed of lightning. A life for life. The human martial warrior's expression changed. He tilted his body to evade the dark apparition's attack. The move that was supposed to kill the dark apparition diverged from its original path and slit the arm of the dark apparition instead. Roar! The dark apparition howled in pain as one of his arms was chopped off forcefully. Blood splattered into the sky like a fountain. However, he gritted his teeth and continued retreating at the speed of lightning. Human, you'll remember you for severing my arm. You'll suffer my revenge in the future. A voice filled with hatred and bitterness seeped out of his mouth. He glared coldly at the human martial warrior. You want to leave? Naturally, the human martial warrior wouldn't allow it to escape easily. He chased after him. You can't keep me here. The vampire soared towards the dimensional rift in the sky. The human martial warrior chased him for a distance, but had to stop in the end. He glanced at the dimensional rift in fear. In the past, some formidable human martial warriors attempted to get close to the dimensional rifts, but the result was obvious. Their endings were terrible. The closer they went, the more dangerous it was. The result was unpredictable. Hence, he could only watch the vampire flying higher and higher with a furious expression. He was full of unwillingness. Ha ha ha, I said that you can't keep me. The vampire laughed arrogantly. Splurt. At this moment his body trembled, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Whose body is this? Why doesn't it have a head? He felt his vision spinning. Then he saw a body without a head. I'm sorry. He can't stop you, but I can. Also, I'm a narrow-minded person. If I could take revenge now, I won't leave it for tomorrow. Just when he was about to lose consciousness, 2 calm sentences sounded beside his ear. The vampire didn't even have the time to retract his conceited smile. He was flabbergasted. It's him. How is that possible? Then he lost his consciousness forever. Everyone once again stared absent-mindedly at Wang Tong in the air. They turned and looked at the spot where he was standing a second ago. His lingering shadow was still dissipating. His speed is amazing. The human martial warrior was stunned and staggered. Not only did Wang Tong kill the sheephead dark apparition who attempted to kill him, but he also helped him kill this formidable vampire dark apparition. Double kill. This fellow was terrifying. Wang Tong was indeed a revengeful person. This vampire was an accomplice. Hence, he must kill him and leave no future trouble. Even if it might be dangerous to get too close to the dimensional rift, he still acted. How many people could be so decisive? The 9-star soldier-level martial warrior was convinced by Wang Tong. He wasn't his match. Leave that place. It's dangerous. The human martial warrior remembered the unpredictable dangers of the dimensional rift, so he immediately shouted to remind Wang Tong. The moment he finished speaking, a peal of soft laughter was heard. I didn't know that I'd see such an interesting scene the instant I arrive. A rare talent is born in the human race. The human martial warrior's expression changed tremendously when he heard the voice. Run! Actually, he didn't need to remind Wang Tong again. The alarm in Wang Tong's heart was ringing frantically. He wanted to leave without hesitation. However, the next moment he froze. His entire body seemed to have been pinned to the spot by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all. Wang Tong was astounded. This must be a general stage dark apparition. Damn it, do you have to do this to me? I only killed 2 9-star soldier-level dark apparitions. Do you have to send someone so frightening to kill me? I took so much effort to groom my indomitable presence. I didn't even have the chance to get arrogant before you poured a bucket of cold water on me. Why can't you let me be proud for a few more seconds, bastard? Wang Tong was on the brink of tears. He felt that his idea was a little bad. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have taken his revenge. It was all right to leave his revenge for tomorrow. Suddenly, he felt someone brushing his face. Then a soft body hugged him from behind and blew into his ear. Chapter 459, Black Incubus Devil Lord. Wang Tong's body tensed up when he felt the texture on his back and the faint breath beside his ear. His vision moved down slowly. A beautiful and fair hand was stretching from behind and caressing his face gently. However, Wang Tong didn't feel the gentleness at all. Instead, his head turned numb and his heart felt bitter. Tears almost rolled down his eyes. Oh my God, this is so scary. He hadn't seen the face and couldn't sense the aura of the person behind him, but this was definitely an extremely powerful dark apparition. The human martial warrior below managed to see the face behind Wang Tong. Horror appeared in his eyes as he exclaimed in fright, Black Incubus Devil Lord. As a 9-star, soldier-level formidable warrior who was extremely close to hitting the general stage, he knew some inside information. One of them was this Black Incubus Devil Lord. This was one of the few powerful presences that had come to the current world. Hence, the human race had a record of their appearance. This was why he immediately recognized the other party. He wouldn't be wrong. It must be that lord. The 9-star, soldier-level human martial warrior was flabbergasted. Recalling all the legends he had read of this lord, fear crept right into the depth of his heart. At the same time, Kong Li and the others noticed the situation on this side. When they heard the human martial warrior shouting Black Incubus Devil Lord, they shuddered as if they had heard something terrifying. Terror appeared on their faces uncontrollably. They had never seen the true face of the Black Incubus Devil Lord, but they had heard of her stories. Now, she had her attention on Wang Tong, and he was also in her hands. It was the same as the Monkey King landing in the hand of Buddha. He was dead. No one dared to save him. They wanted to, but they couldn't. Anyone that attempted would die. There was no other ending. Fortunately, that presence didn't plan to kill Wang Tong instantly, so he was temporarily saved. They didn't need to send themselves to their death. They weren't being timid. They were just judging the hour and sizing up the situation. Black Incubus Devil Lord. Wang Tong's heart trembled. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had never heard of this name before, but based on the words alone, he could tell that the other party was incredible. Yes, this was a name he couldn't provoke. He looked at the expressions of the people around him and felt even worse. What a difficult situation. Why would someone as kind as him get targeted by this frightening presence? Wang Tung screamed at his heart. He didn't understand at all. Are you afraid of me? Suddenly, a gentle but stern voice sounded beside his ear. Ha ha ha. Wang Tung swallowed his saliva and laughed awkwardly. Beautiful lady, am not afraid. I'm just a little nervous. You're too close. Ha ha. As a man, you're afraid of a woman getting too close to you. The being behind started giggling as if she had heard a joke. You're just a female dark apparition. Why are you calling yourself a woman? Wang Tung complained in his heart. However, he wouldn't say it directly. He continued, well, I'm a pure-hearted little virgin. The black incubus devil lord's expression turned weird. No one had ever dared to be so impudent in front of her. She could feel that this young human was extremely nervous, but he was still so irritating. This young fellow is interesting. Kong Li and the others almost fainted when they heard him. What do you mean by pure-hearted little virgin? Can you have some face? Your life is the most important now. Who cares if you're a pure-hearted little virgin? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? The black incubus devil lord asked. I am. I'm so afraid that I'm going to pee in my pants. Wang Tung nodded fervently. He was afraid that the other party would pinch him to death if he replied a little slower. To show that he was sincerely afraid, he turned his face pale and shuddered as he spoke. All he needed to do was pee in his pants now. The black incubus devil lord. She suddenly felt a sense of helplessness as she looked at the young human in front of her speechlessly. This fellow didn't have the demeanor of a rare talent at all. He threw away his face without any hesitation. This must be a fake talent. I think that there's some misunderstanding between us. Why don't you let me go, and we can discuss this matter properly when we have the time. Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat when he realized that the other party wasn't speaking. You killed my men. The truth is right there. What misunderstanding can there be? The black incubus devil lord sniggered. Cough, Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. His mind worked furiously, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead once again. K, help me. He had a glib tongue, but he couldn't think of an excuse now. Besides, the black incubus devil lord didn't need any reason if she wanted to kill him. Wang Tung had many ideas on how to save himself, but none of them was useful. He couldn't even use his space talent. He tried it secretly only to realize that the space elements around him were all frozen. Furthermore, the black incubus devil lord was much stronger than him. In front of the huge difference in power, all schemes were useless. At this moment, the black incubus devil lord suddenly snorted. Boom! A huge explosion sounded behind Wang Tung. Then, his body got pushed out by a great force. Run! Dan Taichuan's voice sounded beside him. Master! Wang Tung was extremely touched. At the crucial moment, his beloved master was still the most reliable person. She came to save him despite the black incubus devil lord's dominance. Wang Tung didn't waste any time. As the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately activated his space talent and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared again, he had left the control range of the black incubus devil lord. He turned around and saw Dan Taixian getting thrown off her feet after exchanging blows with the black incubus devil lord. She vomited a mouth of blood uncontrollably. Wang Tung's expression changed. Even Dan Taixian wasn't the black incubus devil lord's match. The strength of the black incubus devil lord rose another few levels in his heart. At this moment, Wang Tung finally saw the appearance of the black incubus devil lord clearly. This was a beautiful lady wearing a black feather overcoat. She looked no different from a human, but her long hair was dark purple and slightly curled. Her eyes gave off a pitch black and evil glint. She frowned when she noticed that her prey had been rescued. She glanced at Wang Tung before taking a step out. Her target was Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian retreated after feeling the black incubus devil lord. However, she had underestimated the black incubus devil lord's fury. The next instant, the black incubus devil lord appeared in front of her and stretched out a hand from beneath the black feather overcoat. She lightly pushed her palm at Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian's expression changed, but she wasn't a delicate and weak girl. As a lady who aimed to be indomitable at her level, how could she be an easy person? She furrowed her brows as she looked at the black incubus devil lord's attack and activated all the forces in her body. She retaliated with a punch. Chapter 460, The Destruction of the Array Bang. Both their attacks seemed normal. One punch and one fist. It couldn't be any simpler. However, when their attacks collided, an appalling explosion spread out from the center. The powerful force swept the entire sky. Some martial warriors and dark apparitions around them couldn't run away in time, so they were thrown back a few hundred meters. A figure flew out of the center of the explosion. It was Dan Taixian. Wang Teng's expression turned grave. This was the second round of attack, and Dan Taixian was at the losing end. It was expected. The black incubus devil lord hadn't used all her strength. The difference was a little wide. As he thought about this, he activated his space talent without hesitation and appeared behind Dan Taixian in a split second. He caught her in his arms. "Leave," Dan Taixian said in a low and grim voice. Wang Teng activated his space talent again. The air behind him got distorted, and their figures disappeared. The black incubus devil lord frowned. She smiled gently and said, "Amazing, you guys again managed to escape from me." The moment she finished speaking, Wang Teng and Dan Taixian appeared in the distance. They stared at the black incubus devil lord intently. They were extremely fearful of her. Lord Yang and the other martial warriors hurriedly arrived behind them. All of them were eyeing the black incubus devil lord vigilantly. At the same time, they asked, "How are you?" "I won't be dying soon." Dan Taixian shook her head. Lord Yang nodded. Then, he gave a forced smile. "We're in trouble. I didn't expect the black incubus devil lord to appear. There's no divine executor canon in Star Maple City. We're unable to inflict any harm to her. To think that we spent so much time and effort preparing for this war. Are we unable to escape from annihilation?" A hint of despair appeared in Yin Tongfang's eyes. In the past, the appearance of this black incubus devil lord represented destruction. No one could escape from that fate. Wherever she went, only death, suffering, and agony remained. Until today, she had flattened 7 cities in the Xingwu continent. The black incubus devil lord was the epitome of destruction. This was why everyone was so terrified and shocked when they heard her name and saw her face. The black incubus devil lord had come to Star Maple City. Did they have any chance of survival remaining? Wow, how crowded. At this moment, the black incubus devil lord looked at them and raised her eyebrows. She smiled gently. "Let's play a game before I destroy this city." As she spoke, black feathers started gliding out from her overcoat, congregating and forming a black throne. It was almost impossible to tell that the throne was made from feathers once it was formed. Instead, it seemed to be constructed using black metal. It gave off a cold glint. On the back of the chair, there were a few black feathers that were larger than the others. They stuck themselves on the throne like sharp swords, exuding a menacing vibe. The black incubus devil lord slowly sat on the throne and glanced at the general stage martial warriors mockingly. "Game!" Lord Yang and the others were furious. The black incubus devil lord wanted to play with them. The black incubus devil lord smiled when she saw the angry expressions on the faces of the humans. She was delighted. She looked down on Star Maple City and shook her head. "These fellows are useless. They got stuck down there for so long. I should barbecue and eat them when we go back." Although she was muttering to herself, her words landed in everyone's ears clearly. The muscles on their faces started twitching. She wanted to barbecue these general stage dark apparitions. The black incubus devil lord was as cold-blooded as what the rumors said. At the same time, they saw the black incubus devil lord stretching out her hand and pressing it down on Star Maple City that was covered by the array. Damn it! Lord Yang and the other martial warriors were shocked. They wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The array started cracking under the intense pressure of the invisible force. The Rune Masters hosting the array were flabbergasted. They frantically activated the two massive arrays and attempted to block the Black Incubus Devil Lord's attack. In the array, 3 general stage dark apparitions died due to the double damage of the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array and the E-Wood Melting Fire Array. The rest were in a bad state too. They had burnt marks all over their bodies and suffered many injuries. The 8 Arms Devil General was still surviving tenaciously. However, its arms were once again broken due to the lightning attacks from the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. He had lost 3 arms. He was in excruciating pain, and his heart was bleeding. He had paid an enormous price to regrow his arms. In the end, before he could put them to good use and atone for his past mistakes, he lost them again, immediately after he landed on the Xingwu continent. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The general stage dark apparitions struggled desperately, but they were unable to break the array. If the Rune Masters were given enough time, the dark apparitions would all get killed in the arrays. They were in despair, but the sudden dawn of the Black Incubus Devil Lord gave them hope. Sabah noticed the abnormality of the array and laughed. "Humans, you're dead. Once I get out, they'll tear you into pieces." The other dark apparitions were elated too. They looked towards the top of the array in unplanned unison. Crack! A loud cracking sound entered their ears. Then, large pieces of force fragments fell to the ground. The next moment, an explosion came from above the array. The entire array had disintegrated. Multiple force fragments turned into spots of light and disappeared in the air. Master Gorlin and the other Rune Masters were dumbstruck. The backlash from the array caused them to vomit a mouth of blood, and their auras dwindled. The 12 Rune Masters got seriously injured in an instant. Amidst peals of crazy laughter, the dark apparitions rushed towards the Rune Masters. "How dare you!" In Tongfang and the martial warriors were afraid of the Black Incubus Devil Lord, but they weren't scared of these general stage dark apparitions. Hence, when they noticed that they actually wanted to kill the 12 Rune Masters, they stopped them indignantly. The Rune Masters were like the general stage martial warriors in the Rune world. In certain situations, they would be of greater use than general stage martial warriors. Hence, all of them were treasures of the human race. The martial warriors wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to harm them. "The game has started." The Black Incubus Devil Lord sniggered. She placed her hand on her chin and watched the collision of the two races. A huge battle exploded instantly. The situation was in a mess as a bunch of general stage martial warriors attacked at the same time. The destruction they caused was frightening. The buildings in Star Maple City were all in ruins. The Rune Masters took the chance to retreat. They weren't general stage martial warriors, so their battle abilities weren't comparable with Yin Tongfang and the others. If they remained here, they would be a burden. Chapter 461. Motivating the entire army. In the sky, the general stage martial warriors from both sides were in a heated battle. They moved at the speed of lightning, so from afar, all one could see were balls of lights colliding non-stop with one another, creating loud explosions along the way. The frightening force swept through the sky and destroyed everything in its way. Even though the battle was occurring in the sky, the entire area had turned into a forbidden zone. The ground below them would get implicated by the residual forces. This was how mighty general stage martial warriors were. Every single attack they made had scary consequences. Hence, you can imagine how frightening this life-or-death battle was. The buildings in Star Maple City collapsed one after the other. All that was left was debris. After the array disintegrated, the remaining dark apparitions inside dashed out of Star Maple City. Before this, the Rune Masters had activated the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array and the E-Wood Melting Fire Array together and captured multiple dark apparitions in the city. They had killed many dark apparitions with the help of lightning and fire. However, some of the dark apparitions had still managed to survive. They rushed out of Star Maple City crazily, afraid that the arrays would get activated again. These dark apparitions had suffered the torment of two huge arrays. The trauma lingered in their hearts. Whenever they recalled the fear of being controlled by lightning and fire, they would shudder. The black incubus devil lord frowned when she saw this scene. Useless! Her cold voice echoed in the sky and landed in everyone's ear. The dark apparitions tensed up, and terror appeared on their faces. They knew better than anyone how terrifying and ruthless the black incubus devil lord was. If they offended this lord, they would die a terrible death. Any escapees will be killed. The black incubus devil lord's voice was indifferent without any emotions. All the dark apparitions shivered, and their heads turned numb. They glared at the humans and roared as they charged towards them. The humans were in a state of despair the moment the black incubus devil lord appeared. The black incubus devil lord was too strong. The two massive arrays, specially crafted by the human ringmasters, were easily broken by her. Dan Taixian and the other general stage martial warriors seemed exceptionally weak in front of her. Everyone saw what happened during the short exchange of blows between Dan Taixian and the black incubus devil lord. They knew that Dan Taixian was powerful. Ordinary general stage martial warriors couldn't beat her. However, she had no chance of success when facing the black incubus devil lord. In that case, which human could resist the black incubus devil lord? Moreover, the general stage dark apparitions had been released. If the human general stage martial warriors could stop them, that would be the best situation. This was a battle that couldn't be won. While the humans were thinking about this, the dark apparitions' ferociousness got ignited due to their fear of the black incubus devil lord. They pounced on the human martial warriors. Many people were caught off guard and got bitten to death by the dark apparitions. It was a gruesome and devastating scene. Wang Tung looked at them from the sky, his expression solemn. However, he was wary of the black incubus devil lord. If he used his spiritual power to control the battlefield again, would the black incubus devil lord kill him? The black incubus devil lord suddenly turned and looked at him. She seemed to have sensed his gaze. Wang Tung jumped in fright. It didn't feel good to get targeted by a big boss. Fortunately, the black incubus devil lord just stared at him mockingly and didn't attack him. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief secretly. He turned back to the tragic battlefield below, and a firm gaze appeared in his eyes. Come on, who's afraid? In this situation, he must act. If he was faint-hearted, if he remained still because he was afraid of the black incubus devil lord, it would become a psychological trauma, and his future cultivation would be affected. He turned serious. Then he shot into the battlefield and spread his spiritual power to every single corner. The same scene appeared on the battlefield once again. The dark apparitions in the area froze for a second. The human martial warriors were stunned. Almost instantly, they understood what had happened. Wang Tung. It's Wang Tung. They looked at Wang Tung. No one expected him to have the courage to continue fighting after he gained special attention from the black incubus devil lord. They felt a sense of shame. Compared to him, the despair they felt was nothing. Wang Tung had been right in the arms of the black incubus devil lord. That was the real hopelessness. Yet he didn't give up. So, what right did they have to give up? Why are you staring blankly at me? Kill them. A fierce shout came from Wang Tung's mouth. The morale of the human race was roused greatly. They pounced on the dark apparitions and waved their weapons high in the air. The fearless spirit of the human race had appeared once again. Kill! 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 The human martial warriors howled. They seemed to have turned into wild beasts. Even if they had to use their teeth, they would bite the dark apparitions to death. Dan Taixian and Lord Yang, who were fighting in the sky, silently gave their approval when they saw this scene. He had motivated the entire army alone. Wang Tung did well, unexpectedly well. As long as the morale was still there, the humans could continue fighting. On the other side, a hint of surprise flashed past the black incubus devil lord's eyes. She sized up Wang Tung with interest. This young human martial warrior was interesting. All this while, Wang Tung had kept an eye on the black incubus devil lord. He wouldn't sit and wait for his death. If the black incubus devil lord attacked him, he would run away immediately. But to his frustration, the black incubus devil lord didn't plan to kill him. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. He didn't care about the reason why she didn't kill him. It might be her ego as a formidable warrior, or she might be too lazy to move. Whatever it was, he had the chance to kill the dark apparitions. Along the way, he picked up attribute bubbles too. The greatness of the black incubus devil lord made him realize how weak he was. He needed to raise his ability quickly. Every inch of improvement meant a higher chance of success. The forces of his 5 elements were close to reaching the 8-star soldier level. He just needed a little more to break through. After clearing the dark apparitions in this area, he immediately turned and shifted to another spot densely packed with dark apparitions. Kong Li and Yuan Xian led their team and fought viciously with the dark apparitions. Ice Wind and Black Widow were beside them too. They rode on their gale wolves and traveled at high speed, hunting the dark apparitions around them. However, there were too many of them. They gradually got exhausted, and casualties started to appear among their ranks. Wang Ting arrived above them. He swept the area with his spiritual power and locked up the dark apparitions. Kong Li and the others were surprised before they cried with joy, feeling invigorated. "It's our leader. Our leader is here." Ice Wind and Black Widow exchanged glances. They were elated. Kill. The troops massacred the dark apparitions when they couldn't move. Form the battle formation. Wang Ting shouted at them. They reacted immediately and started gathering towards the center, quickly assuming the formation of a sword. Chapter 462. The Black Incubus Devil Lord is creating trouble again. Before the war started, the soldiers from the Black Sparrow troop had come up with a formation to cooperate with the Gale Wolves. Thus, once they heard Wang Tung's words, they immediately got moving. A large sharp sword formed by human martial warriors and Gale Wolves appeared on the battlefield. One could see the complete sword from the bird's eye view. Charge! Wang Tung's voice resounded from the sky. Kong Li and the others rode on their Gale Wolves and followed behind him. They seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, stabbing straight at the fatal spot of their enemies. The sharp blade swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, all the dark apparitions in the area would be massacred. Complemented by Wang Tung's spiritual power, they suffered no defeat. The war seemed to be tilting towards the human side. Good riddance. Lord Yang and the other martial warriors were surprised and delighted. They didn't expect the 100-man team to become such a powerful force under Wang Tung's command. This was a pleasant surprise. "Where are you looking?" The sheep-headed dark apparition, Sabah, smiled hideously and clawed at Lord Yang's neck. "Go away!" Lord Yang bellowed as he faced the attack. An intense fight started again. On the other side, the 8-arms devil general, Zers, also saw Wang Tung. Hatred almost overflowed his eyes. It's him. He had never hated someone weaker than him, but when he saw Wang Tung's face, he couldn't suppress the surging anger and hatred in his heart. Wang Tung had caused him huge suffering. They were arch-enemies. He held his battle blade and pushed Dan Taixian back with a single strike. He wanted to rush down and kill Wang Tung. "If you want to kill my disciple, you have to ask me first." Dan Taixian realized his intention and flared up in anger. She blocked his path, throwing a punch at him. "He'll kill you first before killing him." Killing intent boiled in Zer's heart. Although he lost 3 arms, he still had 5 left. A couple of them were holding blades while the others turned into fists. He slashed and punched Dan Taixian. He had a huge advantage because of his 5 arms. However, Dan Taixian was extremely powerful, and her battle awareness was appalling. She switched between her fists and palms and used her bare hands to block the 8-arms devil general's attacks. In the midst of it, she even managed to retaliate, causing him to retreat continuously. His face turned black. Wang Tung didn't know that the 8-arms devil general had discovered him. He was leading the battle formation formed by his troop on the battlefield, charging right and left. They slaughtered the dark apparitions at an amazing speed like meat on the butcher's chopping board. The Black Incubus Devil Lord leaned back on her black feather throne with one hand on her cheek. She tapped the throne's handle lightly with her other hand and suddenly yawned. Then, she muttered to herself in a lazy voice, "This young man is cheating. This isn't fun." She thought for a moment. Her pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up, and she chuckled. Let's increase the difficulty for him. The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she opened her mouth and said to the general stage dark apparitions in the sky, "If any of you can kill that young man, he'll forgive you for almost losing the battle just now." The general stage dark apparitions felt their hearts trembling when they heard this. Their attacks became even more vicious. They wanted to break free and kill Wang Tong. When they arrived at the Xingwu continent, they landed in the humans' array trap due to their carelessness and caused the dark apparitions to suffer a huge loss. They had to bear the blame. No one could run away. As the chief commander of this battle, the Black Incubus Devil Lord had the power to decide their crimes and even their deaths. They might be at the general stage, but once they remembered how terrifying the Black Incubus Devil Lord was, they felt a chill running through their bodies. Now, the Black Incubus Devil Lord was giving them a chance to amend their mistakes. How could they give up so easily? Dan Taixian and Lord Yang were shocked. They didn't expect the Black Incubus Devil Lord to create trouble again. What grudge did she have against Wang Tong? Why must she have him killed? Naturally, they wouldn't allow the general stage dark apparition to kill Wang Tong. Wang Tong was a rare talent of the human race and had the potential to become a formidable warrior in the future. Also, his presence was important in this war. They mustn't let anything happen to him. Thus, they used all their strength to stop the general stage dark apparitions from leaving. Suddenly, there was a blood-curdling scream. A general stage Leakin spurted a black round light ball from his mouth suddenly. The human martial warrior was caught off guard and got hit by the ball of light. The bones in his arm, along with half of his shoulder, got shattered into pieces. However, the vitality of a general stage martial warrior was extremely strong, and his healing ability was powerful too. Even if he had suffered serious injuries, he wouldn't die immediately. But his combat prowess was affected, so he wasn't the Lycan's match anymore. If they continued fighting, there was a high possibility that the Lycan would kill this human martial warrior. However, the next second, the general stage Lycan, Siler, abandoned the martial warrior and turned to charge toward Wang Tong. "Stop him!" Lord Yang and Dan Taichuan's expressions changed. They shouted furiously. If that Lycan broke free, Wang Tong would be in danger. Dan Taixian and Lord Yang wanted to chase after him, but they were held back by other general stage dark apparitions. "Siler, hold back this human. He'll kill that young brat," Zer shouted. He held immense hatred towards Wang Tong and wanted to kill him personally. "Zers, this is my chance to make amends for my mistakes. Why should I give it to you?" Siler laughed. He ignored the 8 arms Devil General's shouts. "Damn it!" Zers turned green in anger. Noticing that Dan Taixian wanted to chase Siler, a knowing glance flashed past his eyes. He chose to let her pass. "I must kill that fellow. Stay away as far as you can." Zers sniggered in his heart. Dan Taixian was stunned for a moment, but this wasn't the time to ponder over his actions. Siler was traveling at a fast speed and had almost reached Wang Tong. Wang Tong felt his heart palpitating without any warning. He felt as if a huge danger was befalling him. "Move!" Dan Taichuan's voice hurled down the sky at this moment. She was still a step too late, so she could only shout to warn Wang Tong. Wang Tong instinctively used his space talent and disappeared on the spot. Slash! The next instant, sharp claws slashed through the air where Wang Tong was standing a moment ago. His lingering shadows were clawed into fragments. Siller's figure appeared. He scanned his surroundings and exclaimed softly, "He managed to run away." Boom! Suddenly, a sword glow stabbed through the air, aiming directly at the Lycan dark apparition. Siler frowned. He waved his claw and tore the sword glow into pieces. Wang Tong appeared in the distance. His face was grave, and he was carrying the fire god cannon on his shoulder. It was gathering energy rapidly, its fiery red glow extremely glaring. Siller's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sense of threat from the fire god cannon. Before he could do anything, a cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tong's lips. He fired the fire god cannon. Boom! Chapter 463, Hunt Boom. The fire god cannon spat out flames. A highly compressed flaming force ball disappeared from the muzzle of the cannon and shot towards the Leakin not far away, bringing with it a scorching heat. That's a fire god cannon. The sudden attack of the general stage dark apparition and the huge commotion it caused attracted many people's attention. They were all worried about Wang Teng. There was a moment of silence when they saw the item in Wang Teng's hand. Then, their eyes widened in surprise. They didn't know that he had such a powerful weapon on him. They wondered if he could stop the Leakin dark apparition. Under everyone's gaze, the ball of force light sped towards the Leakin at the speed of light and arrived in front of him instantly. Siler squinted. Then, he suddenly smiled and raised his hand to catch the force ball. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. The next second, the ball of force light erupted, and the flames swallowed the general stage Leakin. He's hit. Everyone stared at the flame intently. They could faintly make out a figure inside. The general stage aura coming from the dark apparition remained strong. He didn't seem to be injured. This result caused their expressions to change. However, Wang Teng didn't wait for the results. He turned around and left after firing the shot. He understood the power of the fire god cannon. It was strong, but it wouldn't offer any life-threatening danger to a general stage formidable warrior. It would only inflict some small injuries. As expected, a figure charged out from the flames and scanned his surroundings. When he saw Wang Teng running away, he moved his body and chased after him. Dan Taixian rushed down without any hesitation to stop Siler. The 8 Arms Devil General let Dan Taixian off because he wanted to personally take revenge. He hoped that she would stop Siler so that he could kill Wang Teng. Stop her! Suddenly, the Black Incubus Devil Lord's cold voice came into his ears. The 8 Arms Devil General's expression changed. He turned and looked at the Black Incubus Devil Lord involuntarily. When he met her indifferent gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately chased after Dan Taixian. Although he felt bitter, he didn't dare disobey the Black Incubus Devil Lord. He could only throw away his plan obediently. He didn't expect that excellency to pay so much attention to Wang Teng. It looked like that brat was dead. The 8 Arms Devil General was fearful of the Black Incubus Devil Lord, so he released all his potential and caught up with Dan Taixian in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch at her back. Dan Taixian felt the terrifying force behind her back, so she had no choice but to turn around and face the attack. She tossed her punch out, and their fists collided with one another. Boom! The frightening force threw them back uncontrollably. Dan Taixian wanted to chase the Leakin, but the 8 Arms Devil General moved and blocked her path. You can't leave, Zer said calmly. Dan Taixian furrowed her brows and dashed towards the 8 Arms Devil General. Since the other party didn't let her pass, she could only kill him first. At the same time, Wang Teng had already escaped far away. He turned back and saw the Leakin chasing him relentlessly. With his fast speed, he would be able to catch up with him very soon. Wang Teng's heart felt heavy. Damn it! Why is a general stage dark apparition chasing him? Where is his dignity? Run. He could only run. His life was very important. Wang Teng remained calm on the surface, but his speed increased exponentially. He activated his wind force and covered his body with it, seemingly turning into a gust of wind. Not only that, he used his spiritual power too. It seemed to have formed a pair of invisible wings behind his back. As they flapped, his speed soared. It was like the difference between a normal engine and a turbine generator. Come on, I've never lost in terms of running away. A smirk appeared at the edge of the Lycan's lips. He almost caught up with Wang Teng. He could visualize how he would pinch Wang Teng to death later. But suddenly his eyes popped out. He saw Wang Teng's speed increasing unscientifically. Then, he darted into the horizon, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Siler was infuriated. To hell with this human. How could he run at such a speed? As a general stage, formidable warrior, he couldn't catch up with a 7-star soldier-level human martial warrior. It would be embarrassing if Sabah and the other dark apparitions saw him. In an instant, he increased his speed to the maximum and chased after Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. The general stage human martial warriors were all held back by the general stage dark apparitions. They couldn't reinforce him. Also, the black incubus devil lord was commanding the dark apparitions. She wouldn't allow other general stage martial warriors to help him. He could only rely on himself. Wang Tung made a firm decision and charged towards the mountain range in the distance. In the empty battlefield, there was no place for him to hide. The martial warriors below the general stage couldn't offer much help to him, so it would be useless even if he sought their reinforcement. Hence, he had no chance of winning here. However, the mountain ranges were different. The mountains were unpredictable, so he might have a chance of surviving there. After some time, the human and the dark apparition disappeared from the battlefield. They flew into the thick forest on the mountain. The black incubus devil lord glanced in their direction and yawned. Then, she stood up from her throne. No, it wasn't her true form. It was just a special clone that stood up. Her body was still sitting lazily on the throne. The clone separated from her body and quickly solidified. Soon, it looked no different than the actual lord. Go! The black incubus devil lord waved her hand. Aha, lord, you're so curious today. The clone covered her mouth and smiled. Then, she disappeared gradually. The black incubus devil lord rolled her eyes. Only her clone dared to laugh at her. Well, she was a part of her body. On the battlefield, Kong Li, Ice Wind, and the other soldiers realized what had happened. They wore grim expressions as they looked in the direction Wang Tung disappeared. They were worried. Don't die, Kong Li muttered to herself. She had no confidence. The other party was a general stage dark apparition, while Wang Tung was only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter how she looked at it, he didn't have much hope of coming out alive. Yuan Xian's expression was complicated. Although he disliked Wang Tung, they were both on the same side, so he didn't wish for him to die. Also, Wang Tung was truly capable and strong. He acknowledged his ability. Thus, when he saw him getting chased by a general stage dark apparition, he felt pity. Wang Tung's situation looked grim. However, this was the battlefield, a place of life or death. They had experienced too much of it. Since they couldn't save Wang Tung, they could only turn their sorrow into strength and kill more dark apparitions. In the sky, Dan Taixian frowned, especially when she saw the black incubus devil lord sending a clone to chase after her disciple. She truly wanted Wang Tung to die. Dan Taixian was furious, her attacks becoming sharper and fiercer. The 8 arms devil general retreated step by step. The 8 arms devil general finally understood how scary a woman could be when she was angry. Boom, boom, boom. Dan Taixian's strength increased. Amidst the explosions of the forces, she fired punches at the 8 arms devil general continuously. The 8 arms devil general was thrown back under the onslaught. He vomited blood and looked at the lady in fear. When did she become so powerful? On the other side, Wang Tung sprinted towards the depth of the mountain ranges without any hesitation after he entered the primary forest. You can't escape, the Leakin scoffed behind him. Wang Tung didn't reply to him, not even turning his head. He just increased his speed. In this life or death moment, he had released all his potential. You want to understand how powerful the general stage is. You want to understand the difference between the general stage and the soldier level either. There's no need to continue running. It's useless. Stop resisting, and I just might give you an intact corpse. If I catch you, it'll break your limbs, tear every inch of your flesh with my teeth, and savor it. You might not know how much I love the taste of talented human flesh. They're exceptionally delicious. Also, the more you struggle, the tastier your flesh will be. I've eaten many talented human martial warriors in the past. I still remember the taste now. As Siler chased Wang Tung, he tried to stimulate him with his words in an attempt to destroy his belief and give him a mental breakdown. However, he didn't know who he was facing. If Wang Tung got frightened by these words, he wouldn't be Wang Tung anymore. Rather, he was angered by the Lycan's words. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. Even though his opponent was at the general stage, a crazy thought of killing him sprouted in his mind. In the past, I met a talented young martial warrior from your race. She was a young lady, and her skin was so smooth. Siller's face turned hideous when he noticed Wang Tung's indifference. He started going into more details. Idiot! Wang Tung gave him a middle finger without turning back. The dark apparitions had been fighting with the humans for many years, so Siler understood what this sign and idiot meant. He burst into anger. This fellow was belittling him even though he was at the general stage. There were many star beasts in the forest, and they got alerted by the commotion. However, feeling the powerful aura exuding from their bodies, they ran away, not daring to get any closer. As the duo headed deeper, some formidable star beasts started appearing. Wang Tung sensed the presence of these star beasts and led the Leakin to their territories. He activated his wave invisibility skill to cover up his aura. The powerful star beasts who got disturbed couldn't find the real invader, so they could only vent their frustration on the Leakin. Roar! The moment a 9-star star beast darted out, it was killed by Siler with a smirk. The muscles on Wang Tung's face trembled. He silently picked up the attributes dropped by the star beast and left in a hurry. He didn't have the time to pick up the corpse. What a waste. However, Siler did it for him and kept it. After all, he was the one who made an effort to kill it. The flesh of a 9-star star beast wasn't an ordinary item. He wouldn't let it go to waste. Then, he continued chasing Wang Tung. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. How did that fellow escape the star beast detection? He didn't know Wang Tung's method, but he understood immediately once he recalled the attention the black incubus devil lord gave him. There must be something special about this brat. Siler started to feel curious about Wang Tung. As their journey continued, more and more powerful star beasts appeared. Wang Tung used the same method to let the Leakins suffer tough battles. At the start, Siler didn't mind. 1 or 2 9-star star beasts were nothing to him. He even felt that Wang Tung was just putting up his last-ditch useless struggle. But as more and more star beasts blocked his path, his face turned black. He felt that he was being played. Flames of anger burned in his heart. Bang! He broke the spine of a star beast with his claw and killed it. Then he panted slightly. After the long chase, he was starting to feel tired too. Come out! He scanned his surroundings and howled in anger. I thought you loved to chase me. Come on, continue. Wang Tung revealed himself and hooked his finger at Siler. He continued running. Damn this human! Siler bellowed in his low voice. He knew that this was Wang Tung's scheme, but he had no other choice. He had to continue chasing. If he couldn't catch Wang Tung and bring him back, the black incubus devil lord wouldn't let him off. This bit of tiredness was nothing when compared to facing the black incubus devil lord. Half an hour later, Wang Tung had traveled half the mountain range. He angered another powerful star beast and laughed. Bald Wolf, I prepared a huge gift for you. Please receive it properly. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying and ferocious roar echoed in the forest. Then, a giant tiger with one horn on its head appeared in midair. It was covered with yellow scales that formed armor on its body. It scanned its territory and saw Siler, who was chasing Wang Tung, immediately pouncing on him. Bastard! Siler's face turned black. He knew that this was a half-step Lord-level star beast. He wasn't afraid of it, but he had to pay a higher price if he wanted to kill it. The dark force in his body wasn't endless. The fights before this had used up much of his reserves. Siler turned and retreated. He wanted to lay low and evade the fight with this golden scale tiger. However, the golden scale tiger didn't plan to let him go so easily. Anyone who dared to invade its territory would have to suffer its wrath. The territorial dominance of a star beast was extremely strong. An intense battle ensued in midair. In the end, the half-step Lord-level golden-scaled tiger still lost to Siler and was killed on the spot. Siler kept the corpse of the tiger and looked around him. He wanted to find Wang Tung. This young human was too scheming. He wanted to use this method to exhaust him to death. At this moment, a tinge of hesitation appeared in his heart. But when he remembered that Wang Tung was only at the 7-star soldier level, he laughed at himself. So what if he used up much of his dark force? Killing that young human was still a piece of cake. Wang Tung looked at the golden-scaled tiger that got killed by Siler. A few large attribute bubbles were floating around it. He immediately used his spiritual power to pick them up secretly. Earth Force *560 blank attribute *399 suddenly. Wang Tung shuddered. His earth force had broken through the barrier and reached the 8-star soldier level. Chapter 464. Are you planning to change a host because you dislike me? Earth Force 280/7000, 8-star. Wang Tung felt the breakthrough in his level and immediately drew out his attributes panel. He never expected his Earth Force to be the first to reach the 8-star soldier level. Mind you, at the start, his Fire Force was way ahead of the other forces. He scanned his attributes panel and noticed that his Fire Force was actually inches away from reaching the 8-star soldier level. Fire Force 4999/5000, 7-star. It was indeed extremely close. All he needed was one more point. Wang Tung felt a little exasperated. In that instant, he felt how evil the system was. If he hadn't opened his attributes panel, he wouldn't have realized that his Fire Force was so close to the 8-star soldier level. If he knew it, he would have killed a Fire Element Star Beast. Even a 1-star soldier-level Star Beast was enough to help him raise his level. He looked at the other Force attributes. Besides the rarer elements, wind, lightning, ice, and poison, the other 5 elements had seen a tremendous improvement. They were also very close to breaking through. In total, he needed less than 100 Force attributes to raise his 5 elements. Wang Tung felt the evil intentions of the system. The system. Among all his forces, the one that surprised him the most was Dark Force. Without him knowing, his Dark Force had silently risen to the 9-star soldier level. It wasn't far from the general stage either. Dark Force 8560/9000, 9-star. Wang Tung's expression turned ugly. He didn't sense the breakthrough of his Dark Force. However, it was reasonable that his Dark Force rose tremendously. After all, there was an abundance of dark apparitions on the battlefield, so naturally, more Dark Force attributes would be dropped. Nonetheless, it was strange, though. His Dark Force rose from the 7-star soldier level to the 9-star soldier level. It rose 2 whole levels, but he didn't detect anything at all. How did this happen? He couldn't find a reason. He felt that some things had gone out of his control. This feeling wasn't good. Normally, every time his level rose, the force would rise from the force nucleus and flow up his spine to the next force nucleus, settling inside it. The reaction it caused wasn't small, so he would be able to feel it. Wang Tung relaxed and started looking at his body with his conscience. He searched for the 9th force nucleus that had been lit up. Very soon, he realized the problem. The Dark Force wasn't stored inside the force nucleus. Instead, it had unknowingly merged with the body of his force nucleus. The surface of his 9th force nucleus was covered with dense black patterns. If someone dug his force nucleus out of his body, they might think that he was a dark apparition. The force nucleus looked as if it had been contaminated. The edge of his lips trembled. He didn't sense that he was turning into a dark apparition, but the feeling of things getting out of hand wasn't good. System, didn't you say that nothing will go wrong? Are you planning to change a host because you dislike me? System, you've changed. Wang Tung screamed at his heart. Unfortunately, the system remained as cold and distant as always. It didn't bother to reply to him. Gotcha. Suddenly, Wang Tung heard a sinister laugh. That leaking dark apparition was charging at him. Boom! He waved his sharp claws. The trees that hid Wang Tung got chopped by 2 black claw glows. Then, the claw glows continued flying towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung squinted. He was too careless just now. The force fluctuations created when he rose in level must have attracted the Lycan's attention. Without thinking, he activated his space talent. The air behind him rippled slightly. At the same time, the claw glows arrived in front of his face. The sharp and strong wind scratched his cheeks, leaving thin and small wounds. Blood dripped from wounds. Wang Tung stared at the black claws. Then, he stepped on the ground and flew back abruptly. Slash! The next moment, the black sharp claws split Wang Tung's lingering shadow into 2. On the other side, Wang Tung's true form appeared. There was cold sweat on his forehead. He turned around and continued running away without hesitation. That is the power of space. Siller's expression turned eerie. There was disbelief in his eyes. This time, Because of the close distance, he detected the source of the secret of power. It was the power of space. There was no doubt about it. This young human had managed to grasp the power of space. However, he was only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even if he had reached the 8-star soldier level a moment ago, he was still a huge distance away from the general stage. Yet, there were rarely any general stage warriors who were able to grasp the power of space. Only those at the peak of the general stage might be able to touch the door of space power. Even then, it was impossible for them to use it smoothly like this young human. Siller's gaze flickered. He snorted and stepped on the ground. He turned into lingering shadows as he chased after Wang Tong. The answers would be revealed once he caught that young human. He didn't believe that this young human could use space power endlessly. Once he reached his limit, he would fall in his hands. Wang Tong felt the Leakin behind him getting closer and closer. He turned serious. Because of his mistake, the distance between them had shortened greatly, and his advantage was gone. He couldn't continue like this. He would get caught sooner or later. Wang Tong gritted his teeth and made his decision. With his current ability, he might have a 10% to 20% chance of killing his opponent if he gave it his all. Even if there was only a 10% or 20% possibility, he must do it. If he didn't, death was his only option. At this moment, his vision included his own, as well as Little White's in the air. Very few people detected Little White's presence. In this primary forest within the mountains, it was a huge assistance to Wang Tong. He relied on Little White's vision-sharing ability to accurately find the positions of the powerful star beasts. Now, he was preparing a huge gift for that Leakin. Not long after Little White absorbed the 4-star fire element star core, Wang Tong had fed the 5-star star core to it. Little White was extremely talented and was always looking for fights. With Wang Tong's help, it managed to reach 5-star successfully. Although this level wasn't high nor low, its progress was already swift. After all, it had only been with Wang Tong for a short time and had already managed to reach its level. As its ability rose, the range of its connection with Wang Tong increased by many times. Wang Tong ordered Little White to fly deep into the mountain range using the power of the spiritual pet contract. He was looking for something in the mountain. Not long after, he finally saw a dazzling ball of fire element force glow through Little White's vision. That's it. Wang Tong was elated. He suddenly changed his direction and darted to the left of the forest. The Leakin chasing him was stunned for a moment. He frowned. He wasn't stupid, so he could see that this young human seemed extremely familiar with this forest. He could always find the location of star beasts and create trouble for him. What tricks does this young human have this time? Chapter 465. Come quickly, you can do it to Siler. This young human was a sinister and tricky person. That was why he was able to think of such an irritating and torturous scheme. He had never met such a frustrating fellow. He was only at the 7-star soldier level, but he was forced to spend such a long time chasing him. He would be embarrassed if anyone found out. Wang Tong shot towards the ball of red glow he saw using Little White's vision while feeling his ability. All in all, the Dark Force was at the top among all his force attributes currently. He was facing a life-threatening danger now, so he didn't have the time to ponder over the abnormality of the Dark Force. He just hoped that he could use it. It didn't matter what force it was. As long as he could kill the Dark Apparition, it was a good force. Even if it was the Dark Force, he would use it if it could help him kill the general stage Dark Apparition. He had no dislike for it. Very soon, Wang Tong realized that he could still use his Dark Force smoothly. He didn't feel anything strange. He heaved a sigh of relief. If any troubles happened now, he would be in a dire situation. Since he was able to use his Dark Force normally, it meant that he could execute the power of a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior at its peak. Along with his other skills and techniques, there was a higher chance of him killing the general stage Dark Apparition. But to Wang Tong, this wasn't enough. His pupils twirled around as he commanded Little White to silently close in on the crimson ball of light. If one knew the enemy and oneself, they would not need to fear the result of 100 battles. Based on the intensity of the force glow, this star beast must be at the Lord level. If he had no better idea, he wouldn't go and provoke this formidable presence. Wang Tong used the power of the spiritual pet contract to command Little White forward. He was extremely careful, trying his best to not alert the Lord-level star beast. He didn't want to lose Little White here. Little White retracted its force under Wang Tong's order. It carefully flew closer to the Lord-level star beast territory, just like an ordinary bird. As it got closer, it felt the scorching aura in this area. Huge rocks stood erected in the middle of this dense forest. The trees here grew strangely too. The leaves were fiery red, looking like flames sparkling on the trees. Even though it was extremely hot, the ground was wet. Mold could be seen everywhere. Little White flew low in the sky. It circled the huge rocks covered with mold and soared through the fiery red leaves growing on the trees. Suddenly, Wang Tong asked it to stop and hide. Right in front, in the middle of a pile of broken rocks, a green flame was burning. Beside this flame lay a hideous and gigantic scorpion. It looked like an armored tank hibernating on the ground. As its mouth opened and closed, as it breathed, small wisps of flames from the green fire got sucked into its stomach. There was a ball of flame on the tip of its tail, covering its poisonous stinger. It looked very strange. It was obvious that this Lord-level giant scorpion shouldn't be provoked. It looked like a metal armor flaming scorpion, but its flames should be red, not green. Wang Tong felt puzzled when he saw the appearance of the giant scorpion. Could it have mutated? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His gaze landed on the green flame. If it had mutated, it would be harder to deal with. A glow appeared in Wang Tong's eyes. He felt that the Leakin would be extremely satisfied with the opponent he had found for him. He commanded Little White to leave. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Little White stared intently at the green flame, a strong yearning surging into its heart. It used the spiritual pet contract to send its feelings to Wang Tong. "You want that flame?" Wang Tong asked through the power of the contract. After receiving the confirmation, he persuaded Little White for a long time before it managed to curb the immense temptation. Boom! Siler got impatient. He started attacking while chasing Wang Tong, attempting to lower his speed. Explosions resounded in the forest, and the trees around them were all chopped into pieces. Their chase had implicated many low-rank star beasts. While Wang Tong was dodging, he hurriedly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by those unlucky star beasts. Would force *15 fire force *10 blank attribute *3 at a certain moment, his fire force achieved a breakthrough. Fire force 9/7000 8 star. A glint flashed past his eyes. He didn't feel much excitement since he only lacked 1 point. Hence, it was predictable that it would rise in level. However, he didn't mind teasing the Leakin behind him. All the best. Continue attacking. Believe in yourself. You'll be able to hit me soon, Wang Tong said seriously after evading his opponent's attack. Siler. The muscles on his face twitched, and he felt his blood boiling. This human dared to provoke him. "I will kill you," Siler bellowed. "Come quickly. You can do it." Wang Tong hooked his finger at him. Siler raged, his attacks turning even more ferocious. He felt that if he didn't kill this human, he wouldn't be able to live in peace, and his lifespan would be cut short by 10 years. Boom, boom, boom. More and more unlucky star beasts died under his flames of anger. Siler didn't know that his actions were involuntarily helping Wang Tong in increasing his ability. The remaining 3 forces finally reached the 8-star soldier level consecutively. Metal Force 35/7000 8 star. Wood Force 18/7000 8 star. Water Force 40/7000 8 star. As his ability rose, Wang Tong's confidence in killing the Leakin Dark Apparition also increased. Finally, he led his opponent to the territory of the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. Siler immediately felt the frightening atmosphere in this hoodoo's forest. However, Wang Tong didn't give him any time to react. He took out MOK and slashed it deep into the forest. Boom! As the blade glow landed among the hoodoos, a terrifying, shrill cry was heard. Siler's expression changed. He forcefully stopped in his tracks. Wang Tung took the chance while he was hesitating to dart into the forest. He left through the path he had pre-planned using Little White's vision and evaded the general stage liken's detection. Damn it! Siller's expression was extremely ugly. He had already seen the huge scorpion crawling quickly out from the hoodoos. Once again, he lost sight of Wang Tung. The metal armor scorpion noticed Siler too. It hissed at him. To his surprise, it started speaking human language. "Get out of my territory!" Wang Tung, who was hiding in the dark, was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen a star beast that could speak human language. Siler didn't find it weird. As a dark apparition, destruction and havoc were carved into his bones. How could he bow down to a star beast, even if the star beast was at the Lord level? The metal-armored giant scorpion noticed that the invader wasn't backing down, so it stopped talking. It hissed and charged toward Siler, smashing its giant pincers at his head. Kill. Chapter 466. Watching the intense battle from a distance, the metal armor flaming scorpion was the overlord of this region. All the other star beasts bowed their heads to it. Hence, it was enraged by the sudden invasion of the Leakin dark apparition. It didn't attack him at the start because it was wary of its opponent's ability. However, the Leakin showed no signs of backing down. The metal armor flaming scorpion wasn't afraid of the other party, so it launched its attack directly. Boom! Siler roared as the metal armor flaming scorpion charged at it aggressively. He welcomed it boldly. He raised his sharp claws and blocked the huge pincers of the metal armor flaming scorpion. The collision sounded like two metal objects clanging into each other. In front of the tank-like giant figure of the scorpion, Siler seemed a little small. However, he was able to resist the powerful attack of the metal armor flaming scorpion head-on. As a Lord-level star beast, the metal armor flaming scorpion's intelligence was on par with humans. After it sensed the invasion of a powerful presence, it immediately turned vigilant. Siler moved his body and darted through the huge pincers. He leaped up into the air and slashed his sharp claws at his enemy. Two black claw glows aimed right for the metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes. The metal armor flaming scorpion moved its two front legs. Although its body was huge, it still managed to retreat quickly. It was quite agile. The black claw glows landed in the air. Siler wanted to chase after it, but he felt a strong gale above his head. The metal armor flaming scorpion had curled its body into a crescent. The poisonous sting at the tip of its tail stabbed toward Siler as it burned with a green flame. Siler's expression changed. He saw the poisonous sting covered with green flame and felt fearful of it. He didn't dare to receive it, so he flew back to evade the attack. Wang Tung hid in the dark and activated his wave invisibility skill to its maximum. To prevent the metal armor flaming scorpion from detecting him, he had specially used many blank attributes to raise his wave invisibility skill to the perfected stage. Wave invisibility, 5,000, perfected. He spent 6,550 blank attributes in total before the wave invisibility skill reached the perfected stage. If he hadn't picked up all the blank attributes from the huge number of star beasts killed, there might not have been enough blank attributes in his reserve. He looked at his attributes panel and gave a forced smile. Blank attribute. 3,200. He only had 3,200 blank attributes left. He felt his heart aching just thinking about it. It hadn't been easy to collect all these blank attributes. However, thinking back, all these powerful star beasts were killed by other people. That meant that these blank attributes were free. This wasn't the main point. The main point was his heart ached. Of course, he could feel the benefits of having a perfected stage wave invisibility skill. Currently, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, merging into the air around him. He also planted some invisibility runes on himself. This way, no one would be able to detect him, not even general stage martial warriors. If not, the metal armor flaming scorpion would be heading for him and not the Leakin. He raised his head and looked at the sky. As a Lord-level star beast, the metal armor flaming scorpion was able to float in the air. The mid-air battle between the scorpion and the Leakin was astonishing. Many trees and hoodoos below them were destroyed, sending debris flying everywhere. Wang Tung stuck out his tongue in amazement. As expected of a battle between general stage presences, it was appalling. The metal armor flaming scorpion had left its nest, so Little White got restless. It wanted to eat the green flame. "Don't go," Wang Tung ordered it sternly. He also felt helpless. This wasn't the time to steal things. The metal armor flaming scorpion might have left some traps behind to prevent more intruders. What if they got discovered while trying to steal the green flame? His plan would go down the drain, and they would have to suffer the scary attacks of the metal armor flaming scorpion. The Leakin was enough to tire him out. If the metal armor flaming scorpion joined in, he could just surrender and die. This was the first time Wang Tung scolded Little White so fiercely. Because of the situation, it didn't dare to make any sound. It could only send its hurt emotions to him. Be patient. Once both of them suffer serious injuries, they'll find a chance to kill them. You can then swallow that green flame in peace. Wang Tung coaxed Little White like a child. Little White's increased ability would be great assistance to him. Obviously, the green flame offered many benefits to Little White. If he had a choice, he wouldn't let it go. On the other end, the clone of the Black Incubus Devil Lord also reached the scene. She looked at the battle below and shook her head. "Idiot, never mind. The true form only asked me to watch the show. She didn't ask me to act." The clone of the Black Incubus Devil Lord perfectly inherited the laziness and cold-blooded nature of the real Black Incubus Devil Lord. If it didn't need to act, it wouldn't. It was indifferent towards the death of other dark apparitions, too. The metal armor flaming scorpion and the Leakin were having a heated battle. Wang Tung felt excited watching it. He wanted to stand up and cheer for them. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time. He stared at the two parties exchanging blows and waited for the chance to attack. Both the metal armor flaming scorpion and the Leakin were injured. Many cracks could be seen on the metal armor flaming scorpion's hard armor. One of its legs was broken and twisted at a weird angle, lowering its battle ability greatly. Siler was in no better state. Most of his fur was already burnt by the rune array. After the fire attacks by the scorpion, more burnt marks had appeared on his body. These were just the external injuries. His organs suffered too. Fire poison had invaded his body. He wasn't in a good state. At this moment, Wang Tung's plan was halfway to success. Actually, it was just a rough plan. He wanted to make use of the arrogance of a general stage warrior and the nature of the dark apparitions and the star beasts. Dark apparitions were vicious and brutal. Star beasts possessed intelligence, but they were still wild beasts. There was no doubt that a fight would break out once they met. Even more, Wang Tung was flaming the sparks at the side. Suddenly, Wang Tung's gaze froze. The metal armor flaming scorpion hissed with rage in midair. Huge flames started to engulf its entire tail. It swept towards the dark apparition like a burning long whip. Siller's expression changed. He didn't expect the metal armor flaming scorpion to launch a killing move. He could feel a frightening high temperature from the burning tail. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured. The most fearful part was the poisonous sting at the end of the tail. That was the fatal threat. Even his dark force wouldn't be able to resist the flaming poison of this Lord-level star beast. However, the metal armor flaming scorpion had been preparing this move for a long time. It launched its attack suddenly, so it wouldn't let Siler evade it so easily. Siler realized this too. A mad look appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth, and a black ball of dark force quickly formed in it. Roar! Before the flaming tail whip arrived, the black ball of force had finished forming. Siler tilted his head back and bellowed furiously. He spurted the ball out. The black ball turned into a lingering shadow and slammed into the metal armor flaming scorpion's tail. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in the air. The power of this black ball of force was overwhelming. It exploded when it touched the tail. The metal armor flaming scorpion gave a shrill cry of agony. Chapter 467. Sir, save me. Amidst the fierce explosion, the flames on the tail of the metal armor flaming scorpion jumped furiously, and the hard armor was blown apart. Its flesh was torn to shreds, blood oozing out. The metal armor flaming scorpion was enraged. It bore with the pain and continued sweeping towards the Leakin with the same strength. It hit the Leakin fiercely. Bang! Siller's entire body got thrown back from a hit. The next moment, a shrill scream came out of his mouth. When he got hit by the metal armor flaming scorpion's tail, the green flames crawled onto his body and engulfed him. It started burning violently. At this moment, Siler had become a burning man. He rolled on the ground, trying to put out the green flames with the dark force seeping out of his body. It would have been better if he didn't use his force. The moment he activated his force, the green flames grew bigger as if more fuel was added to it. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. After a moment of confusion, he regained his senses. This was the special trait of the green flame. Indeed, it wasn't an ordinary flame. He felt that he didn't need to kill the Leakin personally. The scorpion would do it for him. After seeing the power and special trait of the green flame, Wang Tung was even more determined to get the flame. He needed to think of a way. Idiot! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Wang Tung's expression changed. He saw a figure gradually appearing in the sky. Black Incubus Devil Lord. Why was she here? His expression turned ugly. The appearance of Black Incubus Devil Lord had ruined his plan entirely. However, under his spiritual sight, Wang Tung noticed something amiss. No, this isn't right. Why is the light around her so weak? She isn't Black Incubus Devil Lord. The force glow around this person had only reached 10-star general stage. Yet, the force glow around Black Incubus Devil Lord was extremely thick and was way ahead of this level. Wang Tung would never guess that Black Incubus Devil Lord's intention was to let her clone follow them and spy on them. She thought that Siler would be able to take down Wang Tung easily since he was at the general stage. Hence, there was no need for her clone to act. She didn't expect Wang Tung to lure Siler to the metal armor, flaming scorpion, and discover the green flame. The clone of the Black Incubus Devil Lord was interested in the green flame. "Lady, save me!" Siler screamed in pain when he heard the voice and saw the clone of Black Incubus Devil Lord. "Lady?" Wang Tung got confused again. Looking at how this general stage dark apparition called her, could she really be Black Incubus Devil Lord? Or did the Leakin burn his brain and recognize the wrong person? You can't catch a soldier-level human martial warrior and even ended up in this state. What's the point of saving you? The clone replied nonchalantly. "Lady, it's my fault. I failed to complete the task and am willing to accept the punishment. Please save me." Siler felt despair. He was swallowed in flames. He kneeled in midair and raised his hands at the clone, begging her to save him. "Oomph." The clone snorted. Still, she waved her hand and used some method to remove the green flames on Siller's body. However, the process took some time. It looked like even the clone had to spend some effort to deal with the green flame. The metal armor flaming scorpion didn't dare to move. It felt a sense of danger from this clone. Although this clone was at the same level as Siler, they couldn't be compared. Even more, it was already injured, so it wouldn't have any advantages if it started a fight with the other party. After removing the green flame, the clone compressed it into a ball and waved her hand. The ball flew into her palm. She observed the floating green flame on her palm with interest. Then, she turned to look at the metal armor flaming scorpion and said calmly, "Hand over the flame, and it'll spare your life." In your dreams, the metal armor flaming scorpion burst in anger. Although it was fearful of the clone's ability, it wouldn't hand over its most important thing because of a few threats. The green flame was the source of its power. It allowed it to mutate from a normal metal armor flaming scorpion to the king of this area. It was the reason why it became stronger and stronger. Taking the green flame away was equivalent to touching its life. "Since you don't agree, you could die." The clone stretched her back lazily and tilted her head. She said to Siler, who was panting painfully at the side, "Why are you standing there? I didn't save you so that you can watch the show at the side." Siler was in a miserable state. His body was black, and all his fur had been burnt by the flames. He was a bald wolf now. Although he was in excruciating pain, he didn't dare to disobey the clone's order. He replied hurriedly, "Yes, I will kill that beast immediately." He glared hatefully at the metal armor flaming scorpion after he finished speaking. This beast had almost killed him. The only way to vent the anger in his heart was to kill it. Die! The metal armor flaming scorpion was infuriated. Not only did these two invaders want to snatch its treasure, but they also wanted to kill him. Other people might be able to bear with it, but not the scorpion. Amidst its angry hisses, the metal armor flaming scorpion burst into flames. This time, it wasn't just its tail. Its entire body was burning in green fire. The tank-sized giant figure appeared majestic and domineering in the fire. Oh my, the metal armor flaming scorpion has been forced into a corner, is going all out. Wang Tong could feel that the green flames were putting heavy pressure on the metal armor flaming scorpion's body. Even if it didn't get seriously injured after this war, its ability would be greatly discounted. However, Wang Tong was happy to see this. The more powerful the scorpion became, the greater the threat it possessed to the two dark apparitions. Hence, the more beneficial the situation was to him. Siller's face turned green when he saw the burning scorpion. One flaming tail was enough to take half of his life away, much less an entire body. How was he supposed to fight? Could someone tell him how he was supposed to fight? Siler screamed in his heart, feeling exasperated. No matter where he hit, he would get affected by the flames. What should he do? The metal armor flaming scorpion didn't give him any time to think. It rushed towards Siler with its flaming body and snapped at him with its giant pincers. Siler evaded the attack hurriedly. He didn't dare to touch the metal armor flaming scorpion, afraid that the flames would burn him again. The metal armor flaming scorpion was filled with rage. It started hurling all its attacks at Siler, its giant pincers, its poisonous sting. The clone couldn't bear to see the fight any longer. This fellow was utterly useless. She moved her body and appeared beside Siler. She slapped him away with one hand. Go away! The metal armor flaming scorpion saw its target being thrown away and immediately shifted its anger on the clone. It threw all its attacks at her. Chapter 468. Killing the general stage dark apparition, the clone's face was as cold as ice. Her lazy expression had long disappeared. As she faced this giant metal armor flaming scorpion who dared to wave its pincers at her, she decided to give it an unforgettable memory. Boom! She raised her fair and smooth palm and slammed it forward. The huge pincers covered with green flames were pushed away by a frightening force, and a huge patch of green flame was extinguished. The clone's palm didn't get stained with any of the green flames, though. Cracks appeared on the shell of the metal armor flaming scorpion's giant pincers due to the clone's attack. This gentle push possessed such great power. Wang Tong squinted when he saw this scene from his hiding spot. This black incubus devil lord was also at 10-star general stage, but she was much more powerful than the Leakin. His gaze landed on the clone's palm, and his eyes lit up. There was a thin layer of light shining on her palm. It was like a shield protecting her hand. The green flames did have some effect. With his sharp eyes, he noticed a few strands of green flames sticking on the faint layer of light. It was burning and damaging the layer. However, the clone's control ability was strong. The moment the layer of light got damaged, a new layer was formed. An invisible force spread above the layer of light and shook off the green flames on it. This was the special method Black Incubus Devil Lord used to block the green flames. She still feared it. Wang Tong felt relieved. This was enough to prove that the Black Incubus Devil Lord in front of him wasn't as terrifying as the one he met before. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other side. The Leakin flew back in a bedraggled state after he got thrown away by Black Incubus Devil Lord. He seemed a little awkward. Although he was exasperated, he didn't dare reveal his displeasure because of Black Incubus Devil Lord. He couldn't offer any assistance to the fight between Black Incubus Devil Lord and the metal armor flaming scorpion, so he awkwardly waited at the side. Soon, he remembered the mastermind behind everything and started scanning the forest below to find Wang Tong. If he didn't kill this sinister human, he wouldn't be Siler. Wang Tong saw the ruthless gaze of the Leakin and smiled. Did he torture the dark apparition a little too much? The other party hated him very much. That gaze looked as if he wanted to bite him. In that case, why don't I secretly kill the Leakin while Black Incubus Devil Lord is fighting with the Scorpion? After all, if Black Incubus Devil Lord killed the metal armor flaming Scorpion, he would have to face two general stage dark apparitions simultaneously. The Leakin had suffered serious injuries, so this was the best time to ambush him. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. He looked at his attributes panel, focusing on the assassination skill in his repertoire. In the past, he didn't use it because he didn't have a chance. However, this seemed to be the perfect scenario to use this technique. But the assassination skill level was a little low. It was at the foundation stage. Obviously, it wasn't enough to deal with the general stage dark apparition. Increase. He threw all his 3,200 blank attributes into this skill. The assassination skill rose from foundation to small achievement to big achievement. It finally settled on the perfected stage. Assassination, 1613/5000, perfected. With the help of the blank attributes, memories of the assassination skill floated into Wang Tung's mind. In his memory, the outline of a light figure appeared. It started executing all the assassination techniques, starting from the easiest and gradually getting more complicated and profound. The figure showed the learning process from a novice to a master. Finally, the memories merged into Wang Tung's mind and body and became part of his ability. In an instant, he changed from an ordinary person into an assassination machine. It was as if he had experienced many years of brutal training. His gaze changed. Once Wang Tung entered the state, his gaze turned indifferent and cold-blooded. He became extremely logical and calm. This was the basic quality of an assassin. Unfortunately, all his 3,200 points of blank attributes were gone. If not, Wang Tung would have increased his assassination skill to the peak of the perfected realm. Now, he could only use what he had. However, with the addition of his space talent and concealing skills, he could more than double the effect. The next second, his body disappeared on the spot. No traces were left behind, as if he had merged into the air. This was a practical application of the assassination skill. Along with the concealing skills, he was able to merge with the surroundings to wait for the opportunity to launch the lethal move. The Leakin dashed into the forest below and searched for Wang Tung crazily. He hated him to the core. The pain coming from every inch of his body constantly reminded him that his sufferings were all caused by that young human. But no matter how he searched, he was unable to find Wang Tung's hiding spot. This made him mad, his eyes turning bloodshot. Suddenly, his head turned numb and his heart started palpitating without any warning. His general stage battle awareness caused him to move to the side without thinking. Slash! Blood blossomed in the air. "Come out!" the Leakin shouted angrily. He had almost suffered a lethal blow just now. Although he had dodged it, he still received a deep cut on his arm. He was forced into a tight corner by a soldier-level human martial warrior. This was a humiliation for a general stage warrior. However, Wang Tung didn't continue after the first sneak attack. The space around him became distorted, and he disappeared without a trace. The Leakin swung his wolf claws and destroyed all the trees around him so that Wang Tung wouldn't have any place to hide. Wang Tung launched his attack again. He shot out from the side and slashed his sharp sword at the Leakin, adding another wound to the collection. "Roar! Human, come out and have a duel with me. Don't hide like a mouse. Come out! Come out!" The Leakin almost went crazy. He sensed that Wang Tung was around him, but he couldn't find him no matter what. He felt extremely frustrated and irritated. "As you wish." Wang Tung's cold voice echoed beside his ears. Before the Leakin could feel happy, another cut appeared on his thigh. Wang Tung was using Emo Quebec. It was so sharp that even the indomitable body of a general stage dark apparition couldn't block it. The cut was extremely deep, going all the way into his flesh. Even his bones could be seen. The Leakin staggered and almost fell. His leg trembled as large amounts of blood started flowing down his leg. "Ow! I will kill you! I will kill you!" He bellowed while attacking everything in his path frantically. "Come kill me! I'm here! I'm here!" Wang Tung's mocking tone resounded all around him. It drilled into the Lycan's ear from all directions like cursed chants. Chapter 469. As expected of a general stage warrior, Wang Tung used his assassination skill and disturbed the Lycan's mind with the methods recorded to make him mad. By right, the mentality of a general stage warrior shouldn't be so weak. However, the Lycan had suffered multiple stimulations and attacks, so he wasn't able to keep his cool anymore. To him, Wang Tung's voice was like an evil curse. His mind was about to explode from the pain, and he started attacking aimlessly. Slash, slash, slash. Wang Tung wounded the Lycan continuously, leaving many hideous cuts on his body. After some time, the Lycan was already covered with blood. He looked miserable. All these happened within a short time. Assassination required speed, accuracy, and brutality. If too much time was wasted, the Lycan would notice something amiss and recover his senses. However, the outcome was inevitable now. Almost there, Wang Tung thought to himself as he looked at the wounds on the Lycan's body. Immediately after, the crazy Lycan suddenly froze. Then, he opened his mouth and vomited black blood. He was flabbergasted. This sudden change caused him to calm down instantly. He bellowed, "What did you do?" Wang Tung didn't reply to him. He waited quietly for the poison force of the demon Lotus Poison body to explode entirely in his body. "You're a poison element martial warrior." Siler was in disbelief after he felt the change in his body. He quickly sensed an extremely troublesome and strong poison in him. Without him knowing, it had already spread to his entire body. Even his dark force got corroded by it. What a frightening poison force. Siler wanted to get rid of the poison force, but it was glued to his body and force. Even the most infectious dark force had become helpless in front of this poison force. "Damn it, come out. I want to kill." Siler tried his best to resist the poison force in his body as he roared in anger. However, before he could finish speaking, he vomited another mouthful of black blood. Wang Tung squinted. He traveled through space and appeared behind the Lycan. Then, he threw his MOK out. Roar! Siler felt the threat of death. He forcefully twisted his body and opened his mouth, a black force ball congregating at high speed in it. "I've been waiting for this move." Wang Tung scoffed. A sinister red light appeared in his eyes. It stabbed right into the Lycan's eyes. Bewitch. He used the bewitching skill he had picked up from a vampire dark apparition on this Lycan dark apparition. The Lycan was caught off guard and fell into Wang Tung's trap. "Die!" Wang Tung waved MOK down during his moment of absent-mindedness. Splurt. Fresh blood sprayed out of the neat cut. The Lycan's head flew into the air. Impossible. The excruciating pain forced the Lycan to regain his consciousness. At that instant when his head was chopped, his consciousness was still alive. He recognized the hypnotic battle technique. It was exactly like the bewitched talent ability of the vampire race. As a dark apparition, he died of a dark apparition skill. And the person who killed him was a soldier-level human. The Lycan widened his eyes in regret as his consciousness seeped into the darkness. A wolf head dropped from the sky and smashed on the ground. It rolled a few times before stopping a few steps away. His body crashed onto the ground loudly. Wang Tung panted. He felt emotional as he looked at the wolf's head. Damn it. It was so hard to kill a general stage warrior. He almost went to hell with him. Fortunately, everything ended well. It might seem as if he didn't use much effort, but he had to combine his schemes and the assassination methods to kill his opponent. The process was arduous and strenuous. A single error could end his life. After all, that was a general stage dark apparition. Fortunately, he kept his life and killed the general stage dark apparition. He had no time to feel proud, though. There was another stronger dark apparition waiting for him to kill. That was the real trouble. Wang Tung kept the corpse of the Lycan in his space ring and looked at the attribute bubbles floating on the ground. Dark Force * 1200 Advanced Stage Dark Talent * 300 Spiritual Realm Spirit * 220 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 280 Dark Wind Bullet * 420 Wang Tung was almost blinded by the hundreds and thousands of attributes. This was the first time he had gained so many attributes from an individual. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. As expected of a general stage warrior, he was a living attribute machine. Of course, this machine was a little too powerful. Wang Tung stared at the attribute bubbles in front of him hesitantly. His dark force was already at the peak of 9-star soldier level. He was 440 points away from reaching the general stage. But there were 1,200 points of dark force right in front of him. It was within reachable distance. Many martial warriors worked and fought hard to reach this stage. The majority of them collapsed halfway through the journey, including the gifted ones. In the end, only a small percentage of talents would climb to the top and step through the gates to turn into formidable warriors. Now, the opportunity was right in front of Wang Tung, but he was hesitating. He would be beaten to death if he told others about it. Wang Tung was in a dilemma because this was the dark force. If it was another force, he would have jumped in joy. Not long ago, he had discovered something strange about his dark force. Before he figured out what happened, he was still wary of it. If he was assimilated, he wouldn't be able to save himself, even if he cried his heart out. His only consolation was that the dark force in his body didn't give him any adverse effects. I don't care. The opportunity is right here. To hell with the abnormality. After a short moment of hesitation, Wang Tung made his decision. Seeking wealth and risk. The system had already lowered the risk to its minimum. If he still worried so much, he might as well go back and enjoy his inheritance. He had a strong opponent waiting to attack him. The stronger he was, the higher his chance of surviving. Isn't it just a 10-star general? After this breakthrough, it'll kill that female dark apparition. Wang Tung picked up the spirit attributes first. He had used up much of his spirit when he was running away, so he needed to replenish it. Then, he picked up the enlightenment and advanced stage dark talent. These two attributes would enhance his control of dark force. He felt anxious about his dark force, so he hoped that he could increase his control of it through raising his enlightenment and the related talent. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tung's enlightenment increased. His mind got clearer. The 300 points of advanced stage dark talent allowed his dark talent to rise exponentially. Advanced stage dark talent. 330 out of 1,000. Wang Tung instantly felt that his sensitivity and grasp of the dark talent had become sharper and easier. Chapter 470, Boss, don't worry. Let me help you. Moving along, the next special battle technique was Dark Wind Bullet. Wang Tung had received the same battle technique from a human who had turned into a dark apparition. However, at that time, he only received a few attribute points. He didn't want to waste blank attributes on it, so he had shelved it away. Now, he had received 420 points of Dark Wind Bullet attributes from the Leakin, allowing his skill to rise to the small achievement stage. This proved that the Lycan's grasp of this technique was higher than the other dark apparition. Dark Wind Bullet, 321 for 500, small achievement. Wang Tung disregarded the attribute after a single glance. The Dark Wind Bullet was not bad, but the most important thing was the rise in his dark force level. The last few attribute bubbles were pitch black, dense like an endless black hole. He picked them up. The dark force attribute bubbles immediately merged into Wang Tung's body. Boom! Wang Tung shuddered. As the dark force seeped into his body, the dark force inside his ninth force nucleus reached its limit. This time, he focused his attention on his body and carefully observed the changes in the dark force. He realized that the dark force did merge with his force nucleus. Next, similar black patterns started forming on the surface of the force nucleus. This represented the perfected state of the dark force in the ninth force nucleus. There were 9 force nuclei in a human. They were distributed on the spine, starting from the tailbone and ending at the back of the head. When the 9 force nuclei reached a perfected state, force would overflow and run through the entire spine. At that moment, the ability of the martial warrior would undergo a tremendous change as they advanced to the general stage. Wang Tung knew that the dark force would run through his spine very soon, so he felt a little nervous. He prepared his cultivation technique so that he could use it to push dark force through his spine when it overflowed his force nucleus. That way, he would be able to advance to the general stage. He waited for some time. After his ninth force nucleus reached the perfected state, it quieted down. There was no movement from it. Wang Teng. He was stunned. What is this? What just happened? What am I doing? His mind was full of curses. Why didn't he advance to the general stage? Why didn't anything happen in the end? Damn it. System, are you playing with me? Wang Teng felt that the world was playing a prank on him. Damn it. He pointed his middle finger at the sky before taking a deep breath. Then, he stopped dawdling over this issue and turned to rush towards the area where the black incubus devil lord and the metal armor flaming scorpion were fighting. From afar, he could tell that the metal armor flaming scorpion was dying. As expected, the female dark apparition wasn't an easy opponent. The metal armor flaming scorpion was in a terrible state after withstanding the fierce attacks by the clone. When Wang Teng came near, he noticed that the green flames on the scorpion had turned dim. It was going to be extinguished soon. There were many cracks on its shell, too. Wounds could be seen everywhere, and green blood covered its entire body. However, the clone also had some scratches on her body. There were a few unobvious burnt marks caused by the green flames, and her hands were trembling slightly. She had paid a huge price to destroy the hard shell of the metal armor flaming scorpion. The clone of the black incubus devil lord was floating 10 meters away as she stared at the metal armor flaming scorpion sternly. The black incubus devil lord only gave it the ability of a 10-star general stage martial warrior, so she had trouble killing this star beast. She frowned while complaining in her heart. She had almost exhausted all the dark force in her body. She was a clone made of dark force, so her ability to absorb dark force to replenish her stock wasn't very effective. Once she used up all the dark force she had, she would disappear automatically. Why isn't that idiot back? All he needed to do was to catch the human. What's he doing? The clone was furious. She looked in the direction of their fight a moment ago. Unfortunately, her ability was limited currently, so she couldn't sense the situation there. She would never expect the general stage Siler to get killed by a soldier-level Wang Teng. The unknown situation made her feel that she was losing control. If the true form was here, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. The clone sighed. Then, she looked at the metal armor flaming scorpion and scoffed. Bow down or die. The metal armor flaming scorpion hesitated. Its stance wasn't as tough as before because it felt the threat of death. Wang Ting saw this scene when he came closer and cursed in his heart. What the hell, boss? Where is your dignity? Where's your ego? What happened to your domineering attitude at the start? Don't be afraid. Continue fighting her. A smile appeared on the edge of the clone's lips when she saw the metal armor flaming scorpion's hesitation. It was a lord-level star beast, but once fear had crept up to its heart, it wasn't far from surrendering. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Pass me the green flame, and I can spare your life. Wang Ting cursed the black incubus devil lord for being unscrupulous. She wanted to win the war without a fight. He felt that he needed to do something. He mustn't allow the metal armor flaming scorpion to hand over the green flame so easily. After all, he wanted that treasure too. He activated his spiritual sight to check the two-party situations. Huh, he exclaimed in his heart, a sinister smile appearing on his face. I almost got fooled by her. There must be something wrong with this black incubus devil lord. The force glow in her body is much dimmer. She's a paper tiger now. 10, 9, 8. The clone started counting down. Wang Teng stopped hesitating. He jumped straight out and shouted, Boss Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion, don't worry. I'm here to help you. The clone. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion? They both turned and looked at Wang Teng, who had suddenly dashed out, feeling stunned. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion was utterly confused. Who is this? Do I know him? Why did he suddenly run out to help me? Boss Scorpion, the dark apparitions have invaded our world. This is unforgivable. We belong to the same side, so we should work together to kill her. Wang Teng shouted in a righteous tone. Then, he charged towards the clone. To show my sincerity, he'll go first. He knew that there was limited force left in the black incubus devil lord's body, so he wasn't afraid. Of course, he remained cautious of the black incubus devil lord. Once the situation went astray, he would use his space talent to escape. Boom! He punched his fist out, hurling a frightening fist force at the clone. Brat, he'll remember you. The clone's expression turned ugly. The next moment, she disintegrated under Wang Tung's fist force and turned into a ball of dark force, dissipating in the air. Wang Tung, the metal armor flaming scorpion. Chapter 471, Darkness Clone Technique, Wang Tung. The atmosphere suddenly turned a little awkward. Wang Tung stared at the black incubus devil lord, who had turned into a ball of dark force because of his punch. He found this unreal and speechless. He defeated the black incubus devil lord with a single punch. Although he knew that the black incubus devil lord was just putting up a strong front, she was still a general stage martial warrior. She fought ferociously with the metal armor flaming scorpion and beat it up until it couldn't retaliate. Why did she become so brittle in his hands? Wang Ting looked at his fist and clenched it hard. He felt that something wasn't right. On the other side, the metal armor flaming scorpion stared at Wang Tung fearfully. This human seemed a little scary. That female devil was brutal, but he killed her with a single punch. The guy's brutality was off the charts. Mind you, it almost got murdered by the female devil. By comparison, it would only get tormented if it landed in the hands of this human. It couldn't afford to provoke him. Fortunately, this human wasn't a bad person. His righteous appearance was etched deeply in his mind. This human had helped it get out of its hopeless situation by killing the female devil. He pulled it out of the abyss of despair. It firmly believed that this human was a good person. Yes, that was right. That must be the case. The metal armor flaming scorpion looked at Wang Tung's youthful face, and there seemed to be a holy layer of light painted on his face. No matter how it looked at him, it felt that he was a good man. However, this young man was a general stage martial warrior. This was an undeniable fact. It must give him some respect, so it contemplated its words and tried its best to appear respectful. It opened its mouth and said, "Young human martial warrior, wait." Wang Tung suddenly raised a finger and interrupted the metal armor flaming scorpion. The metal armor flaming scorpion didn't know what to do with its emotions. The words that it had spent much time thinking through got stuck in its throat. Wang Tung disregarded the metal armor flaming scorpion. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the black incubus devil lord had disappeared. A few pitch-black attribute bubbles were floating there. He swallowed his saliva. What kind of attribute bubbles did the female dark apparition leave for him? By now, Wang Tung knew that this black incubus devil lord wasn't the true form. It was just a special presence formed using force. He would call it the clone of the black incubus devil lord for the time being. As long as it was related to the black incubus devil lord, he anticipated the content of the attribute bubbles. There wasn't much time left, so Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles immediately. Spiritual Realm Spirit * 3 50 Dark Force * 880 Darkness Clone Technique * 1. There were only 3 attribute bubbles, but the sum was considerable. The Spiritual Realm Spirit was 130 points more than what he had collected from the Leakin. The 3 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body. After he digested the last attribute bubble, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Darkness Clone Technique. This was a rare and unique dark skill. It used spiritual power and force as the foundation to form a clone that possessed a certain portion of your ability. Wang Ting finally understood why that female dark apparition looked exactly like the black incubus devil lord, but their strength differed so much. His guess was right. She was just a clone. Phew. Wang Tung felt lucky. If the real black incubus devil lord was present, he wouldn't have any chances of surviving. That female dark apparition was too powerful. Suddenly, Wang Tung's expression froze. He remembered what the clone said before it dissipated into the air. She said that she would remember him? Wang Tung. Wang Ting didn't know if he should feel proud or cry when a formidable character remembered him. Well, the Darkness Clone Technique was a consolation. This technique came from the black incubus devil lord, so it must be extraordinary. Actually, the darkness clone technique was the Black Incubus Devil Lord's secret Skyring technique. It was rare and precious. Other dark apparitions, even the general stage ones, had no chances of learning it. Yet, Wang Tung obtained this sky-rank secret technique. What a surprise! Wang Tung didn't have much time to feel happy as the outline of a figure appeared in his mind. Spiritual power and force started circulating this outline. The spiritual power and force separated from the main body. After a series of exquisite and hard-to-explain changes, it slowly congregated into a similar outline beside the first figure. The process seemed easy, but in reality, it was difficult and complicated. People without talent might not grasp the skill even if they spent a large amount of time practicing it. The darkness clone technique required a precise command over one's force. Its requirement for one's spiritual power was also stringent. If one's spiritual power didn't meet the requirement, they would feel powerless and frustrated after receiving this technique. You possessed this treasure, but you couldn't practice it. Fortunately, Wang Tung didn't have his problem. Spiritual power was his strong suit. Not many people were able to reach the Emperor realm. After all, it might even be possible that the Black Incubus Devil Lord's spiritual power realm wasn't as high as his. In addition, Wang Tung's enlightenment and dark talent were extremely high, giving him a strong control of his force. He ticked all the boxes, so the darkness clone technique posed no difficulty to him. Wang Tung was eager to try, thinking about the many uses for clones. He was excited to experiment with this technique. However, he also knew this wasn't the right time. The metal armor flaming scorpion had been silent all this while. It was observing Wang Tung secretly. For one moment, he was on the brink of tears, and the next, he smiled like an idiot. For some reason, the scorpion felt that this human seemed a little mental. It took a few steps back involuntarily. Wang Tung turned and looked at the scorpion at this moment. He saw what it was doing and felt speechless. Wang Tung, boss, are you seriously afraid of me? Wang Tung didn't know what to say. After a few moments of silence, he thought of something and put a smile on his face. What did you want to say just now? We can continue. Although the metal armor flaming scorpion felt that the young man's expression was strange, it didn't think too much. Thank you for helping me. Please let me play host to you. There aren't many resources on my land, but I do have some spiritual herbs. I think they will be useful to human martial warriors. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. This Lord-level star beast probably had many treasures. Before he could ask it, the scorpion took the initiative to offer them to him. Sensible. Cough. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly before saying, "Don't misunderstand. I don't demand repayment for my good deeds. All right, I heard that you have a magical green flame. May I have the honor of looking at it?" The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. Chapter 472. The green crystals underground. It was hard to explain what the scorpion was feeling in a single sentence. This human spoke beautifully, claiming that he wasn't someone who demanded repayment. Fake. In the end, he wanted his precious green flame. Indeed, humans are all liars. Is it not possible? I just want to take a look. You aren't so petty, right? Wang Tung slowly kept his smile, his gaze turning stern. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion felt its heart pounding. This human's expression was terrifying, sending chills up its spine. Of course, it was riddled with injuries and weakened greatly, so it might not be able to withstand that frightening punch from this human. Under these circumstances, it had to give in. Never mind, this human saved its life. It wasn't an ungrateful scorpion. It would bring him to see the flame. It was just paying a debt of gratitude. It had no other intentions. It didn't matter if others didn't believe it. It believed itself. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. Lead the way. He knew where to go, but he mustn't show it. It was equivalent to telling the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion that he had already been to its nest. Even more, he wanted to know where the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion kept his treasures. If he exposed his intention too early, the scorpion might put up a desperate fight since it knew that it had no chance of survival. Wang Tung's evil gaze landed on the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion as he schemed against it. The scorpion, which was leading the way, shivered. It turned its head carefully, only to see Wang Tung's righteous face. Maybe he really wanted to just take a look? The scorpion convinced itself as it led Wang Tung deep into the hoodoo forest. Wang Tung saw the green flame once again. Dumbstruck, he asked, "Where did this flame come from?" "Honestly, I don't know either." The metal armor flaming scorpion gave a forced smile. "Where did it come from? Did it pop out from the ground, out of nowhere?" Wang Tung asked. The scorpion hesitated, but when it saw Wang Tung squinting, it shuddered and replied hurriedly, "I dug the ground to explore in the past. There is an unknown green rock below the green flame. The flame probably appeared after the rock broke and have been burning ever since." "So, you're saying that the green flame was here before you came?" Wang Tung touched his chin and asked. "That's right. I'm naturally sensitive to flames and found this place accidentally. I felt that the green flame was extraordinary, so I took possession of it," the metal armor flaming scorpion said. "You relied on this green flame to reach this stage, right?" Wang Tung suddenly asked in a meaningful tone. The metal armor flaming scorpion's heart skipped a beat. It had evaded the crucial points, but this human still guessed it. It gave a bitter smile and nodded its huge head. "Yes, I was just an ordinary metal armor flaming scorpion. It's hard for my race to reach the Lord level. If it wasn't for this green flame, I'd be like my clansmen. The 9-star level is my limit." It paused for a moment, seemingly in a dilemma. Then it made a huge decision and said, "You saved my life. I have nothing to repay you, so let me give you this green flame. Can you bear to part with it?" Wang Ting looked at it in surprise and said with an ambiguous smile, "So what if I don't? I'm seriously injured and the other Lord-level star beasts around me don't like me. They will hurry over soon after hearing the commotion. Even if I don't give it to you, I won't be able to protect this flame," the metal armor flaming scorpion said sadly. "But I'm not that kind of person. Taking advantage of taking advantage of scorpions isn't my style of doing things," Wang Tung said righteously. The metal armor flaming scorpion didn't know what to say. "Your eyes are almost glued to the flame. What do you mean by you're not that kind of person? Who are you trying to fool? You're not taking advantage of me. I'm giving it to you voluntarily." The metal armor flaming scorpion felt helpless. "Cough, cough. In that case, it's disrespectful for me to decline. So I'm just too kind." Wang Tung heaved a sigh. Shameless. The metal armor flaming scorpion scolded in its heart. But on the surface, it nodded fervently and gave in its "all right, that's right, you're always right" expression. "Follow me. If you want to absorb the green flame, you need to do it from the source. It's below the ground." The scorpion climbed forward as it spoke. Wang Tung grew excited. He followed the scorpion and asked, "What will happen if I absorb that green flame?" "You have witnessed the power of the flame yourself. If you absorb it, the flame will be attached to your force, and your battle ability will increase. There are also other uses of it. You will know once you absorb it," the metal armor flaming scorpion explained. Wang Tung nodded, his expectations of the green flame becoming higher. At first, he planned to let Little White absorb it, but now he suddenly realized that he could do it too. He could split it into two, one for him and one for the bird. He would take the big portion, while Little White would take the smaller one. This was the Wang family's fair way of splitting. Little White would never think that its unscrupulous master would shrink its portion of the flame. If it knew the truth, it might start crying on the spot. The metal armor flaming scorpion brought Wang Tung into the hoodoos. It pushed one hoodoo aside, revealing the pitch black hole below. Then, it signaled to Wang Tung and crawled inside. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. He jumped and followed the scorpion down. The underground pit was deeper than he thought. He only reached the bottom after traveling a few hundred meters. The metal armor flaming scorpion had dug a huge hole at the bottom. A faint green glow could be seen in front, making the dark space below take a shade of green. The temperature underground was extremely high. It felt like soaking in lava. The metal armor flaming scorpion was like a fish in water. Its wounds started healing faster, and its injury was relieved a bit. Wang Ting noticed this, but he didn't say anything. He continued moving forward. After some time, he saw the source of the green light. His eyes widened in awe when he saw the scene. He was shocked speechless. Not far away, there was an enormous, sparkling, crystal-like green gemstone giving off a thick green light. It was magnificent. It was mounted on the rock walls on both sides and went right to the roof of this cave. Just like what the scorpion said, the green flame leaked out from this giant crystal. At the same time, waves of scorching heat exuded from the green crystal. Wang Teng activated his ice force to save himself from getting barbecued by the heat. Chapter 473. Emerald Glaze Flame. A green light lit up the entire dark underground cave as scorching heat seeped out from the giant green gemstone. The metal armor, flaming scorpion, glanced at the young man beside it in astonishment. He didn't get affected by this scorching heat at all, remaining calm as if he were in his backyard. He was a little stunned. This young man didn't look like a simple person. However, after sensing it personally at a close distance, it realized that the aura from this human was only at the 8-star soldier level. He wasn't at the general stage. Could it be that the frightening female devil was honestly exhausted? This young man's punch was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The metal armor flaming scorpion glanced at Wang Teng again with a meaningful gaze. Wang Teng was sizing up the green crystal. He racked his brain and finally found the information on this crystal. Green glazed flame, or you could call it the emerald glazed flame. This was a magical flame that was born from the essence of the world. It took many years to form and only had a small chance of success. In summary, the fire essence of the world had coincidentally merged into the or under special circumstances and turned into the green crystal now. The temperature inside the crystal was extremely high, but it was hard for it to combust spontaneously. As more and more fire essence merged into the crystal, after many years, the essence compressed, congregated, tempered, and underwent many complicated processes. The heat inside reached a new high, and finally, a beautiful flame appeared deep in the crystal. The flame was green and hot, its power unpredictable. Rumor had it that it had the power to burn everything. However, it was constricted by the green crystal and would remain imprisoned unless the crystal cracked. This was the origin of the emerald glazed flame. The memory fragment Wang Teng received from a certain alchemist allowed him to recognize the object in front. The alchemists and the blacksmiths were probably the people with the most knowledge of flames. Some flames allowed them to yield twice the result with half the effort when they were making dawn or forging. Hence, they scrambled to find all sorts of strange flames. Unfortunately, this emerald glazed flame was extremely rare as it was formed naturally by this world. Up until today, only one alchemist from the Xingwu continent had found an emerald glazed flame thousands of years ago. He recorded it down, and this was how the later generations found it in the ancient books. There were other types of flames too, but they were all rare and would only appear in the world once every 1,000 years. The special flames most alchemists and blacksmiths sought were beast flames that possessed certain special traits or lava flames that had a higher temperature. They were unique, but compared to divine flames like the emerald glazed flame, they were nothing. Wang Teng's eyes grew brighter. He was getting excited. This metal armor flaming scorpion didn't know that it was sitting on a treasure. The green flame outside was just a small wisp of the original. The real emerald glazed flame must be in this emerald. Hence, he looked down on the scorpion. It took the coin and gave up on the gold. But thinking about it, there was nothing the metal armor flaming scorpion could do about this emerald. If not, it would have already broken it to take a look inside. It wouldn't have remained in one piece. If it had obtained the real emerald glazed flame, Wang Teng wouldn't be needed. After all, one small wisp of flame was enough for it to advance to the Lord level and see extreme growth in its strength. If it had gotten the main body of the emerald glazed flame, it would have become indomitable. Of course, this might be the reason why news of the emerald glazed flame didn't leak out. Young martial warrior, the source of the green flame is in this emerald. Go and absorb it. The metal armor flaming scorpion's voice was heard at this moment. Wang Teng sneered in his heart. On the surface, he nodded without saying anything and walked step by step towards the emerald. He knew that the metal armor flaming scorpion wouldn't be honest. If he hadn't recognized the emerald glazed flame, he wouldn't have guessed the scorpion's thoughts. However, he knew how to absorb the emerald glazed flame, so he understood what the metal armor flaming scorpion was thinking. If he touched the emerald recklessly and tried to absorb the flame, the fire essence accumulated in the emerald would explode on the spot. One careless move, and he might turn into ashes. The metal armor flaming scorpion must have suffered the same torment before. It was lucky to be still alive. Wang Tung arrived in front of the emerald as his mind wandered off. He looked up. It was a majestic sight. The emerald was massive. It was etched into the stone walls with a huge portion of it still buried underground. He didn't know how big it was exactly. He wondered how long it took to form a flame of this size. Wang Tung couldn't help but exclaim how mysterious the world was. Even though he was stronger than normal people, he still felt small and insignificant in front of this majestic presence. The arrogance he had built up recently disappeared again. He should remain humble. He took a deep breath and prepared the spiritual power in the depth of his mind. As he placed his hand on the emerald, his spiritual power surged out and spread into the emerald. Wang Tung knew 3 ways of absorbing the emerald-glazed flame. 2 of the methods required external power and had a higher risk. A wrong move would cause a backlash. One of the reasons why special flames were rarely made known to the public was because they were extremely hard to subdue. Many formidable warriors had died while subduing the flames. They were burnt into ashes. Also, these formidable warriors would not spread the information of the flames after they found it. Hence, once they died, the news would get buried along with their disappearance. This caused the flames to become even more secretive. Besides the first 2 methods, there was another safer way of subduing the flame. Of course, it was only safer in comparison. The risk was still high. The last method was to use powerful spiritual power to control the flame and suck it into one's body. Controlling the flame required spiritual power. Alchemists and blacksmiths used the invisible spiritual power to control the intensity of the flame to have the effect they wanted. Spiritual kinesis was the objectification of spiritual power. When talking about controlling, it might be more convenient than directly using spiritual power. Hence, the risk of using spiritual kinesis to subdue the flame was comparatively lower. The stronger your spiritual kinesis, the lower the risk. Of course, only divine spirit masters were able to use this cheating method. Others wouldn't need to think about it all. Fortunately, Wang Tang's spiritual kinesis was powerful. Chapter 474, Rough Operation Wang Tung stood in front of the emerald, tall and silent. He closed his eyes and pushed his spiritual kinesis into the emerald slowly. He wrapped his spiritual kinesis around his hand to prevent himself from getting burnt by the temperature inside. At the same time, the spiritual kinesis seeped into the crystal gradually. As his spiritual kinesis entered, Wang Tung sensed a mystical world. He felt as if he was immersed in fire. He was surrounded by extremely thick fire essence that had congregated into green flames. These strands of fire essence were burning his spiritual kinesis. Wang Tung frowned. He sensed his spiritual kinesis getting exhausted quickly. If this continued, he would be wasting his effort even if he had a large reserve of spiritual kinesis. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and the speed of his spiritual kinesis increased exponentially. It shot right into the depth of the emerald like an arrow released from its bow. There was a ball of flame possessing the highest temperature in the emerald. Wang Tung could feel it. It was faintly spreading its heat deep inside the crystal. This saved him time in searching. Without a doubt, this hottest ball of flame was the emerald-glazed flame. However, as he delved deeper, the temperature got higher and his spiritual kinesis was consumed faster. Wang Tung furrowed his brows tightly. He increased the intensity of his spiritual kinesis. There was only one chance. It wasn't safe to leave the emerald-glazed flame here, as other people might get to it. Hence, he took this as his last throw and pushed out all his Emperor Realm spiritual kinesis. Roar! It felt as if the giant dragon entrenched in his mind had suddenly woken up. Finally, through his spiritual kinesis, Wang Tung saw a dazzling green flame as beautiful as an emerald floating quietly not far ahead. Wang Tong stopped breathing in awe, but he didn't hesitate. There was nothing to hesitate about. No techniques were required to subdue the flame with his spiritual kinesis. He just needed to do it. Under Wang Tong's control, his spiritual kinesis started congregating and turned into a huge net, wrapping around the flame. If those people who subdued such rare flames in the past knew how rough he was, they might stand up in their graves. Mind you, when they were taking the flames, they were extremely careful. They used all sorts of methods to lower the risk until they found it appropriate to make their moves. No one pounced on the flame like Wang Tong. The emerald-glazed flame started resisting when it felt the invasion of an external force. The green flames grew bigger and brighter. It wanted to break through the imprisonment of the spiritual kinesis and its control. Wang Tong's face turned slightly pale. He condensed his spiritual kinesis and formed multiple needles to stab into the emerald-glazed flame. They were aimed right at its core. Both parties were at a standstill. For a moment, no one had the upper hand. Outside, the metal armor flaming scorpion was observing Wang Tong. When it noticed that he didn't receive any backlash, it felt puzzled. Could it be that he hadn't started absorbing it? Why wasn't he having any reaction? Was he waiting for it to move? An idea flashed in the metal armor flaming scorpion's mind. The more it thought about this, the more it felt this way. Cunning human. Humans are all bad. This white face was probably fake. Did he think that it couldn't see through his exaggerated acting skill? The metal armor flaming scorpion complained in contempt as it thought to itself. I don't believe that you won't get enticed by the green flame. The moment you absorb it, you will die. I can afford to wait. It sucked the fire force in its surroundings to heal its injuries as it patiently waited at the side. After some time, Wang Tong suddenly screamed in agony and vomited a mouth of blood. The metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes lit up. It laughed loudly and sprung up to crawl towards Wang Tong. It said delightedly, "Human, you fell into my trap and received the backlash from the green flame. You won't be able to recover anytime soon. You're dead." Wang Tong clutched his chest and seemed terrified. He pointed at the metal armor flaming scorpion with trembling fingers. "Despicable. You took advantage of me and wanted to snatch my treasure. Humans are all lying bastards." The metal armor flaming scorpion snorted. "Bullshit. You're the one who gave it to me. I only accepted it because I found you pitiful. Yet, you're hurting me now. Shameless." Wang Tong snapped back. "Nonsense. I gave you the treasure because I was heavily injured. I was afraid you would attack me." The metal armor flaming scorpion turned angry from embarrassment. "So it's my fault?" Wang Tong mocked. "Stop wasting time. Humans and star beasts are natural enemies. They'll eat you up today. Human flesh and blood is a tonic to me." The metal armor flaming scorpion gave a blood-curdling smile. "Don't come near me." Wang Tong seemed appalled. He kept retreating, trying to distance himself from the scorpion. "Stop defending. I'll give you a quick death. You won't be able to survive today." The metal armor flaming scorpion's voice was indifferent. "We can discuss. I can give you anything as long as you spare me." Wang Tong's voice was trembling. "There's nothing to discuss. After I eat you, your things will be mine." The metal armor flaming scorpion wasn't moved. It dashed forward and smashed its huge pincers on Wang Tong's head. "Sigh." At this moment, Wang Tong sighed. "Why do you have to do this?" The fear on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a cold smile. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a green flame blossomed like the most beautiful flower on earth. Scorching heat swept through the underground cave. The metal armor flaming scorpion was the first to get affected. The blazing heat was about to melt it, but the young human in front of it was calmly holding the flame. He wasn't the least bit affected. "Impossible!" the scorpion exclaimed in disbelief. There was a tinge of obvious fear in its voice. "How's my acting?" Wang Tong chuckled. The metal armor flaming scorpion. "Damn it, humans are all unscrupulous. This young man is exceptionally sly." Noticing its silence, Wang Tong shook his head and said, "At first, I wanted to spare your life, but now, there's no need to consider it." As he spoke, he curled his fingers slightly, preparing to flick the flame at the metal armor flaming scorpion. The metal armor flaming scorpion squinted and shouted in fear, "Wait, what else do you have to say?" Wang Ting paused before asking, "Let me go, and I'll give you all my treasures. I've collected many rare ores and spiritual things in these few years." The metal armor flaming scorpion said hurriedly, "After I kill you, your things will be mine." Wang Tung threw his words back at it. The metal armor flaming scorpion's face turned green. "It looks like you have nothing to convince me otherwise." Wang Tung shook his head in regret. Then, he continued his attack. "Stop, I can recognize you as my master." The metal armor flaming scorpion took much courage to make this decision. It was hesitant, but it still shouted loudly. It knew that it had no other choice. After this young human received the green flame, it felt a huge threat from him. This green flame was more frightening than the green flame it had absorbed. It was afraid that once it touched the flame, it would be burned into ashes. It knew clearly how powerful the green flame was. "Recognize me as your master?" Wang Tung tilted his head and looked at it. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Chapter 475. Return to the battlefield. Wang Tung sized up the metal armor flaming scorpion with interest and touched his chin. He was surprised by its suggestion. The metal armor flaming scorpion was a Lord-level star beast. Yet, it was frightened of death and was willing to acknowledge him as its master to survive. However, to Wang Tung, it wasn't bad to have a Lord-level spiritual pet. This metal armor flaming scorpion had undergone a mutation due to the emerald glazed flame. Hence, its potential wasn't low. Furthermore, he had gotten his hands on the true form of the emerald glazed flame. He could use it on the scorpion and improve its level. Of course, it would need to perform well if it wanted to obtain benefits from him. After thinking it through, Wang Tung looked at the nervous metal armor flaming scorpion and opened his mouth, his expression nonchalant. "Give me your spiritual flame, and it'll spare your life." The spiritual flame was the spirit core of all living creatures. General stage martial warriors or Lord-level star beasts could feel the presence of their spiritual flame. Handing it over meant they were passing their lives to others. Compared to the spiritual pet contract, this method was much more direct. The one who handed over its spiritual flame would forever be a slave of the other. As expected, when the metal armor flaming scorpion heard Wang Tung asking for its spiritual flame, its heart stopped beating. It fell into a dilemma again. It had toiled hard to become a Lord-level star beast because it wanted to control its own fate. It was hard for it to stomach the thought of a human determining its actions in the future. But if it didn't hand it over, it would die. Wang Tung stared at the scorpion in silence. If it didn't relinquish its spiritual flame to him, he wouldn't be able to trust this star beast. In that case, he would have no choice but to kill it. The metal armor flaming scorpion also understood this. It hesitated because it was unwilling. Within a few seconds, it made its decision. A ball of murky flame floated out of its head. This matter had no shape or color. It couldn't be seen or touched. You could only use your spiritual power to sense it. Wang Tung released his spiritual kinesis and swallowed this ball of matter. Then his spiritual kinesis shrunk back into his forehead. The metal armor flaming scorpion shuddered. It seemed to have suffered a serious injury and turned dispirited instantly. It laid on the ground weakly. Wang Tung glanced at it and said, "Stay here and heal your injury. Keep a watch over the emerald. Wait for me to come back." "I know." The metal armor flaming scorpion glanced at him with a complicated expression before lowering its head. "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I won't beat around the bush. If you are obedient, you will get your fair share of benefits. I've obtained the emerald glaze flame, so you can think about this carefully." Wang Ting didn't explain thoroughly. He turned and left. The green flame is called the emerald glazed flame? This fellow knew what it was. No wonder he is able to subdue it. The metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes flickered. At the same time, it understood that if it could use the green flame for its cultivation, it could take another step forward. "All right, I have another spiritual pet that needs this green flame. I'll ask it to absorb the green flame later. Don't treat it as an intruder. Wang Ting turned back after taking a few steps. The metal armor flaming scorpion felt bitter. The main flame was gone, and he wasn't even given the small one. This fellow must be his natural enemy, and he already had a spiritual pet. It looked like his spiritual pet life wouldn't be easy. Wang Tung ignored the metal armor flaming scorpion and returned to the ground. It called Little White over and let it absorb the small flame. Initially, Wang Tung's target was the small flame. He didn't know that there was something better underneath. The metal armor flaming scorpion tried to act smart by luring him underground to kill him. In the end, it sent the emerald glazed flame straight into his arms. Hence, Wang Tung didn't want the small flame anymore. But to Little White, this small flame was a rare item. Through the spiritual pet contract, Wang Tung understood why Little White had such a strong yearning towards the green flame. Once it absorbed the green flame, it would be able to activate the ghost fire talent in its body, giving it stronger attacking power. Wang Tung was delighted to see this. He patted Little White's head and said, "Go ahead and absorb it. I need to hurry back to help them." "Caw!" Little White cawed at him worriedly. "Don't worry. You won't die." Wang Tung told Little White the scorpion's identity. He asked the crow to stay here obediently and wait for its talent to awaken. Then, he rose into the air and disappeared into the horizon. Little White looked in his direction. After some time, it came beside the green flame and started absorbing it. Wang Tung flew quickly in the air, hurrying towards a Star Maple City. He had wasted too much time here. He wished that the city was still surviving. Although he knew that the city was fraught with danger due to the presence of the formidable black incubus devil lord, he couldn't do nothing. He was a member of the human race, after all. Also, he had the emerald glazed flame now. This was a powerful protection. It was formed from the essence of heaven and earth. A general stage martial warrior would have a tough time handling it if he got stained with the flame. Wang Tung could rely on it to save his life. Wind gusts passed his ear as Wang Tung increased his speed to the maximum. Soon, he heard the tragic sounds of a massacre. Force explosions echoed from afar, shaking the sky and the earth. Wang Tung's expression turned grim. When he got closer, he was given a shock. He realized that there were many more human martial warriors, and they were at a stalemate with the dark apparitions. Black Incubus Devil Lord had already joined the battle. Dan Taixian and numerous other general stage martial warriors had joined hands to attack her. It was an intense battle. On the other side of the sky, a few general stage human martial warriors were holding back the general stage dark apparitions. Only 2 general stage dark apparitions were left, the sheep-headed Sabah and the 8 Arms Devil General. The situation was better than he had expected. The human side wasn't the one getting beaten badly. When Wang Tung appeared on the battlefield, many people noticed him. The first to see him was Black Incubus Devil Lord. She was fighting many general stage human martial warriors by herself, strong and unparalleled. It was hard to imagine her true might. Black Incubus Devil Lord forced the general stage martial warriors back and looked at Wang Tung as if there was no one around her. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. Wang Tung felt his head turning numb from the sharp gaze, but the next instant he glared back. "I'm not afraid of staring at you. My eyes aren't small." Wang Tung even raised his fist and pretended to punch her ferociously. Black Incubus Devil Lord's breathing turned heavy. This bastard. Chapter 475. Return to the battlefield. Wang Tung sized up the metal armor flaming scorpion with interest and touched his chin. He was surprised by its suggestion. The metal armor flaming scorpion was a lord-level star beast. Yet, it was frightened of death and was willing to acknowledge him as its master to survive. However, to Wang Tung, it wasn't bad to have a lord-level spiritual pet. This metal armor flaming scorpion had undergone a mutation due to the emerald glazed flame. Hence, its potential wasn't low. Furthermore, he had gotten his hands on the true form of the emerald glazed flame. He could use it on the scorpion and improve its level. Of course, it would need to perform well if it wanted to obtain benefits from him. After thinking it through, Wang Tung looked at the nervous metal armor flaming scorpion and opened his mouth, his expression nonchalant. Give me your spiritual flame, and it'll spare your life. The spiritual flame was the spirit core of all living creatures. General stage martial warriors or lord-level star beasts could feel the presence of their spiritual flame. Handing it over meant they were passing their lives to others. Compared to the spiritual pet contract, this method was much more direct. The one who handed over its spiritual flame would forever be a slave of the other. As expected, when the metal armor flaming scorpion heard Wang Tung asking for its spiritual flame, its heart stopped beating. It fell into a dilemma again. It had toiled hard to become a lord-level star beast because it wanted to control its own fate. It was hard for it to stomach the thought of a human determining its actions in the future. But if it didn't hand it over, it would die. Wang Tung stared at the scorpion in silence. If it didn't relinquish its spiritual flame to him, he wouldn't be able to trust this star beast. In that case, he would have no choice but to kill it. The metal armor flaming scorpion also understood this. It hesitated because it was unwilling. Within a few seconds, it made its decision. A ball of murky flame floated out of its head. This matter had no shape or color. It couldn't be seen or touched. You could only use your spiritual power to sense it. Wang Tung released his spiritual kinesis and swallowed this ball of matter. Then his spiritual kinesis shrunk back into his forehead. The metal armor flaming scorpion shuddered. It seemed to have suffered a serious injury and turned dispirited instantly. It laid on the ground weakly. Wang Tung glanced at it and said, "Stay here and heal your injury. Keep a watch over the emerald. Wait for me to come back." "I know." The metal armor flaming scorpion glanced at him with a complicated expression before lowering its head. "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I won't beat around the bush. If you are obedient, you will get your fair share of benefits. I've obtained the emerald glazed flame, so you can think about this carefully." Wang Tung didn't explain thoroughly. He turned and left. The green flame is called the emerald glazed flame? This fellow knew what it was. No wonder he is able to subdue it. The metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes flickered. At the same time, it understood that if it could use the green flame for its cultivation, it could take another step forward. "All right, I have another spiritual pet that needs this green flame. I'll ask it to absorb the green flame later. Don't treat it as an intruder." Wang Tung turned back after taking a few steps. The metal armor flaming scorpion felt bitter. The main flame was gone, and he wasn't even given the small one. This fellow must be his natural enemy, and he already had a spiritual pet. It looked like his spiritual pet life wouldn't be easy. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Wang Tung ignored the metal armor flaming scorpion and returned to the ground. It called Little White over and let it absorb the small flame. Initially, Wang Tung's target was the small flame. He didn't know that there was something better underneath. The metal armor flaming scorpion tried to act smart by luring him underground to kill him. In the end, it sent the emerald glazed flame straight into his arms. Hence, Wang Tung didn't want the small flame anymore. But to Little White, this small flame was a rare item. Through the spiritual pet contract, Wang Tung understood why Little White had such a strong yearning towards the green flame. Once it absorbed the green flame, it would be able to activate the ghost fire talent in its body, giving it stronger attacking power. Wang Tung was delighted to see this. He patted Little White's head and said, "Go ahead and absorb it. I need to hurry back to help them." "Caught." Little White caught at him worriedly. "Don't worry. You won't die." Wang Tung told Little White the scorpion's identity. He asked the crow to stay here obediently and wait for its talent to awaken. Then, he rose into the air and disappeared into the horizon. Little White looked in his direction. After some time, it came beside the green flame and started absorbing it. Wang Tung flew quickly in the air, hurrying towards Star Maple City. He had wasted too much time here. He wished that the city was still surviving. Although he knew that the city was fraught with danger due to the presence of the formidable black incubus devil lord, he couldn't do nothing. He was a member of the human race, after all. Also, he had the emerald glazed flame now. This was a powerful protection. It was formed from the essence of heaven and earth. A general stage martial warrior would have a tough time handling it if he got stained with the flame. Wang Teng could rely on it to save his life. Wind gusts past his ear as Wang Teng increased his speed to the maximum. Soon, he heard the tragic sounds of a massacre. Force explosions echoed from afar, shaking the sky and the earth. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. When he got closer, he was given a shock. He realized that there were many more human martial warriors, and they were at a stalemate with the dark apparitions. Black Incubus Devil Lord had already joined the battle. Dan Taixian and numerous other general stage martial warriors had joined hands to attack her. It was an intense battle. On the other side of the sky, a few general stage human martial warriors were holding back the general stage dark apparitions. Only 2 general stage dark apparitions were left, the sheep-headed Sabah and the 8 Arms Devil General. The situation was better than he had expected. The human side wasn't the one getting beaten badly. When Wang Teng appeared on the battlefield, many people noticed him. The first to see him was Black Incubus Devil Lord. She was fighting many general stage human martial warriors by herself, strong and unparalleled. It was hard to imagine her true might. Black Incubus Devil Lord forced the general stage martial warriors back and looked at Wang Teng as if there was no one around her. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb from the sharp gaze, but the next instant, he glared back. "I'm not afraid of staring at you. My eyes aren't small." Wang Teng even raised his fist and pretended to punch her ferociously. Black Incubus Devil Lord's breathing turned heavy. This bastard. Chapter 476. The 13th Lightning Rod. When Black Incubus Devil Lord looked at Wang Teng, Dan Taixian and the other martial warriors saw him too. "Good lad. I knew that you wouldn't die." Dan Taixian laughed heartily, the worry in her heart disappearing. Lord Yang and the others were in a pretty bad state. They had suffered grave injuries, but when they saw Wang Teng, they felt relieved. This was great. They had high hopes for Wang Teng. If he was allowed to grow, he would become an indomitable guardian of a human race soon. Hence, they hoped that he wouldn't die here. Gorlin and the Rune Masters were furiously trying to recover their injured spiritual power. They wanted to reactivate the array, but they wouldn't be able to recuperate so quickly. Hearing the commotion, they opened their eyes and heaved a huge sigh of relief. It was as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Kong Li, Yuan Xian, Xie Xia, and the people who knew Wang Teng were beaming with joy after a moment of confusion. He didn't die. Kong Li's face was covered with blood. She didn't know if it was her blood or the dark apparitions. However, it was unable to hide the smile on her face. She slashed the dark apparition in front and shouted in happiness. She seemed exhilarated. "That's good. I would lose an opponent if he died." Yuan Xian wondered to himself. "I knew that that bastard wouldn't die so easily." Xie Shuya pouted. Suddenly, everyone remembered something. The realization left them stunned. If Wang Teng was back, where was that general stage dark apparition that went to chase him? Where was he? They looked behind Wang Teng. There was no sign of the leaking dark apparition. The next instant, an absurd thought appeared in their minds. Did Wang Teng kill the dark apparition? The moment this thought floated up, everyone got a shock. That was a general stage warrior. How could a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior kill him? Only Black Incubus Devil Lord knew that Wang Teng had killed the leaking dark apparition. He had even destroyed her clone with a single punch. This young human's ability seemed to have undergone some mysterious changes. His strength had risen tremendously. The punch he fired at her clone, based on the physical strength alone, had reached the general stage. However, she was baffled because the young human's aura was still at the 8-star soldier level. Also, remember that he was only at the 7-star soldier level at the start. This human wasn't simple. His talent was amazing too. He managed to advance during the battle. How could she let this talent remain alive? Black Incubus Devil Lord wanted to kill Wang Teng, but she heard Dan Taixian and the other general stage martial warriors' voices shouting beside her. "Kill!" Numerous general stage human martial warriors charged toward her while she was in a daze and attacked her violently. "Oomph." Black Incubus Devil Lord frowned and snorted. Since you're looking for death, it'll fulfill your wish. Dark force swarmed around her body. The black feather overcoat drifted in the wind, revealing her perfect body dressed in pitch-black tight-fitting armor. The armor tightly clung to her body, giving off a cold and dark glint. The pauldron, guard bras, and cuisse had sharp thorns on them. They gave her a fierce and wild aura. She looked like the dark god of war. The black feathers started congregating and formed a black feather sword and shield in her hand. Kill! Black incubus devil lord bellowed as she dashed towards the general stage human martial warriors. Another frightening battle exploded, covering the sky with all kinds of force glows. Crimson, gold, blue, green, black. The force explosions shattered the sky, giving off a terrifying power. Wang Tung's expression turned grave. He looked at the battle in the sky and then at the chaotic battlefield below. Even though they were at a standstill, he could tell that the humans didn't have much of a chance of winning, especially with the presence of Black Incubus Devil Lord. Dan Taixian and the human martial warriors won in numbers, but Wang Tung didn't think they had an advantage. Black Incubus Devil Lord was just too powerful. He needed to do something to change the tides. If not, the human race would be annihilated. His gaze shifted, and he saw Gorlin and the Rune Masters. He made a decision in his heart. There were multiple attribute bubbles accumulated on the ground. Wang Tung swept them over with his spiritual power. Next, he flew towards Gorlin and the Rune Masters as he picked up the attribute bubbles. Master, can you host the array? The Rune Masters glanced at one another and shook their heads. They sighed. Our spiritual power is injured, and we are unable to recover quickly. Even if we try our best, we might not be able to withstand it for long. The power of the array will be greatly discounted. Wang Tung hesitated for a moment before saying, Are you able to help me if in the core of the array? You? The Rune Masters were shocked. They knew that Wang Tung's rune mastery had probably reached master level, so his spiritual power wouldn't be weak. But he would need to withstand most of the pressure if he was to be the core. Since they were injured, the pressure on them would naturally be transferred to Wang Tung. Difficult, very difficult. Gorlin shook his head. Master, what if my spiritual power has reached the peak of the Emperor realm? Wang Tung asked. When he was absorbing the attribute bubbles, his spiritual power had shot up and reached the peak of the Emperor realm quietly. Spirit, 962/1000, Emperor realm. One could imagine how many attribute bubbles there were on the battlefield. Emperor realm. Gorlin and the other Rune Masters looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. They believed that Wang Tung wouldn't joke with them in this situation. Hence, it must be true. But how is this possible? Even they hadn't reached that stage. He was so young, yet he had already surpassed them. They found it unbelievable. Wang Tung knew what they were thinking from their expressions. A strand of spiritual power seeped out from his forehead. Gorlin and the others were dumbfounded. Based on their experiences, they could sense that this spiritual power had indeed reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Good. Gorlin was elated. We can give it a try. The other Rune Masters were overjoyed too. They looked at Wang Tung as if they were looking at a treasure. That gaze. Wang Tung took a step back unconsciously. However, at this moment, Master Carl hesitated. He said, Even if we do that, the power of the two arrays could only reach the same height as before. It can harm normal general stage dark apparitions, but won't be enough to deal with Black Incubus Devil Lord. The Rune Masters were stunned for a moment. They acknowledged this point. They clearly knew how powerful the two arrays were. It would only be able to imprison Black Incubus Devil Lord for some time before she broke through the array. At that time, the host of the array would receive a huge backlash. In the end, everything would be a wild goose chase. No one spoke for some time. There's a way to raise the strength of the array, Gorlin suddenly said. What way? The Rune Masters got impatient. They saw hope. You should know that the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array has 12 lightning rods, Gorlin said. Bullshit, of course we know that. Master Carl cursed in his haste. Carl, keep quiet. Master Gorlin hasn't finished speaking. Why are you so impatient? Master Cha Shu frowned. Gorlin gave a bitter smile. He continued, "In the past, I was bored, so I did further research on the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array and found an ancient method of improving the array. It requires a 13th lightning rod, which will become the core of the array. At least one rune master is needed to support the operation of this rod and bear the force of all the lightning. He needs to gather all the lightning in one spot and throw out the fatal attack in the end." After listening to Gorlin's description and explanation, the rune masters turned silent. "This method is crazy." "That's right. We won't be able to withstand the lightning if it gathers on a single spot. Anyone who tries would die. The host might fall due to the power of the lightning before giving the last strike." The rune masters were all experienced and sharp. They managed to find the flaw in this method almost immediately. They shook their heads. This wasn't a good idea. They weren't afraid of death, but the probability of this plan succeeding was too low. It was close to impossible. "Why don't I try it?" Gorlin suggested firmly. "No." The rune masters shook their heads hurriedly. "Master Gorlin, this is an unnecessary sacrifice." "It's not worth it," Master Cha Shu said. "Also, we don't have a 13th lightning rod. We only made 12, Carl said. I was worried that this might happen, so I troubled the blacksmiths to make another lightning rod." Gorlin's tone was resolute. He said with grief, "Don't persuade me anymore. This is a dire situation. If I don't try, the human race will be in danger of extinction." The rune master didn't know how to refute. If the nest fell, the eggs would be broken. They understood this logic, but the success rate was too low, unacceptably low. After a moment of silence, they eventually nodded. "Since we're already at this stage, let's put everything at stake and give it a try." Master Carl was the first to open his mouth. "That's right. I'm old enough. I'm getting sick of living." Master Cha Shu laughed heartily. "Ha ha! We fight for the human race and die for the human race. 1,000 years later, my name will be remembered by our descendants." The other rune masters stroked their white beards and nodded in agreement. There was no fear of death on their faces. "Cough, why don't I host the 13th lightning rod?" Wang Ting finally found the chance to interrupt them. Chapter 477. "I can use the lightning for cultivation, you." The rune masters were shocked when they heard Wang Tung's words. They didn't expect Wang Tung to stand up. Although it was reassuring, they still felt helpless. "No," Gorlin shook his head without thinking. "I'm old, so it doesn't matter if I die. However, you're different. You're still young. You mustn't take the risk." "That's right. We already have one foot into the coffin. It doesn't matter if we die. But young people like you are the future of this world," Master Carl said sincerely. Wang Ting didn't know if he should laugh or cry. These rune masters thought that he wanted to die in their place. Why were they acting like they would part forever? He opened his mouth and wanted to explain. At this moment, Master Cha Shu patted his shoulder and smiled. "You don't have to say anything. Give the old men a chance to be in the spotlight this time. Your path shouldn't end here." Wang Tung. These rune masters' imaginations were amazing. He didn't expect a day where everyone rushed to die. Master Carl glanced at the fierce fight in the sky. He saw the general stage human martial warriors retreating continuously under the attack of the black incubus devil lord. The situation wasn't good. "Time is tight. Let's cut the crap and move." "Okay." The other rune masters knew that there wasn't much time to waste, so they stood up with grim expressions. Wang Tung hurriedly opened his mouth. "Master, I have a way to resist the power of lightning. Let me host the 13th lightning rod." "You have a way to resist the force of the lightning." Gorlin was surprised. He said in a puzzled tone, "Don't use this excuse to fool me to take my place. Actually, you don't have to worry. Based on my cultivation, I have a high chance of survival." Wang Tung shook his head. He stopped beating around the bush and explained, "I have a lightning element sky rank scripture that will allow me to train my physique using the force of lightning. It will complement the operation of the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array." He raised his palm and allowed small bolts of lightning to congregate on it. The cracking sounds added weight to his words. "You're a lightning element martial warrior." The doubt in the hearts of the rune masters dispersed when they saw the lightning force. At the same time, they were dumbstruck. Gorlin took a deep breath. During the Yang City War, Wang Tung had exposed many of his trump cards. Hence, he knew that he was a multi-element martial warrior. Still, he never expected Wang Tung to possess the rare lightning element force. He was flabbergasted, shooting Wang Tung a complicated look. Multi-element martial warriors were the pronoun of a talent. Even more, he had the lightning force. Gorlin had to admit that his disciple was a monster. The other rune masters had the same thought. Not only was Wang Tung's rune mastery high, but his martial arts talent was also appalling. It was unbelievable. If Wang Tung really possesses this special lightning sky-rank scripture, we will be safe. Master Cha Shu stroked his beard. I want to joke on something like this, Wang Tung said. Everyone looked at Gorlin. As Wang Tung's master, he had to make the decision. I can use the power of lightning to cultivate. Master, don't fight with me for this chance, Wang Tung said in a half-joking manner. All the rune masters were left speechless. No one wanted to face the power of lightning, but Wang Tung wanted to use it for his cultivation. Were young people nowadays all so frightening? Seriously, Gorlin was caught between laughter and tears. He remained silent for a moment before asking once again, Are you sure you'll be fine? Don't worry, Master. I know what I'm doing. Wang Tung nodded. Okay, I've decided. You can host this array, but if you can't handle it, don't push yourself. Give up in time and save yourself, Gorlin said earnestly. Wang Tung felt Gorlin's care and felt warmth in his heart. He nodded. Gorlin stared at him intently. He kept quiet and took out the last lightning rod from his space ring, passing it to Wang Tung. The huge lightning rod landed on Wang Tung's shoulder. However, it seemed extremely light on him. This weight meant nothing to the current him. He smiled at Gorlin and the other rune masters before heading to the center of Star Maple City. The rune masters exchanged glances with one another before splitting up. They headed to the remaining 12 lightning rods scattered around the city. They sat cross-legged on the 12 lightning rods and released their spiritual power to activate the array. After reaching the center of the city, Wang Tung stabbed the lightning rod into the ground. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the heavy, enormous, and sturdy lightning rod punched right into the ground like the backbone of the city. Wang Tung stood on the lightning rod and looked at the rune masters. If they wanted to activate this lightning rod, they needed to start from the 12 lightning rods. They had to gather the power of the runes on those lightning rods to the rod below him. Boom! In the sky, Black Incubus Devil Lord was like a dark goddess of war. She held her sword and shield and threw everyone off their feet. The frightening force swept her surroundings like a tornado. Dan Taixian and the other human martial warriors kept retreating. Blood was dripping from the corner of their lips. However, they stubbornly charged forward again and fought with Black Incubus Devil Lord with all their might. Black Incubus Devil Lord noticed the commotion below and frowned slightly. She had witnessed the array hosted by the human rune masters. Even her general stage dark apparitions found it hard to deal with it, so it must be formidable. She was pestered by the human martial warriors, so she wasn't able to break free anytime soon. She couldn't look down on these humans. She might be strong, but under the combined attack of these general stage martial warriors, she found them troublesome too. If she allowed the humans to activate the array again, her side might be constrained. Her gaze turned sharp, and her cold voice echoed through the city. Kill those human rune masters. The high-ranked dark apparitions received the order and immediately left the battlefield. They shot towards the rune masters. Stop them! The expressions of the general stage martial warriors changed as they shouted in a hurry. Many high-rank martial warriors tried to block them, but the dark apparitions didn't stop. They only had Black Incubus Devil Lord's order in their minds. Kill those human rune masters. Damn it! The human martial warriors were furious. They frantically tried to stop them, but a large portion of the dark apparitions still broke through their defense and flew towards the rune masters. Get 2 general stage martial warriors to kill those dark apparitions first. Lord Yang gritted his teeth and frowned as he fought with Black Incubus Devil Lord in the air. You have to ask me first. Black Incubus Devil Lord scoffed. her attacks becoming even more ferocious. The human martial warriors felt oppressed. Chapter 478. How majestic! The dark apparitions arrived in the blink of an eye. The rune masters were activating the array, so they didn't have the extra hands to resist. This was an emergency. Kill! A dark apparition arrived in front of Master Carl. It raised its scythe-like weapon and prepared to kill this rune master with a sinister smile. Carl's expression changed. Most of his spiritual power was spent on the array, so he could only erect a defense rune shield in front of him. Bang! The dark apparition was at the 9-star soldier level. The moment Master Carl formed his defense shield, the dark apparition shattered it with a full-force attack. The dark apparition's gaze was cold and ruthless, its scythe coming at Master Carl's throat. Gorlin and the other rune masters panicked when they saw this scene. Were they going to fail before they could even activate the array? Bitterness and despair floated into everyone's heart. They had just found hope, but it was broken so easily. No one would be able to accept it. "You're looking for death." A shout suddenly sounded. Along with it, a terrifying fire glow more than 10 meters long cut the sky into two from the left. The dark apparition's expression changed entirely. It let go of Master Carl and quickly shifted its weapon to block the incoming attack. Boom! The fire blade glow swallowed the dark apparition in an instant. Ah! A scream of agony escaped from the fire. Then there was silence. The fire dissipated slowly. There was nothing left from the dark apparition, not even ashes. In his haste, Wang Tung had instilled the emerald-glazed flame directly into his fireblade glow. When the flaming blade glow hit the dark apparition, the emerald-glazed flame exploded in its body and burned him without leaving a trace. However, other people only saw the dark apparition getting burned into ashes with a single slash from Wang Tung. Both the human martial warriors and the dark apparitions were staring at him in astonishment with their mouths agape. An Inskill, a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition, got killed by Wang Tung in a split second. Heavens! He was terrifying. Wang Tung himself was astonished by the power of the attack. After all, this was his first time using the emerald-glazed flame. It was surprisingly strong, as expected of a treasure formed from the essence of the world. Impressive, of course. He didn't reveal any emotions on his face, remaining calm and composed. He stood on the lightning rod with MOK in his hand. He placed the other hand behind his back and glanced at the warriors with an indifferent gaze. He looked like a man of noble character. The dark apparitions who came to kill the rune masters were all dumbstruck and took a few steps back instinctively. For a moment, no one dared to come forward. Damn it! He had killed a 9-star, soldier-level dark apparition with a single strike. If they went forward, they would be gone too. The 8-arms devil general, who was fighting with the humans, squinted when he saw this scene. When did this young human become so powerful? He was filled with disbelief. It hadn't been long since they met in Yang City, but he had already grown to this stage. What a frightening talent. As expected, he should have killed him when he had the chance back then. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed the last time. Also, the useless Siler didn't manage to kill him. He hadn't appeared until now, so he was probably dead. If this young human had killed him, he would be at the general stage, right? The more he thought about it, the more the 8-arms devil general felt astounded. He also noticed the divine weapon in Wang Tung's hand. The muscles on his face twitched. That was his divine weapon. Ha ha ha, good job. Dan Taixian, Lord Yang, and the other martial warriors were thunderstruck. They felt that Wang Tung's slash had destroyed all the frustrations in their hearts. They burst out laughing. On the other hand, Black Incubus Devil Lord's face turned black. This young human had created trouble for her again and again. It was infuriating. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. She said coldly, "Surround him and attack him together. Anyone that dares to run away will be killed." The dark apparitions trembled, and fear flashed across their eyes. Then, their gazes turned vicious. "Kill!" They charged forward once again. At that moment, the bloodthirsty nature of the dark apparitions was revealed directly. Gorlin and the other rune masters turned grim when they saw this. They wanted to get up and defend him. However, Wang Tung's voice echoed through the array. Masters, focus on activating the array. They'll take care of these nobodies. The Rune Masters were appalled. Did Wang Tung just say that these high-rank dark apparitions were nobodies? But this tone made them feel at ease for some reason. They were decisive too. After hearing Wang Tung's words, they chose to believe in him and continued activating the array. They stopped looking at the dark apparitions flying towards him. The dark apparitions were furious. Not only were they called nobodies, but they also got ignored by the human Rune Masters. They needed to wash their humiliation away with some fresh blood. Wang Tung didn't give them the chance, though. Right after he finished speaking, he released his spiritual kinesis. Clang, clang, clang. All the weapons dropped on the battlefield shot into the air as if they were pulled by an invisible force. Everyone stared at them in amazement. The numerous weapons turned into a stream. A crimson-red light burned above them, bringing along a frightening power with it as it flowed towards the dark apparition. This is spiritual kinesis. Some people recognized the power and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Tung possessed spiritual kinesis. All the humans and dark apparitions widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the young man in the sky. His arms were opened as flames surrounded him, and a stream formed by weapons gathered beside him. Under his command, the weapons turned into gigantic flaming swords. Some of the swords circled the Rune Masters, protecting them, while others went to attack the dark apparitions. At this moment, the entire Star Maple City was enveloped by his weapons torrent. What a majestic sight! The dark apparitions were submerged in the sea of weapons. The flame on the weapons wasn't normal either. There was a wisp of emerald-glazed flame mixed in it. Once it touched any dark apparition, the emerald-glazed flame would explode in their bodies. The dark apparitions screamed in pain as they fell to the ground. Some had already started burning in midair and turned into ashes within a split second. This was a land of wailing and despair for the dark apparitions. Not a single one of them managed to resist the torrent of weapons. All of them fell. The onlookers were in a daze, their jaws dropping without their control. They didn't know what to say. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing his saliva broke the eerie silence. The dark apparitions were terrified. They looked at Wang Tung as if he were more of a devil than them. Honestly, they were scared. The killing intent in Black Incubus Devil Lord's heart boiled. She stared intently at Wang Tung, her desire to kill him reaching the peak. This human couldn't be left alive. Chapter 479, Fighting the 8 Arms Devil General head-on, the flaming weapon torrent slowly circled the sky around Star Maple City. The entire district was under its protection. Any dark apparitions that entered the vicinity were mutilated mercilessly. They plummeted to the ground like neatly cut vegetables. The human martial warriors felt reinvigorated. While the dark apparitions were still in a daze, the humans launched a fierce attack. The martial warriors like Kong Li and Yuan Xian were young, but they were experienced soldiers. Although they were startled by Wang Tung's strength, they quickly regained their composure. As if to prove that they weren't weaker than him, their attacks turned more ruthless. The dark apparitions around them were taken aback. Did these humans inject themselves with hormones? How did they become so cruel? Stupid humans. Did they think that they were afraid? They couldn't offend the talented human, but they weren't frightened of the other humans. In an instant, the dark apparitions resisted fiercely. Kill! 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 The two sides started an intense fight again. Weapons collided and force exploded. In this war, dark apparitions were killed and human martial warriors were sacrificed. Life was the most worthless thing here. Fresh red blood stained the ground. The sky was gray. 5 huge dimensional rifts revolved slowly, painting the picture of an apocalypse. Wang Tung turned serious as he watched the battle unfold. "Haha, die with me." A peal of happy laughter was heard at this moment. Wang Tung immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the 8 Arms Devil General injuring a human martial warrior. The human's chest got cut open, and one of his arms was chopped off. He was covered in blood. Wang Tung wanted to direct the weapon torrent to reinforce the man, but it was too late. Comrades, I'll make my move first. Take care. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a loud explosion resounded through the entire battlefield. He had self-destructed. Wang Tung squinted his eyes, feeling staggered. That was a general stage martial warrior. General He, Lord Yang, and the others' eyes turned bloodshot. Their expressions turned hideous as they roared in anger. He was a general stage warrior from the Xingwu continent. He was also the first human general stage martial warrior to lose his life in this war. The humans had found out the dark apparition's plan in advance and were at an advantage. They had arranged 2 big arrays and killed multiple general stage dark apparitions using them. At the same time, Wang Tung went through a huge risk and spent much effort before he killed a general stage dark apparition. The situation should have been extremely good for them, but the appearance of Black Incubus Devil Lord turned the tides. Finally, a general stage human martial warrior got killed. Mind you, every general stage human martial warrior was a precious treasure for the human race. They were like a strategic resource. Under special circumstances, every general stage formidable warrior was equivalent to an army. Yet today, a general stage human martial warrior was killed. A lot of time and resources were spent to groom a general stage martial warrior. Every single victim was a huge loss. The human race couldn't afford to suffer such losses. A disheveled figure dashed out of the center of the explosion. It was the 8 Arms Devil General who was the first to bear the brunt. Maniac. His expression was ugly as he cursed. The explosion had blown away 2 of his 5 remaining arms, leaving only 3 arms. He was drenched in blood and looked terrifying. Wang Tung's gaze turned cold. It was the 8 Arms Devil General again. Previously, he was in Yang City, and now he was here again. Many human martial warriors had died in his hands. If he wasn't hosting the Rune Array, he wanted to see if he could fight with him. Even though his dark force didn't transform to the general stage, it seemed to have undergone some changes that he didn't understand. This allowed him to possess the power of the general stage. With the help of his spiritual kinesis, he believed that he could face a general stage dark apparition head-on. As he was thinking, Black Incubus Devil Lord's voice sounded from the sky again. Zers, kill that young human, and I will record your meritorious deeds when I'm back. The 8 Arms Devil General froze. In the past, he would have obliged. However, he was seriously injured. It would be dangerous if he went head-on now. Furthermore, the young human wasn't what he used to be. When they were at Yang City, he could kill him easily. Cough, cough. Of course, the external force of the Rune Array wasn't in the picture. He hadn't forgotten how Wang Tung controlled the 8 Dragon Ablaze Array and tormented him terribly. That was an unbearable memory. But now, even the general stage Siler had died in his hands. Also, from his spiritual kinesis attack, he could tell that this young human wasn't easy to deal with. All these reasons made him a little scared. Black Incubus Devil Lord turned black in her face when she saw him frozen on the spot. A general stage dark apparition was so afraid of a young human that he didn't dare to fight with him. How embarrassing. She shouted coldly, Zers, don't forget your mistake. You should know the consequences if you don't perform well this time. The 8 Arms Devil General's expression changed. The scale in his heart finally tilted to one side. If Black Incubus Devil Lord hadn't opened her mouth, he could have looked for other opponents and continued his massacre. After all, killing one general stage human martial warrior was an achievement. No one would deny his merits when he went back. But Black Incubus Devil Lord had given her order. The circumstances had changed now. If he didn't obey her, he would be labeled a coward. This would be a stain on his life. Many thoughts went through the 8 Arms Devil General's mind. He sighed uncontrollably and stared coldly at Wang Tung. Wang Tung also heard Black Incubus Devil Lord. He turned and met the 8 Arms Devil General's gaze. The atmosphere froze. His thoughts had become true. It looked like before the array was activated, he had a fight with the 8 Arms Devil General. Wang Tung scanned the array. It was only half completed. They were upgrading it to the Plus version, so some changes were needed. If not, it would have been ready a long time ago. However, he couldn't stay too far from the 13th lightning rod. He might not be able to rush back in time if the array was activated. In that case, he would let the 8 arms devil general come to him voluntarily. A smirk appeared on Wang Tung's lips. He raised him okay and waved it at the 8 arms devil general. You have a death wish. As expected, the 8 arms devil general was triggered. He glared at Wang Tung and took out a bottle of pitch-black pills. He threw them into his mouth without counting. Boom! The next second, the dark force in his body exploded, wisps of black smoke rising from his body. His muscles squirmed as his injuries healed rapidly. No more blood flowed out from them. His aura became more powerful too. His entire body turned twice as tall and lofty. The pressure he gave off was oppressive. Wow, he's giving his all. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and said in a light-hearted tone. However, his gaze turned serious. Boom! The 8 arms devil general didn't waste any time. He stepped on the air, and the air exploded. Then, he turned into a flash of black light and shot towards Wang Tung. Chapter 480. Do you remember this spear? Let me return it to you. As the 8 arms devil general charged towards him, Wang Tung's gaze landed behind him. That was where he had self-destructed. Numerous big attribute bubbles were floating in midair. Wang Tung's spiritual power went around the 8 arms devil general and picked up the attribute bubbles. Spiritual Realm Spirit * 320 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 260 Water Force * 1100 Advanced Stage Water Talent * 350 Triple Ripples Water Scripture * 1 7-star Emerging Scripture * 1 Emerging Sword Conscious * 220. While he was absorbing the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung was stunned. It was understandable that a general stage martial warrior would drop many high-quality attribute bubbles. Their spirit, enlightenment, and even force were higher than normal martial warriors when they died. The most precious items were contained in the 4 bubbles behind. A total of 350 points of advanced stage water talent allowed Wang Tung's water talent to rise tremendously. Then, Triple Ripples Water Scripture, a water element skyrank scripture. 7-star Emerging Scripture, a water element skyrank sword battle technique. Emerging Sword Conscious, the conscious of a skyrank sword technique. This was a present general he gave him after his death. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. He was beside a cliff. There was a stream running at the side, flowing into the horizon. At the same time, 3 blurry human light figures appeared. One of them sat cross-legged beside the cliff and was cultivating. Complicated force paths appeared on his body. The second light figure was practicing his sword in the stream. Amidst the water vapors, an invisible water sword raged in the stream. The third light figure was facing a huge waterfall roaring down the cliff. Suddenly, he slashed his sword out, and a sharp and powerful white light soared into the sky. This move caused the waterfall to change its direction, and the stream was split into 2. It was a formidable move. Outside, the 8 arms devil general continued charging towards Wang Tung. When he noticed that Wang Tung was in a daze, his face turned black. Then, his expression turned hideous. Black blade glow appeared as he swung his blade at Wang Tung. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Tung controlled the flaming weapon torrent with his spiritual kinesis, allowing it to spin on its normal path with him in the center. The black blade glow from the 8 arms devil general clashed into the flaming weapon torrent and gave off a metallic sound. Wang Tung was only immersed in his thoughts for a split second. At this moment, he was looking at the 8 arms devil general coldly. He suddenly raised his arm and pointed at him. Countless weapons congregated into a huge flaming sword. It struck right towards his enemy. The 8 arms devil general's expression changed. He threw out a few blade attacks quickly to resist the frightening fire sword. Boom! The 2 forces collided, setting off a huge eruption. The 8 arms devil general was thrown off his feet. He tumbled in the air before forcing himself to a stop. His expression was grim. A single attack from this young lad was enough to force him back. When did he become so powerful? He expected this young human to be strong, but he didn't know that the before and after difference was so big. The power of that attack was at the general stage. However, he didn't believe that this young human could continuously release such powerful attacks as a soldier-level martial warrior. Die! The 8 arms devil general bellowed in anger. Dark force surged out, and he waved his blade again. A terrifying black blade glow formed in the air, sweeping towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung snorted. Holding M.O.K., the fire force in him erupted. A flaming blade glow poured out. Sky rank battle technique. Big Dipper, flaming blade. Blade conscious explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The black and red blade glows erupted in the air. The impact of the explosion affected half the sky. The terrifying blade glows struck the humans and dark apparitions below, too. They were appalled as they left the area hastily. Many people were dumbfounded. Wang Tung was able to face a general stage dark apparition without losing his ground. This was unbelievable. Wang Tung retracted his gaze. Indeed, a general stage presence wasn't easy to deal with. When he returned to the battlefield, he had picked up another round of attribute bubbles, so his 5 elements had all risen to the 9-star soldier level. But their flaws were obvious when compared with a real general stage, formidable warrior. As for the mutations of the dark force, it allowed his physical body and his strength to reach the general stage. There was nothing to worry about. However, he couldn't use his dark force whenever he wanted. In the end, he had to rely on his spiritual kinesis. While the blade glow was dispersing, he pushed his spiritual kinesis out and controlled the weapon torrent to attack the 8 arms devil general. The 8 arms devil general didn't dare to receive it forcefully. He dodged right and left, but those weapons clung to him under Wang Tung's control. They chased him wherever he went. He was going crazy. Damn it! The 8 arms devil general was furious. He howled in anger and turned around to launch a full-fledged attack. Boom! He slammed the blade in his hand at the flaming sword formed by the weapon torrent. The explosion echoed throughout the entire city. Time seemed to have stopped for a second. Crack! Crack! A crisp sound broke the stalemate. The 8 arms devil general narrowed his eyes. He watched the blade in his hand burst apart. Then, the weapon torrent slammed into his chest ruthlessly. The 8 arms devil general felt as if he was struck by lightning. He vomited a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. However, a dense black glow lit up around his body. This seemed to be a strong defense skill that helped him to block the lethal attack forcefully. Ha! He opened his mouth and laughed delightedly. There was still blood at the edge of his lips. Do you think you can kill me? Why do you have to do that? Wang Tung remained calm. A spear appeared in his hand as he continued indifferently. Do you remember this spear? The 8 arms devil general's gaze flickered. He scoffed. Lad, you're lucky that I didn't kill you back then. I have always remembered this spear. Now, he'll return it to you. Wang Tung released his hand. The spear flew out under the control of his spiritual kinesis and merged with the weapon torrent. It got engulfed in flames. No one knew that the emerald glaze flame was part of this flame. At the same time, the weapon torrent changed shape. It turned into a flaming thorn and was spinning at high speed. The spear was the core of this flaming thorn. The 8 arms devil general's heart pounded. His head turned numb, and he retreated without stopping. Go! Wang Tung spurted this word emotionlessly. The flaming spear shot towards the 8 arms devil general and arrived in front of him like a flash of lightning. It was aimed right at his chest. Stop! The 8 arms devil general screamed. The black light around him was at its thickest. It shimmered frantically as it tried its best to resist the thorn. Under the defense of the black light, the weapons that formed the thorn started melting. They melted into broken pieces and flew away in the wind. Gradually, the spear core was revealed. Slash! The next instant, a green flame shot out from the spear, directly burning through the black defense layer. Then, it pierced through the 8 arms devil general's chest, along with the spear. Chapter 481, Imperial Realm Spirit. The 8 arms devil general suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Slowly lowering his head, he saw the huge hole in his chest. Blood was flowing out like a stream. How is this possible? Disbelief filled up his face. He never thought that he would get seriously injured by a soldier-level human martial warrior. The memories of Yang's city floated into his mind. At that time, he could kill this human as easily as an ant. He almost killed this puny human with a casual throw of a spear back then. If someone hadn't saved him, he would have died. Yet today, as a general stage dark apparition, he was seriously injured by a spear. It was the same spear, but the result was entirely different. How ironic! Wang Tung stood erected in the lightning rod, glaring at the 8 arms devil general with his sharp gaze. What do you think of this spear? The 8 arms devil general was furious, vomiting a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Lord Yang and the others were shocked when they saw this situation. Wang Tung had managed to defeat a general stage dark apparition. It felt unreal. When the 8 arms devil general attacked Wang Tung, they wanted to help him, but Black Incubus Devil Lord held them back. Unexpectedly, after a short while and the full force attacks of both sides, the winner was born quickly. Even more, the winner was the weaker Wang Tung. This was out of their expectation. They felt that their judgment of Wang Tung's talent was too low. As someone who had managed to defeat a general stage warrior with soldier-level ability, the young man's potential was frightening. As for the leaking dark apparition who chased Wang Tung, they didn't see the process of him getting killed, so the impact wasn't direct. Useless! Black Incubus Devil Lord was infuriated. All her general stage dark apparitions, be it Siler or Zers, fell in this young human's hand. If they weren't useless, what were they? She was angered by their uselessness and bewildered by Wang Tung's potential. Even she had to admit that this young man's talent and potential were incomparable to any other people. He would definitely reach her height if given enough time. He might even surpass her. Killing intent filled up her heart when she thought of this possibility. At first, she felt that Wang Tung must be killed because he was the talent of the human race. Now, she felt that, if he wasn't removed, he would become a disaster for them. Wang Tung's importance had skyrocketed. Although the 8 arms devil general was seriously injured by Wang Tung, he remained strong. He knew that with his injury, he wasn't Wang Tung's match, so he didn't plan to continue fighting. He bore with the excruciating pain and retreated, wanting to rush to the dimensional rifts and leave this world. There was a human saying that he agreed with. Where there was life, there was hope. He might have to face the consequences of leaving in failure, but it was better than dying. As long as he was alive, there was a chance of him taking revenge. Wang Tung frowned when he noticed that the dark apparition had dropped his dignity without any hesitation as a general stage warrior, and chose to run away. He glanced at the Rune Masters. They were almost done with the activation of the array. It would be inappropriate for him to leave the lightning rod now. However, he was unwilling to let the 8 arms devil general escape so easily. These thoughts flashed past his mind. Then his eyes lit up, and he slashed MOK in the air. A sharp white light exploded from MO Quebec. The moment he made his move, the light disappeared from the space in front. The 8 arms devil general was on his guard. Suddenly, his heart palpitated out of fear. He turned to take a look and saw Wang Tung's attack disappearing into space. Then, he noticed the air in front of him turning distorted. A sharp white sword glow appeared out of thin air. He was flabbergasted and immediately released what was left of his dark force. Boom! The sharp sword glow fell on the 8 arms devil general. It penetrated his body and landed on the mountain in the distance. Boom! A huge explosion shook the ground. The mountain seemed to have collapsed. The eyes of the 8 arms devil general widened in surprise. A line of blood appeared on his forehead, moving down his nose, mouth, neck, all the way down. He recognized that move. It was the same battle technique as the general stage human martial warrior whom he had forced to self-destruct. 7-star emerging scripture. Wang Tung used this move, along with his space talent, to kill the escaping 8 arms devil general. In the sky, the 8 arms devil generals split into 2 and fell to the ground weakly. One at that instant of his death, he was filled with frustration and unwillingness. He had died at the hands of a soldier-level human. He died under his own weapon. He died from the battle technique of the person he had killed. All these factors kept mocking him silently. Karma. The 8 Arms Devil General was dead. Black Incubus Devil Lord stopped putting her attention on this side and started fighting with the general stage human martial warriors more violently. She should end this battle soon. The general stage human martial warriors couldn't resist much longer. Once she killed them, she wouldn't need to worry about the other humans. She would be able to pinch that young human to death easily before he fully grew up. Dan Taixian and the others had no time to pay attention to Wang Teng. As time progressed, the pressure on them was increasing. They would be killed if they didn't focus. If all of them died here, it would be a catastrophic blow to the human race. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles the 8 Arms Devil General had dropped after his death. Spiritual Realm Spirit * 360 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 330 Advanced Stage Dark Talent * 415 Dark Force * 1358 Level Devil Scripture * 608 Arms Devil Physique * 30. As all these attribute bubbles merged into his body, he shuddered. A tremendous change occurred in his body. First, it was his mind. As the 360 points of the spiritual realm spirit entered his body, Wang Teng's spirit achieved a breakthrough. Spirit, 2 of 300 Imperial Realm Spirit. Wang Teng's spirit had advanced into another realm. At that moment, on this battlefield, Wang Teng's spirit entered a profound state. Imperial Realm Spirit. Even Gorlin and the other Rune Masters hadn't reached this realm. It was said that you would only be able to enter the Grandmaster stage if you reached this spiritual realm. Wang Teng's rune mastery hadn't reached the Grandmaster stage, but his spiritual realm got there first. The door to being a rune Grandmaster was wide open to him. After he improved his rune mastery in the future, he would step into the Grandmaster stage. To others, they might never have a chance to enter this stage. For instance, Gorlin and the other Rune Masters had studied this field for more than 100 years, but only Gorlin had touched the door to the Grandmaster stage. However, to Wang Teng, it wasn't difficult. Instead, it was extremely easy. Chapter 482. The 8 Arms Devil Physique and the Revelation of Defeat. At the same time, a spiritual kinesis was born in his mind. It allowed his original spiritual kinesis to expand multiple times. The dragon formed from spiritual kinesis grew bigger, its claws and scales lifelike. It seemed like a real dragon. A glaring gaze shimmered in Wang Teng's eyes as he scanned his surroundings. It was oppressive. Eyes were the windows of one's spirit. The most obvious change in him after his spiritual realm increased was his gaze. After that instantaneous glimmer, the light retracted and his eyes turned deep and profound. This was solely the changes to his spirit. Some unknown changes were happening to his physical body too. 8 Arms Devil Physique. This was his second physique talent after the Demon Lotus Poison body. Wang Teng didn't know if he should be surprised or happy. Actually, he felt a little worried. He had absorbed the attribute bubbles a little too quickly. If he knew that this was the 8 Arms Devil General's special physique, he wouldn't have dared to absorb it. After all, he had a deep memory of the 8 Arms Devil General's appearance. The guy had 8 arms. Wang Teng looked at his body instinctively. He was afraid that his small body wouldn't be able to handle the weight of 8 arms. If he really grew 8 arms, he would definitely turn into a monster. He thought of the situation just now and shuddered in fear. But it was too late to regret. The attribute bubble had already entered his body, and changes had started appearing. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt a throbbing on his back. It felt as if something wanted to burst out of his skin. No! Wang Teng screamed at his heart. He was appalled. The legendary Neza had 6 arms, but he went straight to 8. How frustrating. Very soon, the physical transformation stopped. Feeling a certain change in his body, he understood what happened. 8 Arms Devil Physique. 30/6000. The 8 Arms Devil Physique was a physique talent of the 8 Arms Devil race. Anyone with this physique would have an indomitable body, and their battle ability would surpass those at the same level. At the same time, They possessed a strong vitality and astonishing recovery ability. When they were heavily injured, they wouldn't die immediately. They could recover quickly. No wonder the 8 Arms Devil General didn't die and still had the fuel to escape. It was all due to this 8 Arms Devil physique. Wang Teng was enlightened. The 8 arms were real, but it didn't mean that anyone who possessed this physique would grow them. The 8 Arms Devil physique was a combat form of the 8 Arms Devil physique. You would only be able to use it after you had enlightened the higher level of the 8 Arms Devil physique. The members of the 8 Arms Devil race were born with 8 arms. If they used the 8 Arms Devil physique, the effect would be combined. At that time, a frightening change would occur to their arms, improving their attacking power. This was why the 8 Arms Devil physique was extremely compatible with the 8 Arms Devil race. However, there were rumors that the 8 Arms Devil race grew 8 arms due to the influence of the 8 Arms Devil physique. Hence, they evolved from having 2 arms to having 8 arms. Evolution was the talent of every living thing. But Zer's bloodline was weak, so his arms were not that powerful. He wasn't able to execute the battle form of the 8 arms. If not, Wang Teng wouldn't have defeated him so easily. Now, Wang Teng knew the deepest secret of the 8 Arms Devil race and even gained their physique talent. His 8 Arms Devil physique wasn't as powerful as Zer's, but his bug would allow him to increase this attribute more easily. Everyone knew that physique and talent were innate. It was hard to change it in the future or improve it. This was why Zer's bloodline was still weak even though he was at the general stage. Zer's wanted to improve the power of his bloodline, so his battle ability could increase. Of course, when he advanced to the general stage, his bloodline power rose. This made things easier for Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't think too much about the 8 arms. The trait was too obvious and ugly. If there wasn't a need, he wouldn't use it. But he had high hopes for the recovery ability and strong vitality of this physique. There were only pros and no cons if he continued to raise this attribute. It would keep him alive longer. The remaining attributes consisted of enlightenment and dark force. The 600 points of 8-level Devil Scripture raised his proficiency from small achievement to big achievement. 8-level Devil Scripture, 265/1000, big achievement. The 8-level Devil Scripture was compatible with the 8 Arms Devil physique. It looked like the battle ability of the 8 Arms Devil race was focused on the physique. Wang Teng possessed both, so his physique became stronger and his battle ability rose. He clenched his fists and felt extremely good. He could eat 10 bowls of rice now. Boom! The battle in the sky turned intense, and a figure was hurled down. Wang Teng regained his senses and hurriedly took a look. His expression changed. The figure that slammed down was the general of Star Maple City, Yin Tongfang. He crashed into the ground and formed a deep hole. The dust dissipated and revealed the condition below. Yin Tongfang was covered with blood. A few gruesome wounds could be seen on his body, showing his grievous injuries. Wang Teng raised his head. Dan Taixian and the other general stage martial warriors were also in a bedraggled state. Black Incubus Devil Lord was too powerful and was at a much higher level. If they didn't win in numbers, they wouldn't have been able to resist for so long. The defeat was slowly revealing itself. Wang Teng turned grim. He looked at Gorlin and the Rune Masters and felt agitated. Faster, faster. This was the crucial moment. So he could only pray in his heart and not interrupt them with any sounds. Boom! Another figure slammed on the ground. It was another general stage martial warrior he didn't recognize. This guy was seriously injured too. He lay in the hole and couldn't get up. The other human martial warriors around them surrounded them and protected the 2 general stage warriors. A few more seconds later, another 2 general stage martial warriors were thrown to the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Dan Taixian, Lord Yang, and the remaining martial warriors continued to resist. Unfortunately, it was highly likely that they would get killed or heavily injured by Black Incubus Devil Lord soon. The humans felt a sense of despair. As more and more general stage warriors fell, the despair got stronger. Were they going to die here? Was there no hope for the humans? Master, please hurry. Wang Tung's expression was grave. He looked at the rune masters with sweat on his palm, trying his best to remain calm. He couldn't mess up at this moment. They still had hope. As long as the array was activated, there would be hope. The rune masters had also noticed the dire situation, so they put all their effort into activating the array quickly. Boom! Finally, the array trembled. The dense rune on the 13th lightning rod under Wang Tung lit up. Wang Tung, Gorlin shouted. Chapter 483. Array Activation. Lightning fell. Wang Tung. Gorlin's shout echoed in the air. Wang Tung didn't need any reminders. He acted instantly. His spiritual kinesis surged out and intertwined the lightning rod below him. Along with the 12 lightning rods under the rune masters, the 13th lightning rod worked mutually with one another. Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array activated. Boom! 13 rays of light soared into the sky. Wang Tung's gaze turned serious. He slowly sat down cross-legged on the lightning rod. With the help of his spiritual kinesis, he was floating in mid-air. Wang Tung activated the Latang physique. Suddenly, the weather changed, and black clouds floated over. Boom! Thunder resounded through the entire sky. The people on the ground raised their heads, feeling shocked. The array is activated. There's still hope. The human martial warriors roared. Don't give up. Follow me and charge. The morale of Kong Li, Yuan Xian, and the others was boosted. Drenched in blood, they possessed a ferocious aura, looking like gods of death. Black Incubus Devil Lord also noticed the situation in the sky. She raised her head and squinted when she saw the lightning flashing down from the dark clouds. Dan Taixian and the others were elated. They exchanged glances and felt a sense of hope rising in their hearts. In the middle of the array, as the lightning force flowed around Wang Tung's body, the lightning in the sky started turning violent as if it was stimulated. Suddenly, bolts of lightning suddenly shot down towards the middle of the array. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning flashed down again and again. Instantly, the 13th lightning rod and Wang Tung got submerged by the boundless lightning. The rune masters stared at Wang Tung intently. They were extremely nervous. This process was too dangerous. Wang Tung did promise them that he wouldn't be in danger, but they were still worried. If something wrong occurred, he would be injured or might even be reduced to a charred corpse. This brat, Dan Taixian, looked towards the center of the array while gritting her teeth. A tinge of worry appeared in her eyes. He's pushing himself too much. Lord Yang and the others were worried but hopeful. After all, Wang Tung was bearing the weight of all the humans' hope. If he lost, the humans here would die in this battle. What a tough guy. Black Incubus Devil Lord's gaze flickered. She didn't know what these humans were doing or how powerful their plan could become, but she knew that they wanted to use this array to defeat her. Even though she was confident, she wouldn't sit and wait without doing anything. She moved her body and charged towards Wang Tung. Stop her! Dan Taixian and the other martial warriors' expressions changed. They hurriedly blocked her path. Move! Black Incubus Devil Lord shouted. She slashed her battle sword and started fighting with the human martial warriors. The first batch of lightning disappeared on the 13th lightning rod, revealing Wang Tung's figure. He was covered with purple bolts of small lightning that looked like tiny snakes slithering around his body. It was a divine sight. Again, Wang Tung raised his head and bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying bolts of lightning shot down from the sky, as if provoked by his words. They were all aimed at Wang Tung. Wang Tung bathed in the lightning. His clothes floated in the wind, and his hair danced violently. It made him look wild and unruly. Lightning Force * 30 Lightning Force * 50 Lightning Force * 45 Wang Tung collected all the Lightning Force attribute bubbles that were formed to raise his Lightning Force quickly. At the same time, he activated the Latang physique. Lightning Force congregated in his body and merged with the array. The entire array was slowly spinning. With the addition of the Lightning Force, purple bolts of lights shimmered in the array, and lightning cracked furiously. To others, Wang Tung, who was in the middle of the array, was in an extremely dangerous situation. Their hearts jumped every time a bolt of lightning struck down. They were worried. Again, again. However, Wang Tung's laughter kept coming from the center. Everyone was stunned. How could that fellow laugh in this dangerous situation? Eventually, they finally noticed that he didn't seem to be in much danger. The lightning might be terrifying to normal people, but it didn't pose any threat to Wang Tung. This was unexpected. Gorlin and the other runemaster glanced at one another with a weird expression. This fellow didn't lie to them. He was truthful when he said that the lightning wouldn't harm him. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. As more and more lightning force gathered in the array, Black Incubus Devil Lord felt her heart trembling. She knew that she couldn't let the young human gather more lightning. If not, the power of this rune array might seriously be a threat to her. Boom! Lord Yang finally fell under Black Incubus Devil Lord's attack. He was stabbed in the chest by her sword and was seriously injured, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The other general stage martial warriors hurried forward. However, there were too few of them, so their battle ability had decreased tremendously. They were swept away by Black Incubus Devil Lord. Dan Taixian exchanged a palm with Black Incubus Devil Lord and flew backward. She coughed out blood. Within a split second, multiple general stage martial warriors were forced to retreat. In the end, Black Incubus Devil Lord dashed towards Wang Tung. You are the first soldier-level martial warrior that I have to attend to personally. Black Incubus Devil Lord's expression had turned cold. A black glow slashed out of her sword. Wang Tung wasn't affected. He stared at Black Incubus Devil Lord without backing down and pointed at her. A bolt of lightning jumped out from the array. Boom! The lightning slammed into the black sword glow and destroyed it instantly. 3 more bolts of lightning appeared to welcome the true form of Black Incubus Devil Lord. Black Incubus Devil Lord's gaze flickered. She dodged quickly in mid-air and evaded the 3 lightning attacks. Wang Tung moved his finger, and 10 more bolts of lightning shot out. Black Incubus Devil Lord couldn't evade them anymore. She snorted and fought them with her sword. Boom, boom, boom. The bolts of lightning struck down from above her head. They collided with the black sword glows, setting off loud explosions. Masters, activate the E-Wood Melting Fire Array, Wang Tung said through voice transmission. Can you handle it? Gorlin frowned and asked. No problem. Wang Tung's tone was firm. Gorlin and the Runemaster stopped asking and activated the E-Wood Melting Fire Array together. There was no change to the array. They just needed to continue what they were doing, and the other array would get activated soon. Wang Tung continued absorbing the lightning force while hosting the array to shoot lightning at Black Incubus Devil Lord to push her back. Boom! After some time, Wang Tung felt another array being revived. He shuddered. A ball of pure green flame rose from his body. The emerald glazed flame. The green flame spread to his entire body before merging into the array. The entire E-Wood Melting Fire Array was engulfed by the burning green flame. Chapter 484. Coincidentally, he's the same age as my daughter. Boom! Extremely thick green flame filled up the entire array, and scorching heat swept over, turning the area covered by the E-Wood Melting Fire Array into a fiery hell. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Green flame. What is this? Gorlin and the other Runemasters were astounded as they stared at the green flame in confusion. As Runemasters, they were more familiar with special flames compared to an ordinary person. It only took 1 second for them to confirm that this green flame was extraordinary. This green flame must be a special flame formed from the essence of the world. It is anything but ordinary, Master Carl muttered. Master Gorlin, your disciple hides well. I didn't know that he had such a treasure. The other Runemasters exclaimed. I didn't know either. I've never heard him mention it, Gorlin said with a bitter smile. Mind you, he lived for a few hundred years, but he had never seen any special flames recorded in the ancient books. As the saying went, a waterfront pavilion would get the moonlight first. If he knew that Wang Tung possessed this green flame, he would have studied it properly. Carl, Cha Shu, and the other Runemaster examined the green flame carefully. They seemed mesmerized by it. On the other side, Black Incubus Devil Lord was rushing towards Wang Tung, but she was stopped by the green flame. This is the green flame from that scorpion. But why is it stronger? Her expression was grim. The memories her clone transferred to her appeared in her mind. The metal armor flaming scorpion used this flame. However, compared to the green flame the young human took out, it was nothing. She sensed that the flame was extraordinary. If she got stained by it accidentally, she would get injured too. Dan Taixian and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Black Incubus Devil Lord falling into the array. At first, they thought that Wang Tung would be in danger since his opponent was the formidable Black Incubus Devil Lord. But it was the other way around. Black Incubus Devil Lord was in trouble after entering the array Wang Tung was hosting. Let's recover quickly while Black Incubus Devil Lord is held back by the array. We need to prepare for any accidents, Lord Yang said with a sharp gaze. That's right. That young man tried his best to buy us some time. We mustn't waste it. Another unfamiliar general stage, martial warrior nodded. They stopped talking and immediately started recuperating. In the huge array, Wang Tung stared at Black Incubus Devil Lord from afar. There seemed to be two green flames burning in his eyes. His gaze appeared strange and magical. Suddenly, the green flames congregated into chains. They hurled themselves at Black Incubus Devil Lord from all directions. Clang! Even though they were formed from flames, the chains still gave off a metallic sound when they collided. Black Incubus Devil Lord's expression changed slightly. She rose into the air and dodged them quickly. Yet, more and more chains took shape and flew towards her, forming a tight net around her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the green flames also formed many spears and stabbed towards her. Black Incubus Devil Lord's expression turned ugly. She shuttled back and forth between the chains and the spears. Slash! Suddenly, a lingering shadow scraped her arm, a wisp of green flame rising from it. The green flame rose abruptly from the part of her body that was rubbed. Instantly, the flame swallowed her entire arm. Black Incubus Devil Lord squinted her eyes. She hurriedly shook off the dark force that was stained with the green flame covering her arm. Before she had the time to retaliate, another net formed from spears and chains bore down from above her. Black Incubus Devil Lord had no chance to act. The green flame was everywhere. Under its attack, she couldn't get an inch nearer to Wang Tung. Slash! 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 The green flame kept rubbing against her body, causing green smoke to float from all over. If she didn't react in time, she would have been covered by the flame. Black Incubus Devil Lord, who had beaten the general stage human martial warriors until they had no chance of resisting, was in a disheveled state. Dan Taixian, Gorlin, and many others were dumbfounded. They thought that it would be a feat if the array could hold back Black Incubus Devil Lord for a few seconds. No one expected Black Incubus Devil Lord to land in such a helpless state after the compounding effects of Wang Tung's methods. This was incredible. This young man must be a bug. Would he be able to get rid of Black Incubus Devil Lord without us? Lord Yang asked with a strange expression. That would be great, a general stage martial warrior said. If that brat can kill Black Incubus Devil Lord, they'll treat him to some drinks, a general stage martial warrior with a beard said in his rough voice. The moment he finished speaking, he came up with a better idea. Anyway, that young man isn't married, right? Coincidentally, he's the same age as my daughter. Shameless. Your daughter is only 13 years old. What do you mean by the same age? The other general stage martial warriors couldn't bear to hear him. Shameless. The young lad seems to be around 18 years old. They're both less than 20, so they are of the same age. The martial warrior with a beard ignored their remarks. My daughter is 18 years old. She's the same age as him. Your daughter isn't the first in the queue. Oh, you're making me irritated. Are you trying to snatch him from me? Snatch? Who doesn't have any thoughts about this talent? Wang Tung, Lord Yang, and Dan Taixian stared absent-mindedly at the general stage martial warriors as they started quarreling on the spot for such a weird reason. Many crows flew past their heads. Are you seriously arguing over your son-in-law at this life-or-death moment? Also, your daughter is only 13 years old. Why are you pushing her out? Is this how you act like a father? Lord Yang and Dan Taixian didn't know what to say. They ignored the idiots and stared intently at the array, feeling extremely nervous. At the same time, the Rune Masters were amazed when they saw the power of the green flame. This must be a flame made from the essence of the world. They were entirely sure now and extremely jealous. Master Carl suddenly opened his mouth. Master Gorlin, I have a request that you must agree to. Master Gorlin, I have a request too. I don't know if I should say it. Master Cha Shu knew what Master Carl wanted to say, so he joined in the conversation. Master Gorlin, I have a bold thought. The other Rune Masters started speaking up one by one. Gorlin glanced at them from the corner of his eyes and replied indifferently. There's no need to continue. I'm not listening. The Rune Masters wanted to continue, but they suddenly heard a loud roar from the array. Roar! Black Incubus Devil Lord was infuriated. A tremendous change started occurring to her hourglass figure. 1. Chapter 485. Appalling Devil Transformation. Black Incubus Devil Lord was enveloped by dense black light. The black light got brighter and brighter. It was like a black sun enlarging gradually. Black Incubus Devil Lord kept expanding like an inflated balloon. Her purple hair danced in the air even though there was no wind. As her body grew bigger, her hair became thicker too. They appeared like pythons growing on her head. At the same time, a pair of sharp horns appeared on her head. They gave off a cold glint. Sharp fangs also appeared at the edge of her lips like 2 rows of saws. It was frightening. This is Dan Taixian and the other martial warriors squinted as they stared intently at Black Incubus Devil Lord. Something scary was about to happen. The Rune Masters turned grave too. The atmosphere was tense. Chaos suddenly occurred on the battlefield below. Devil transformation. The Lord is undergoing devil transformation. Run. These humans are dead. They managed to force the Lord to this stage. We're all going to die. The ones causing the disturbance weren't the humans, but the dark apparitions. They abandoned the humans and started escaping frantically in fear while screaming. The humans were dumbstruck. What just happened? Did the dark apparitions go crazy? What the hell was devil transformation? It sounded scary. At this moment, the humans couldn't care less about the dark apparitions who were scurrying away. They looked up at the sky at the black ball of light that kept squirming and expanding. 2 balls of eerie red light suddenly lit up on the surface of this ball. An evil, chaotic, and messy aura swept the surroundings. Those were 2 huge eyeballs. There were blood capillaries covering the eyeballs, and they were shining with a red light. They weren't like human eyeballs. Instead, they looked strange and frightening. The humans below started to feel lost. Their minds were affected, and they got hypnotized. Don't look. The Rune Masters were sensitive to spiritual fluctuations, so they immediately noticed what was wrong. They shouted in a hurry. Oomph. A cold snort was heard. Then, an extremely powerful spiritual power spread out from the middle of the array to its surroundings. It collided with the chaotic spiritual wave. Boom! An invisible spiritual power collision formed a circular impact wave. What is this spiritual power? Gorlin and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at the source of this wave in shock. It came from Wangtung. That spiritual power had obviously exceeded the Emperor Realm. Imperial Realm Spirit. It must have reached the Imperial Realm. How is this possible? Gorlin and the others were in disbelief. They knew how hard it was to attain this stage. Numerous Rune Masters worked hard their entire life, but they couldn't reach it. Yet, the young Wangtung had already entered this realm. What had they been doing their entire life? No one would be able to accept this. Close your eyes. While the Rune Masters were immersed in astonishment, they heard Wangtung's voice. Countless human martial warriors below woke up in horror. After hearing Wangtung's words, they closed their eyes without any hesitation. The general stage martial warriors were powerful, so their spirit wasn't weak. They didn't get affected by the chaotic spiritual power. They looked at the expanding black incubus devil lord seriously. Devil transformation? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen this transformation before, so they didn't know what would happen next. However, they knew that it wasn't a good thing. Wang Teng squinted slightly. He followed the Leitang physique, and the lightning force in his body was operating at its prime. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck his body. Wang Teng continued to gather lightning force, especially after he saw the devil transformation. He felt that the lightning force in the array wasn't enough. More. Boom! Silver snakes danced crazily as they plummeted from the sky and entered the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. The lightning force in the array turned more violent. Wang Teng didn't wait for death. He controlled the E-Wood melting fire array and submerged black incubus devil lord in the green flames. Roar! A loud bellow came from the ball of black light immediately. The black glow started compressing before finally exploding. Boom! As the green flames on the surface dispersed, the true form of black incubus devil lord below was revealed. What kind of appearance was this? It was indescribable. Her body seemed like a mashed-up mixture of many pieces of decomposing flesh. They were squirming around, and there were lines of meat hair drooping down. On the part where the head was supposed to be, the purple python-like hair danced furiously with a crimson pair of eyeballs embedded in it. Saliva dripped down her open mouth, revealing the sharp row of teeth. This was entirely different from the beautiful lady she was a moment ago. Blarg! How disgusting. Wang Teng couldn't look straight at it. That appearance was just too challenging. Fortunately, he didn't have any improper thoughts towards her. If not, he might get nightmares. Indeed, these dark apparitions were all monsters. Devil transformation. So this was a devil transformation. Wang Teng turned serious. He could feel powerful and chaotic energy in her body. It was strong enough to level everything within a 10 kilometers radius to the ground. Human, tell me your name. Black incubus devil lord slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was full of evilness. Wang Teng looked at her and said, Wang Teng, very good. You should die without any regrets since you forced me to such a state. Black incubus devil lord's voice was cold and indifferent. It was filled with contempt. She seemed like a mighty god looking down at them. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He kept quiet and pointed at the sky. Boom! Multiple bolts of lightning shot out from the array and gathered in one location. Die! Black incubus devil lord cut through the flame and opened her mouth as she charged towards Wang Teng. Her huge body squirmed and moved. It seemed to have turned into a huge mouth, wanting to swallow Wang Teng whole. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He controlled all the green flames around him and formed a huge net. He threw the net at the dark apparition. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black incubus devil lord didn't evade it. Instead, she directly bumped into the net. Green smoke floated up from her body and shrouded her. The flesh on black incubus devil lord's body turned into black smoke after getting burned by the green flame. It twirled around her before merging into her body again. Then, the flesh on her body squirmed and expanded continuously. The cycle repeated. What on earth is this? A hint of astonishment finally appeared in Wang Teng's mind. This current form of black incubus devil lord was strange. He couldn't imagine how she did it. Wang Teng gritted his teeth. He could only place his hope on the lightning force, hoping that he would be able to destroy her by its formidable power. In the sky, there was an area that was filled with thick lightning force. As more and more lightning force congregated, it gradually turned into a majestic lightning beast. Chapter 486, Heavenly Might. As Wang Teng operated the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array to its maximum, multiple bolts of lightning struck down and congregated at a certain spot. The lightning was glaring, its power magnificent. Amidst the bolts of lightning, a giant lightning beast that looked like an ancient mythical creature took shape. It looked similar to a Kirin. Made of lightning, it appeared divine and majestic as it gazed down at the world. Roar! The roar of this ancient mythical creature resounded in the air. Hiss! The people below gasped in awe when they saw this scene. Did Wang Tang create that? Kong Li exclaimed uncontrollably as she looked at the majestic lightning beast in the sky. This fellow is indeed a rare talent. Niu Li's eyes shimmered. He was staggered. He remembered that when Wang Tang had just arrived in Black Sparrow Troop, the instructor leading them reminded him that this fellow wasn't an ordinary person. The subsequent events proved that this was true. The moment he entered the military, he defeated an outstanding 7-star soldier-level talent in the army, Major Yuan, embarrassing him greatly. Then, he uncovered the scheme of the dark apparitions and achieved his first merit. It was unexpected. However, compared to the situation now, those were just trivial matters. He was controlling 2 huge arrays alone to resist Black Incubus Devil Lord. Even the 12 master-level Rune Masters had become his background. All these were astonishing enough if it had happened to a famous, formidable warrior, much less on a young man who hadn't reached 20. To be able to reach this stage at his age made him exceptionally outstanding. Yuan Xian stood beside Kong Li. There was only amazement left in his gaze. He didn't think of comparing himself with Wang Tang anymore. That fellow was a monster. Competing with him was equivalent to burning his fingers. How was that troublesome fellow so strong? The purple lightning reflected in Xie Zhi's eyes. There was a tall figure standing amidst the lightning. He looked like the reincarnation of the god of lightning. This scene left a deep impression on her mind. Wang Tang's subordinates were also widening their eyes in surprise. Was that their leader? He was so powerful. They knew that Wang Tang was a talented martial warrior, but they didn't know that he was inhumanely powerful. This was almost heaven-defying. Dan Taixian and the other general stage martial warriors were speechless for bewilderment. Even they felt terrified by the lightning beast and didn't dare to underestimate it. This was enough to prove how shocking Wang Tang's deed was. What a strong presence. I'm afraid that general stage warriors won't be able to escape from this lightning beast. Finally, the general stage martial warriors regained their senses and muttered to themselves. This young man is indeed a rare talent in this world. There might not be another one for a few thousand years. The general stage martial warrior with a beard sighed. What a pity. Why don't we have such a talented youngster in our Xingwu continent? Some martial warriors found a pity. They were looking at the rise of an unmatched talent, but it had nothing to do with them. It was like losing a few billion. Dan Taixian suddenly felt a little extra when she heard her comrades praising her disciple. This young brat improved too quickly. She was going to get surpassed by him very soon. At this moment, Dan Taixian felt depressed. Roar! Black Incubus Devil Lord bellowed and screamed as she struggled to charge out from the big net made of green flame. The swollen and huge body rolled towards Wang Tang. The Rune Masters and the general stage martial warrior were flabbergasted. The current Black Incubus Devil Lord was eerie and frightening. Dan Taixian and the others could feel that she was many times stronger than her previous form. If they fought with Black Incubus Devil Lord again, they wouldn't be able to last until the Rune Masters activated the array. Yet, they couldn't be of any help even though they knew that Black Incubus Devil Lord was dangerous. They weren't Rune Masters. They would only cause trouble if they entered the array recklessly. While Black Incubus Devil Lord moved towards him oppressively, Wang Tang remained calm. He indifferently stared ahead. The next instant, the green flame gathered once again in front of him. Then, it flew towards the huge body of Black Incubus Devil Lord. Boom! The powerful green flames slammed violently into Black Incubus Devil Lord's body, knocking her back for more than 10 meters. She howled in pain as her flesh got burned piece by piece. They turned into black smoke and entered her body once again. Wang Ting didn't relax for an instant. He controlled the lightning force and made sure they flowed out of the array continuously. 3 balls of lightning appeared once again in the sky. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They thought that forming one lightning beast was Wang Tang's limit. However, that was just the start. How far was he going to go? Gorlin and the other Rune Masters exchanged glances with one another, their gazes filled with astonishment. But the next moment, They instilled their spiritual power into the array and worked hard to operate the array together with Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He felt some pressure being lifted from him. With the help of the 12 rune masters, more and more terrifying bolts of lightning started gathering. The 3 balls of lightning expanded furiously as if they were brewing something. But he still needed time. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard continuously as the green flame blocked the furious and violent black incubus devil lord. She was getting closer and closer. The 2 crimson eyeballs glared at Wang Teng with evilness and madness. Wang Teng frowned. That gaze made him uncomfortable. He couldn't find a phrase to describe it. It was like a mentally ill patient, but it was more chaotic, disordered, and evil. She was like a person who had multiple mental illnesses and turned into an evil monster in the end. Black incubus devil lord noticed Wang Teng's gaze. She opened her huge and hideous mouth and gave Wang Teng a smile. Wang Teng's mind was invaded, and an evil spirit seeped into the depth of his mind. His expression changed. The imperial realm spiritual power in his mind exploded instantly. Boom! A vast and endless spirit rolled over, destroying all the negative emotions and shattering them into pieces. A flash of surprise appeared in Black Incubus Devil Lord's eyes, while anger seethed in her heart. Why? Why? Why was this young human so strong? This was impossible. Die, die, die. Black Incubus Devil Lord's spirit turned into a mess. She couldn't care about the green flame on her body anymore. She exploded and turned into numerous small fragments of meat, shooting towards Wang Teng. Once the huge blob of flesh was divided into pieces, it instantly got burned by the green flame in midair. This time, the wisps of black smoke were swallowed by the green flames before they could return to the main body. Still, a large portion arrived in front of Wang Teng. Be careful! Dan Taixian, Gorlin, and many others screamed in shock. Wang Teng's expression changed as well. He didn't expect Black Incubus Devil Lord to be so crazy. She was willing to sacrifice herself to injure him. He didn't have the time to think, though. He used his spiritual power to move the array quickly. Roar! The lightning beast in the sky bellowed. It moved its body and soared down. It seemed to have turned into a bolt of purple lightning, traveling through space amidst all the lights. It appeared in front of Wang Teng like a loyal guardian beast and pounced on those meat pieces. Boom! Thunder echoed in the air. The force was frightening. Unexpectedly, the meat pieces screamed and hissed in pain. They sounded like multiple people groaning. The voice was chilling and pierced right into one's heart. Dan Taixian and the others frowned. They felt their heads hurting and swelling. The human martial warriors started bleeding from the ears. They hurriedly covered their ears with painful expressions. Roar! The roars of the lightning beasts were heard once again. It overlapped with the screams of the meat pieces, dispelling them. However, the lightning beast had used up all its lightning force and disappeared from the world. After some time, the lightning dissipated. Even the voices were gone. There was an eerie silence. Everyone scanned the array, looking for signs of Black Incubus Devil Lord. Is she dead? This was what everyone was thinking. They were all filled with anticipation. Black Incubus Devil Lord had brought catastrophe to the world every time she appeared. She left nightmares to the human race. Everyone who had heard of Black Incubus Devil Lord would feel fearful when talking about her. Today, the humans at the scene almost got annihilated. They nearly became another glamorous military exploit of Black Incubus Devil Lord. Fortunately, the ultimate talent, Wang Teng, appeared and turned the tide through his vigorous efforts. If Black Incubus Devil Lord was killed, the human side would be the winner of this war. Everyone held their breaths on tenterhooks, including the general stage martial warriors. That's not right. Black Incubus Devil Lord shouldn't be killed so easily. Lord Yang frowned. Suddenly, howls of fear were heard from afar. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a frightening scene. Black smoke started rising from the ground. The dark apparitions that had escaped far away got entangled by the black smoke. They flew into the air uncontrollably. The dark apparitions seemed to know what was going to happen. They were shouting in fear. "Lord, spare us! No! Lord, spare us!" They begged for mercy and struggled with all their might, trying to break free from the black binds. However, it was all to no avail. All of them got dragged towards the huge array. "Damn it, Black Incubus Devil Lord isn't dead." Dan Taixian and the others realized something, their expressions turning ugly. Wang Ting shifted his gaze. He saw a crimson eyeball floating in the sky some distance away, staring coldly at him. What strong vitality! Wang Tung felt helpless. He raised his head and looked at the remaining 3 balls of light in the sky. "I thought I'd need to use them, but I'll still have to rely on you in the end." Boom! The lightning congregated, and the 3 lightning balls gradually took shape. At the same time, he remained busy and pointed at the blood-red eyeball. The green flames shot towards it. However, the blood-red eyeball possessed intellect and was extremely sly. It disappeared into space without a trace. Then, it appeared a distance away and stared at Wang Tung mockingly. Numerous dark apparitions flew towards the array while screaming in fear. They were guided to the crimson eyeball by the black smoke. The instant the black smoke touched the crimson eyeball, it became thick and swallowed the dark apparitions. The screams stopped abruptly. More and more dark apparitions merged into the black smoke with the crimson eyeball at its core. The body expanded once again and squirmed as it transformed into large-sized pieces of flesh. This time, many hideous faces appeared on the flesh. Their eyes and mouths were wide open as if they had suffered tremendous pain before their death. It sent a chill down his spine when he looked at it. Wang Tung frowned. This image was sinister, much worse than the previous appearance of Black Incubus Devil Lord. He found it troublesome. A helpless sigh sounded in his heart. The lightning force in the array wasn't enough. He started using his Latang physique again without any hesitation. Lightning shot down from the sky and struck his body. He needed more lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But when the lightning force entered his body, cracks started to appear on his skin. His physical body had endured too much lightning power this time. He had already reached his limit before this, so his body was starting to fall apart. Fresh blood spurted out from the cracks, turning his shirt red. Wang Tung, Dan Taixian, Gorlin, and many others noticed the situation on his side. They started to feel anxious. Wang Tung's situation seemed bad, but they also knew that they could only rely on him now. "Damn it, we can't help it all." A general stage martial warrior clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. The other general stage martial warriors were silent too. They couldn't defeat Black Incubus Devil Lord in her previous state, much less after she grew scarier and more powerful. Damn, the cultivation of Latang physique can't catch up in time. If not, I'd be able to handle this patch of lightning force. Shit. Wang Tung felt helpless, even thinking that he might lose his life here. However, when he glanced around him, his gaze turned firm. As a man, he needed to do what he should do. He had died before, so he wasn't afraid of dying again. Moreover, there were so many people watching him. He must maintain his image. They would laugh at him if he ran away at this crucial moment. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he smiled and bore with the excruciating pain as he instilled the lightning force into the array. Lightning struck and thunder roared. The 3 balls of lightning started shining brightly as if they had received some stimulation. They quickly took form. On the other side, another ball of light appeared. It started expanding at a fast speed and caught up with the previous 3 balls of light. Roar! Black Incubus Devil Lord had regained her body by now. Using countless dark apparitions as her body, she had turned even scarier. The numerous faces on her body were all her faces now. They looked at Wang Tung in unison, opening their mouths and spilling black smoke out. Wang Tung's pupils constricted. He hurriedly raised his head. Roar! 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 Screech! Almost simultaneously, for different howls and hoots resounded through the entire sky. The 4 balls of light had taken form completely. The lightning dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. The lightning turtle held up the sky with its four limbs. The lightning phoenix hooted majestically. The lightning Kirin looked down at the war below. The four giant lightning beasts bowed at Wang Tung before landing in the four corners of the array. They opened their mouths, and four balls of glaring purple lightning glow blossomed from their mouths at the same time. At this moment, a pillar of black glow shot out from Black Incubus Devil Lord's mouth. It came at Wang Tung with a destructive force. The four giant lightning beasts stared at it furiously with wide eyes, looking tall and majestic. The four rays of purple lightning merged and formed a lightning pillar. It plummeted down and hit the black pillar of light. This was how heavenly might probably looked like. Boom! A terrifying explosion shattered the entire space. Dazzling and harsh light exploded. Chapter 487, Finale. Thunder echoed, and lightning flashed. It was like the dawn of thunderbolt punishment. The thick purple pillar of light collided with the black pillar of light, setting off an earth-shattering explosion. It was impossible to distinguish purple or black at the point of impact. A dazzling light blinded the onlookers. The explosion of the forces formed a terrifying impact wave sweeping through the surroundings. Everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment, with bolts of lightning being reflected in their eyes. Their hearts trembled. This felt like the apocalypse. This attack was no different from the force of heaven and earth. Dan Taixian and the other general stage martial warriors were violently thrown back a few meters from the impact. They were flabbergasted as they stared absent-mindedly at the two light pillars in the sky. The attacks of both sides were so powerful. It was hard to believe. They found it impossible to comprehend. They wouldn't be able to resist this terrifying power for more than 3 seconds either. Also, one of the attackers was a young man, less than 20 years old. This was unbelievable. Boom! The explosions echoed in the sky. The two light pillars were at a standstill as a momentary pause happened in the sky. Time and space seemed to have stopped for a second. Roar! Black Incubus Devil Lord roared, and a thick dark force surged out continuously. The black pillar of light blossomed and pushed against the lightning pillar. Wang Tung's expression changed. Lightning force swarmed around him, attracting even more bolts of lightning. They finally became the energy source for the four lightning giant beasts. Boom! Thunder shook the eardrums of the spectators. The four lightning beasts bellowed at the sky. The purple lightning in their mouths started burning more fiercely. As more lightning force was instilled in the lightning pillar, it expanded and pounced back on the black pillar. Boom! Instantly, the purple pillar was at an advantage. It forced the black pillar down violently. Everyone was elated. They stared at the pillar of light intently and cheered for it in their hearts. They wished that they could help the purple pillar personally to suppress the black pillar. But lightning force was rare. No one at the scene possessed this force. Also, in front of this frightening power, normal general stage martial warriors wouldn't be of much help either. If they jumped in suddenly, they might die from the shock waves of those pillars of light. The numerous faces on the huge ball of meat below revealed expressions of pain. Their eyes, mouth, nose, blackish-red blood dripped down. It was horrifying. Roar! Black Incubus Devil Lord screeched, madness and evilness shimmering in her crimson eyes. She released all the dark force in her body. The black pillar pushed itself up once again. Everyone felt their hearts lifting up along with the pillar. It was like riding a roller coaster. They almost had a heart attack. Boom! The collision between the two light pillars once again formed an explosion, releasing a scary impact wave. Crack! Crisp cracking sound were heard. The Ringmaster's expressions changed suddenly. They looked at the lightning rods they were sitting on. Huge cracks were starting to form on them. Even the extremely durable lightning rod couldn't withstand the impact of the explosion. These cracks spread rapidly. Soon, they covered the entire lightning rod. Bang, bang, bang. The next instant, the lightning rods started exploding one by one. They had no choice but to step out of the array. The Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array crumbled as the lightning force spiraled wildly in the array. It had gone completely out of hand. The rune masters were appalled and kept retreating. It was impossible for them to get any closer. How did this happen? Master Carl was bewildered. The attacks were too powerful for the array to handle. Gorlin felt helpless. He stared straight at the middle of the array worriedly. The other rune masters hurriedly looked in the same direction. Their expressions changed slightly, and they felt anxious and agitated. At this moment, Wang Tong was drenched in blood. More and more wounds were appearing on his body. His face was no exception. His skin had started cracking, starting from his cheeks to his forehead. Blood flowed down his nose and dripped into his mouth. Damn it, I'm getting disfigured. My handsome face. Damn it, why isn't this monster dead? If she doesn't die soon, he'll be dead. Wang Tong screamed silently in his heart. He felt that he was going to fall soon. His physical body was breaking down, and even his bones were creaking. His expression was ugly. Right, attribute bubbles. I need more attribute bubbles. Whether it was spirit or force attributes, they were his live savior now. All of his spiritual power was used on the array, but he still had to move some out to sweep the battlefield. He picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. Spirit * 23 dark force * 30 fire force * 10 water force * 15. All the bubbles on the battlefield got picked up instantly. They merged into his body without any hesitation. The attribute bubbles, which represented different kinds of power, started to take effect. Wang Tong immediately felt a refreshing stream flowing through his body. The spirit attribute was filling up the dried sea of spiritual power in his mind, while the different forces moved through his limbs and nourished his body. The wounds had healed a little. Although this level of healing was negligible, there was at least some effect. It allowed his condition to stop from worsening. Wang Tong glanced at Black Incubus Devil Lord before taking out a huge amount of healing potions from his space ring, pouring them into his mouth directly. These were the medicines he had made personally. He kept the ones that had the best effect, and they finally came in handy now. The moment the dawn melted in his mouth, warm energy spread throughout his body. It started repairing his wounds. Wang Tong felt that he had managed to keep himself alive again. He smiled proudly at Black Incubus Devil Lord and said, "Come, let's see who will die first." Black Incubus Devil Lord squinted, her face turning even darker. This human had managed to recover so quickly. How was that possible? How'd he do it? Even if he consumed the dawn, the serious injuries shouldn't have healed instantaneously. She couldn't understand what was happening. Both parties were almost exhausted. The person who could stand until the end would be the winner. Wang Tong's sudden recovery gave Black Incubus Devil Lord an ominous feeling. She didn't hesitate any more and released all the forces left in her. Wang Tong turned serious. He felt the array collapsing too. The lightning force in the array had lost control and became extremely violent. Even the 4 giant lightning beasts he formed were showing signs of going out of control. Fortunately, his spirit had reached the Imperial realm, so he managed to forcefully control the 4 giant lightning beasts with his formidable spiritual kinesis. Come, this will be the last strike. You die or I die. A ruthless gaze flashed past his eyes. His spiritual kinesis was released in its entirety, and the 4 giant lightning beasts merged into the lightning pillar. Boom! The lightning pillar became twice as big. It pushed the other pillar down fiercely. The sudden change caught Black Incubus Devil Lord off guard. She didn't know that Wang Tong still had such a move up his sleeves. Boom, boom, boom. The black pillar started breaking down. In the end, the lightning power swallowed Black Incubus Devil Lord. No! The numerous faces on the ball of meat screamed in agony. Chapter 488. A name that would be remembered. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Black Incubus Devil Lord's agonizing screams stopped abruptly. Her meaty body was submerged in the lightning. A frightening aura spread out. Everyone retreated continuously, unable to resist the terrifying shockwave. However, they continued staring at the ball of lightning in front, waiting for the final result with bated breath. The lightning rod in the middle was on the verge of breaking. The walls were already cracked, and only half of the main body remained. It stood there stubbornly. Wang Tung stood on a lightning rod with a pale face and blood all over him. He panted heavily and fixed his gaze at the ball of light in front. He had reached his limit. If Black Incubus Devil Lord didn't die, he had no other methods. Suddenly, he frowned. Glancing around him, his expression changed. The collision of the two forces was so powerful that the space around him was starting to become distorted. Cracks appeared, revealing the pitch-black emptiness behind them. When the two light pillars collided, the space in this area became unstable. As more collisions occur, it finally shattered. Wang Tung possessed space talent, so he knew that these accidental dimensional rifts were extremely unstable and dangerous. No matter how powerful you were, you couldn't resist a cut from them. Moreover, he was seriously injured and the force in his body was weak. There was no chance of him surviving the cut. Lightning force flew around him violently. If they weren't at such a close distance, he wouldn't have noticed their presence. Hence, Dan Taixian, who was a distance away, didn't know his situation. They couldn't get close to him either. If not, they would have come to reinforce him. After some time, the lightning dissipated and the ferocious lightning force around him gradually calmed down. Wang Tung looked in front. The other people looked at the spot where Black Incubus Devil Lord was. Dead. Dead. Black Incubus Devil Lord is dead. There was nothing in front. The eerie ball of meat was no longer there. It had disappeared. The strange black smoke that could reform Black Incubus Devil Lord's body also didn't appear. The general stage martial warriors rushed over and scanned the vicinity. They didn't detect any force fluctuations of Black Incubus Devil Lord. Black Incubus Devil Lord was really dead. This was unbelievable, but the truth was laid out in front of them. Wang Tung had killed Black Incubus Devil Lord. After a moment of silence, cheers erupted on the battlefield. They had snatched a victory out of defeat. They had survived the disaster. Only those who experienced it personally understood what this felt like. Everyone was cheering and laughing. As they laughed, tears started falling on their blood-stained faces. Bodies scattered on the battlefield. Many people had been sacrificed. This was the fate of a soldier as well as a martial warrior. They might be used to death, but when they saw their comrades falling, their hearts were still filled with sorrow. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. Exhaustion engulfed his body. He was tired. However, it felt good to be alive. He smiled as he thought about this. Then he raised his head. The five-dimensional rifts in the sky seemed to be closing unwillingly. Soon, they disappeared entirely. The clouds dispersed. An array of sunlight shone down onto the ground. The battle had ended. All the Ren Masters and the general stage martial warriors looked at Wang Tung. There were relief, amazement, and admiration in their eyes. At this moment, cheers were heard below. Wang Tung, Wang Tung, Wang Tung. Everyone was shouting Wang Tung's name. He had salvaged the war and saved the humans from getting massacred. Everyone felt grateful towards him. Admiration and respect toward him started to blossom in their hearts. This young man was a rare talent of this century. No one could be compared with him. Whether they were from the Xingwu continent or Earth, they acknowledged him from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone was convinced by his amazing and impressive performance. The young man was exhausted, so he was stooping down. He was covered in blood and was in a disheveled state. Yet in everyone's eyes, he was standing tall and straight. He was giving off a glamorous light that overshadowed everyone. The blood was the symbol of glory and the representation of his military exploits. Wang Tung's name would be remembered in this war. Wang Tung was stunned when he heard people cheering for him. He lowered his head to take a look. Upon seeing everyone's expression, he smiled. He didn't suffer these injuries for nothing. He didn't care about reputation, but he felt happy when he saw so many people surviving the war. With greater power came greater responsibility. In the past, he scoffed at these words, but he seemed to understand them a little now. Let's go. Enjoy everyone's cheer. Dan Taixian looked at him and smiled. Master, I can't move. Wang Tung gave a bitter smile as he raised his hand. They were all shocked. They thought that his injury wasn't serious since he was able to launch the final ultimate attack, but that didn't seem to be the case. He had exhausted all his energy. Even though he was hurt, he still bit the bullet and gave the final blow. His injuries were worse than the general stage martial warriors. Dan Taishan was moved. She wanted to hold him up. Careful! At this moment, a surprised and furious shout was heard. Wang Tung's expression changed at once. He felt a strong wind behind him. There was no time for him to evade and no way to dodge it. He couldn't even turn his body. Bang! Wang Tung didn't see what attacked him. He just felt a strong force hitting his back. He vomited a mouth of blood and was thrown to the left. Multiple dimensional rifts were starting to close up on the left. However, they hadn't disappeared. Wang Tung squinted. If he collided with them, he would die. Without any choice left, he could only activate his space talent to the maximum and break the unstable space. The next instant, his body disappeared into space. Young man, I will be waiting for you in the dark land. A cold voice resounded. Then, a blood-red glow flew into the dimensional rift too. Wang Tung, Dan Taishan, Gorlin, and the other people were dumbstruck. They chased after him quickly, but Wang Tung's figure was already gone. Dan Taishan gritted her teeth and wanted to dash into the dimensional rift. Are you crazy? Don't. Lord Yang stopped her in a hurry. Move. He's seriously injured. He will be dead if he falls into the rift. Dan Taishan replied in anger. You'll die if you go in. This dimensional rift is formed accidentally, so it's a mess inside. General stage martial warriors won't be able to handle it. Lord Yang shook his head and sighed. Damn it! Dan Taishan clenched her fist tightly and gritted her teeth. She had never felt so powerless. Chapter 489. Wake up. The sky was as black as night, covered by dark clouds and fog. Layers of gray clouds congregated with no intention of dispersing. No signs of sunlight could be seen in this pitch-black sky. An occasional dark red bolt of lightning flashed across the dark sky. They intertwined with one another and cast a light on the ground. The grayish-black ground was cracked and desolate. It went all the way to the horizon, rough and undulated. The mountain range was carved into the land like a huge scar. The endless grayish-black forest seemed to spread to the end of the world. This entire world exuded a kind of darkness, dark yet mysterious and lacking any breath of life. The thick gray fog veiled the black forest, making it sinister and full of danger. Flashes of crimson lightning struck the earth like poisonous pythons, splitting the huge trees into two right from its waist. The huge tree that was struck started giving off green smoke. However, it didn't light up in flames. The green smoke disappeared after a while, leaving the burnt half of the deadwood on the ground. Moving closer, one could see that the ground was covered with all kinds of plants in weird shapes and sizes. Countless giant trees dotted the forest, covering the sky with their crowns. These trees were all exceptionally big. Many adults were needed to hug the trunk of the trees. Their leaves were flourishing with no gaps in between. The thick roots broke through the soil and crawled on the ground like huge pythons. Thick vines intertwined with one another while plants and mushrooms in weird shapes and sizes filled up the forest ground. Occasionally, one or two strange creatures would dart out from behind the plants. They sized up their surroundings cautiously before disappearing into the shadows between the plants once again. These plants and creatures were used to the dim environment in this dark world. Hence, their skin was dull too. They were either in lifeless white or gray. Also, their growing mechanism was vastly different. In a certain part of the forest, a little black creature was motionlessly lying among the thick bushes that looked like palm leaves. Its eyes flickered dimly as if it was waiting for something. It was extremely patient, even though it had laid there for half a day without any gains. Suddenly, a black shadow dashed out from the bushes. The small creature lying in the bushes moved abruptly. Its actions were smooth and skilled like a young leopard. It darted out at almost the same instant. But, splat, it fell into the mire at the side. It wasn't because the ground was too slippery. It was because its two small legs were numb. The black shadow that scurried out of the bushes was a small-sized, dark green creature that looked like a lizard. It was stunned when it saw the fish-lipped creature that fell into the mire. Then, it smirked and disappeared into the forest. It wasn't stupid. It could tell from the fish-lipped creature's gaze that it wanted to have it for dinner. This was the perfect moment to run away. The little creature struggled to climb up from the mire. It pounced forward unwillingly, but it didn't manage to catch its dinner. It muttered something in frustration before climbing up from the ground. Then it crouched down and limped towards a part of the forest, disregarding the mud on its body. It was very careful all the way. Also, it was vigilant, so it could always evade the dangers in advance. Finally, it arrived at a hidden hole. The hole was situated below a huge tree. There were many plants and vines covering the entrance, making it hard to notice. It cleared its traces and smell before lifting the bushes and crawling into the hole. This was its small home, a place where it could evade the storm and dangers outside. This was the only place that gave it a sense of security. The hole was quite big. There were many passageways leading to various safe locations. Even if one hole was discovered, it could escape through other exits. It had spent a long time slowly digging and constructing this home and was extremely satisfied with its work. However, it was starting to wonder if it should move houses. 2 days ago, an outsider had barged into its home. However, it couldn't understand how this big creature had entered its home through that small hole. Even the most flexible animal it knew wouldn't be able to squeeze its body into its home without leaving traces around the entrance. It had checked all the holes. There was no sign of damage. Hence, it didn't understand. It was still hesitating and didn't run away immediately or kill the big creature that invaded its space, because that big creature seemed to be dead. It couldn't feel any vitality from that big creature. Also, the big creature's body was full of blood and wounds. In his world, no one could survive such a serious injury. It could only be eaten, but that big creature looked similar to it, so it couldn't eat it. The little creature climbed into the cave through the hole. A black figure was curled up at the bottom of the cave. Its eyes were closed, and there was no movement. It looked dead. The little creature squatted beside the black shadow. It lifted its hand and poked the black figure's butt. It muttered, "Why isn't the body decomposing? It's so big. If I drag it out, it'll damage the entrance." It frowned in frustration and sighed loudly. Although it was vigilant, it wasn't experienced. The current situation had exceeded its understanding. Therefore, it couldn't decide what to do. What if it's still alive? Maybe I should move, but I've been searching for 2 days and haven't found a good place to hide. If I leave now, I might get eaten at night. Fear appeared in its eyes as it recalled something frightening. Feeling lost and anxious, it stood up and circled the big creature twice. Then, it kicked the creature angrily. "It's all your fault." It was still furious, so it gave the creature another kick. Bang! The silent black figure suddenly moved after this kick. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black, but they were giving off a bright glow. The little creature had only seen such a bright glow in the night sky before, but its heart was filled with fear. A chill ran down its spine. It stepped back quietly, pasting its back tightly against the corner of the cave. It tried to hide its body in the shadow and inched towards the entrance of the cave. Unfortunately, reality never followed one's wishes. The 2 bright pupils accurately landed in its direction. Chapter 490. Darkland? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I supposed to be? Wang Teng woke up with his mind in a whirl. For a moment, he couldn't remember anything. He sized up his surroundings instinctively and noticed that this was a dark, humid, narrow, and cramped cave. However, there was a layer of hay spread on the ground, so it wasn't that damp. He wanted to stand up, but gave up after a while. This space was too small. It wasn't big enough for him to stand up. He could only bend his body slightly and lean against the walls of the cave. However, this posture made him extremely uncomfortable. Also, as he moved, the multiple wounds on his body got affected. The pain caused him to suck in a deep breath. This was so painful. Because of the excruciating pain, he finally remembered what happened before he fainted. Black incubus devil Lord wasn't dead. She even dragged him to this damn place. F***K. He risked his life to turn the tides. He thought that he had succeeded, and everyone was cheering his name. It was obvious that something amazing was going to happen to him. He would be welcomed with compliments, admiration, respect. It felt good just thinking about it. But in the end, everything was gone. He was pushed into a dimensional rift and came to this unknown place. Wang Tung sighed uncontrollably in his heart when he thought about this. A formidable warrior like Black Incubus Devil Lord was too hard to deal with. Even though she was forced into a hopeless situation, she still managed to dodge everyone's detection and launched a sneak attack at the last moment. Thinking about it, if he hadn't exhausted his spiritual power and force, he wouldn't have been caught off guard by that Black Incubus Devil Lord. It was useless thinking of these things now, though. The most important thing was to understand his current circumstances. He glanced around him and fixed his gaze on the other living creature in the cave. The moment he woke up, he had noticed that little creature. He didn't pay much attention to it because it was too weak. He might be seriously injured now, but he could still kill it with one finger. At this moment, he looked at the little creature and sized it up. When he saw its appearance clearly, he was slightly shocked. It looked like a human child around 6 years old. It was thin and small and covered in mud. There were patches of black and gray on its body. Its hair was dry, yellow, and stuck together. He wondered how long it had been since that creature took a bath. A sour and smelly smell spread in the cave. He frowned uncontrollably. The little creature's heart started jumping violently when it saw Wang Tung looking at it. It regretted not leaving earlier. Now, it was right in front of the tiger's mouth. But it had lived in the forest for a long time, so it wouldn't give up until the last moment. It stood with an offensive air, baring its teeth at Wang Tung and revealing his 2 tiger teeth. A low growl came from its throat. Wang Tung furrowed his brows more violently when he saw its beast-like movements. He said coldly, "Come here." Ow! The little creature felt even more fearful. However, it continued growling at Wang Tung and didn't move forward. Wang Tung felt helpless. He examined his body condition briefly and realized that the only energy he could use was his dark force. He released a strand of dark force to grab the little creature and pull it towards him. "Let me go, let me go." The little creature struggled frighteningly, but it couldn't move. Dark language. Wang Tung was surprised. He suddenly remembered what Black Incubus Devil Lord had said before pushing him into the dimensional rift. She said that she would be waiting for him in Darkland. So, this is the world of the dark apparitions. Wang Tung was in disbelief. He immediately activated his spiritual sight and glanced around him. All he could see was a thick dark force. There were no signs of cultivation in the little creature's body, but faint dark force could be seen all around him. This was a characteristic of someone who had lived in a world filled with dense dark force. Hence, even if this wasn't the Darkland, it must be related to it. All kinds of thoughts flashed past his mind. He opened his mouth calmly and said in dark language, "Don't worry. Answer my questions, and I won't harm you." The little creature understood him. It hesitated, but its survival instinct caused it to nod. Wang Tung nodded happily when he saw the little creature willing to cooperate with him. He asked, "Where's this place?" "Forest." The little creature replied instantly. Wang Tung choked. "What forest?" "A forest is a forest." The little creature looked at him curiously. F***K. Is this an idiot? Wang Tung was speechless. Then, he asked a few simple questions to check if this was Darkland. The results were predictable. The little creature was a country bumpkin. Its area of activity was only in this small patch of forest. It was easier to find a pig that could fly than try to understand the world from its mouth. Hence, he threw the little creature to one side and disregarded it. He closed his eyes and started recuperating. The little creature didn't dare to leave. It shrunk in a corner and sized up Wang Tung curiously and fearfully. Wang Tung realized that the battle had left him with some serious injuries. There wasn't a single patch of clean skin on his body. Besides dark force, his other forces were dried up. Only a little spiritual power was left. His head felt heavy, making him extremely uncomfortable. He gave a bitter smile. Then, he used a small strand of spiritual power to enter his space ring and found only 2 bottles of healing dawn left. He poured them in his mouth directly. The little creature was stunned. It looked at Wang Tung's hands and then at its hands. It had a serious question. how to make things appear out of nowhere. It copied Wang Tung and stretched its hands out. Then it stared at its palm. Unfortunately, there was nothing. It was too hungry. It hadn't eaten anything in a day. Thus, when it saw Wang Tung swallowing the 2 bottles of Healing Dawn, it thought that they were some delicious food. The refreshing fragrance of the dawn made it salivate too. Wang Tung sat there for a few hours. The night had passed. After a night of recuperation, a part of his injuries was healed. He wouldn't hurt all over when he moved anymore. At the same time, he had managed to replenish some of his spiritual power. He could do some simple spiritual kinesis moves. This gave him some self-protection ability. However, he would still need some time before he recovered fully. As he was thinking about this, his stomach suddenly growled. He took out a piece of star beast meat from his space ring and barbecued it with his weak fire force. After some time, the fragrance spread through the air. The little creature shrugged in its sleep, saliva dripping down the corners of its lips unconsciously. Chapter 491. A Round of Huge Gains. The next moment, the little creature jumped up and stared at the perfectly barbecued meat. Slurp. A clear sound of it gulping down its saliva could be heard coming from its throat. Meat. Delicious food. It stared at the meat in Wang Tung's hand, its eyes filled with desire. He had starved for a whole day and was ravenous. But out of its fear of Wang Tung, it didn't dare move an inch closer. It could only gaze at it from afar. Wang Tung frowned slightly. He didn't fancy the dark apparitions, but the little creature in front of him was different from the dark apparitions he had encountered previously. It looked amicable. He didn't even feel any of the unholy aura that normally surrounded dark apparitions. Unsettled, he tore a piece of meat and threw it to the little creature. In any case, when he was in a coma, he had stayed in its home. That bit of food could be considered rent. Seeing the meat flying over, the little creature lunged at it with its agile body, falling onto the ground after catching it. It didn't seem to feel any pain at all, only caring about stuffing the piece of meat in its mouth. The delicious! It was stunned just as the grilled meat entered its mouth. Its throat moved unconsciously, and the meat slipped down the throat and into its stomach. It was upset that it couldn't savor the taste. It might have been the best thing that it has ever eaten, even though its lifespan was no longer than 7 years. Looking at the remaining piece of meat, it treated it with more care, taking one bite after another. It looked blessed with its eyes closed with bliss. Wang Ting munched on his meat and looked over. He wanted to curse at it, but looking at how it was enjoying the meat, he didn't know why he couldn't. In the human world, a young child would grow up happily in the comfort of his home, but this little creature was already trying to survive in the wild. If he didn't know what it was, Wang Ting might have helped it. After all, he owed a favor. Finishing his meat, Wang Tung's eyes flashed as he looked at his spoils of war. He was dealt a huge blow in this war and had suffered heavy injuries. If he didn't have enough loot to compensate for that, he would be in real despair. Pulling out his attributes panel, data started to appear in front of him. First was the spirit and enlightenment attributes. Enlightenment. Imperial Realm, 21/3000. Spirit. Imperial Realm, 53/3000. Aside from his spirit attribute, even his enlightenment attribute had reached the Imperial Realm. This was a great leap. His enlightenment had improved, reaching truly terrifying levels. Only a handful of others had such levels of enlightenment. At least when he was collecting attributes on the battlefield, he had managed to pick up a few Emperor Realm enlightenment bubbles. This meant that there were very few people with Emperor Realm enlightenment to begin with, much less those with Imperial Realm. Furthermore, enlightenment was basically an innate talent and had much to do with what one already had at birth. Treasures that could increase the enlightenment levels might exist, but they would definitely be few and rare. For Wang Tung to be able to reach the Imperial Realm all the way from normal enlightenment was unimaginable. Wang Tung already knew that his spirit had reached the Imperial Realm, but it was now at 53 points instead of the few measly points he had previously. It meant that he collected a large amount of spirit attributes in that last wave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to have so many points. 53 points were not something to be underestimated. The value of an Imperial Realm spirit point was worth 10 times that of the Emperor Realm Spirit. Wang Teng smiled bitterly. It was already difficult trying to increase his Emperor Realm Spirit, and it would be even more so now. After all, too few people had attained the Imperial Realm Spirit. He shook his head and continued looking at his attributes panel. Battlefield Awareness, 1230/9000, 9-star. Wang Teng was stunned. His battlefield awareness had reached the 9-star level. Before participating in the war, he was only at the 4-star level. It was ridiculous for him to have jumped 5 levels. Even veterans might not have a 9-star battlefield awareness. Only those who lived and survived on the battlefield for several decades could attain this level. Of course, generals like Dan Taixian were another matter altogether. After all, they were skillful, talented, and had a wealth of battle experience. Naturally, their battlefield awareness wouldn't be low. Wang Teng shut his eyes and realized that in the depths of his mind, there was a fuzzy memory of his combat experiences, like efficient combat skills and killer moves, increasing his combat prowess. He opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered. It was an appropriate time for him to gain such combat experience. With his current strength, if his combat experience was too low, it wouldn't be put to good use. Now that it had increased with a variety of strong battle techniques, his strength would multiply. Further down was the talent section. Basically, everything was advanced stage talents. His 5 force elements had all increased and were almost maxed out. Weapon talents, such as swordsmanship, archery, marksmanship, had greatly improved. Among them, marksmanship and stick talents had just become advanced stages. There was another advanced stage talent that was originally intermediate stage. It seemed that he had picked this up during the course of battle. The 2 most important talents were left: the space talent and the 8 arms devil physique. Space, 4125/10,000 8 arms devil physique. 30/6000, there was a great increase of almost 1,000 points in the space talent. This was naturally attributed to the numerous space attribute bubbles that had dropped when the dark apparitions were opening the dimensional rifts. Now, Wang Teng's space talent was no longer insignificant. He could now perform some spatial moves with ease. As for the 8 arms devil physique, it was from the 8 arms devil general, Zers. He was the second general stage dark apparition that Wang Teng had slain. He had received a lot from him as well. However, the 8 arms devil physique was far from demon lotus poison Bodis level. The difference was almost 4,000 attribute points. Of course, for Wang Teng, the 8 arms devil physique was a rare talent that could increase his strength, life, and restoration. However, it was a pity that his wind, lightning, and ice talents did not increase. Not many people had these 3 talents. His wind talent was stuck at the intermediate stage. Wang Teng shook his head with regret and looked at the force section. Metal Force, 8100/9000, 9-star. Wood Force, 7950/9000, 9-star. Water Force, 7630/9000, 9-star. Fire Force, 8230/9000, 9-star. Earth Force, 7710/9000, 9-star. Wang Teng was stunned to discover that his 5 force elements had reached the 9-star level, and they were only 1,000 points from reaching the general stage. Those 1,000 points would have been a huge gap for him to close in the past, but now it was only a matter of killing a few advanced rank star beasts. With his 9-star soldier-level abilities, that was a piece of cake. Wang Teng wasn't stumped and continued looking at the other force attributes. Wind Force, 2150/3000, 5-star. Dark Force, 6960/10,000, 10-star. Lightning Force, 1350/9000, 9-star. There was an increase in his Wind Force, but it still remained 5-star. Such a power level would be considered low for the current Wang Teng. But at least there was an increase, unlike Ice Force and Poison Force, which had no change at all. It was exasperating. Wang Teng frowned and decided that if he had a chance, he would focus on increasing those attributes. After all, it didn't matter if it was wind, ice, or poison. They were all powerful force attributes. Not using them would be a waste. What shocked Wang Teng was the rise in his dark force and lightning force attributes. The increase was just too much. His dark force had only reached the 10-star level when he picked up bubbles from the Leakin General. He didn't expect to collect over 6,000 attribute points after returning to the battlefield. Wang Teng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Although the dark force didn't run through his entire spine like how it would when it reached the general stage, the force level did reach 10-star. Moreover, he had experienced a general stage battle. It appeared that the general stage dark force was real. Thinking of this, Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly. His other forces were at 9-star, but his dark force had reached the general stage. How ironic. But that was okay. If he was really in the Dark Land, the general stage dark force would be the most important means of protecting himself. Then his gaze fell on the lightning force, making him delightfully surprised. The increase of the lightning force was frightening too. It went all the way from 2-star to 9-star soldier level, passing 7 levels at once. This was unexpected. He didn't think that using the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array for his cultivation would give him such huge gains. If he could do this again a few more times, he would be able to reach the general stage easily. The 13-star general stage wasn't a dream. Of course, he only dared to think about it. He had first-hand experience of the pain of lightning force gushing into his body. He could die. Moreover, he had used a modified version of the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array, which included a 13th lightning rod. He also risked his life to attract the lightning force, the reason why it had this effect. The normal 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array might only allow him to reach the 7-star soldier level. It got harder and harder to level up as one went further. The force attributes required would increase, so even if Wang Teng relied on the array to help him, the effects would be smaller. However, Wang Teng's ability had risen tremendously. All his 5-element forces had reached the 9-star soldier level. Wang Teng was confident that he could fight with a general stage martial warrior now. Actually, he had already attempted it. He killed the 8-arms devil general when he was at the 9-star soldier level. Of course, the 8-arms devil general was hurt at that time. Then, he looked at this scripture and battle techniques. Among the battle techniques, the most precious one was the darkness clone technique. This was a special technique given by Black Incubus Devil Lord. It could create clones and was an exceptionally practical scripture. He had also received the 7-star emerging scripture from a human martial warrior. It came with the 7-star conscious, and the power was astonishing. 7-star emerging scripture, 100/1000, first level. Besides this, there were a few other powerful and rare scriptures and battle techniques. Golden Heaven Earth Scripture, an Earth Element Sky Rank Scripture. Scorching Sun Cremating Scripture, a Fire Element Sky Rank Scripture. Jade Sea Tide Scripture, a Water Element Sky Rank Scripture. Green Dragon Seeking Wood Scripture, a Wood Element Sky Rank Scripture. Golden Star Fist, a Metal Element Sky Rank Fist Technique. Black Wing Devil Mutilation Strike, a Dark Element Sky Rank Blade Technique. Netherworld Ghost Claw, a Dark Element Sky Rank Claw Technique. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered, feeling elated. These scriptures and battle techniques were all Sky Rank. He suddenly remembered that many general stage warriors had died in the war. This included human martial warriors and dark apparitions. These Sky Rank scriptures and battle techniques might have come from him. Among his 5 elements, only his metal element scripture wasn't at the Sky Rank. This was great for his normal cultivation. The higher the level of his scripture, the faster his speed of cultivation. Of the remaining battle techniques, the Golden Star Fist was a metal element fist technique. The Black Wing Devil Mutilation Strike was a dark element blade technique, and the Netherworld Ghost Claw was a dark element claw technique. Most importantly, all 3 battle techniques came with their conscious. Golden Star Fist, 650 out of 1000, first level. Black Wing Devil Mutilation Strike, 580/1000, first level. Netherworld Ghost Claw, 800 out of 1000, first level. The conscious of these 3 battle techniques were all at the first level. They weren't high, but having a conscious and not having it made a huge difference. After receiving so many sky-rank scriptures and battle techniques, Wang Tung started to look down on those at the lower level. He was getting arrogant. This was a huge gain. However, to him, those non-sky-rank techniques weren't useless. He could know the rest of their kind by analogy, and they might be useful in the future. Finally, there was the one and only unexpected gain, the emerald glazed flame. He had a deeper understanding of this divine fire through the war. Even Black Incubus Devil Lord was afraid of the emerald glazed flame and had suffered in its encirclement. Wang Tung started to view this flame with higher importance. He could instill the emerald glazed flame into his fire element battle techniques. That way, he could catch his opponents off guard and raise the impact of his battle techniques, killing two birds with one stone. Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered to himself. He loved to surprise his enemies and catch them off guard the most. When he thought of the emerald glazed flame, he suddenly remembered Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. He had left them at the birthplace of the emerald glazed flame because he thought he could go back and fetch them after the war ended. He never expected this to happen. He was roaming in a strange land and didn't know when he could go back. Hence, he couldn't care about those two creatures temporarily. Fortunately, the metal armor flaming scorpion had given up its spiritual flame, so he wasn't worried it would create trouble. As for Dan Taixian and the others, he had no choice. He hoped that they trusted him to remain alive and didn't hold a funeral for him, marking him as a martyr. If not, his parents would be heartbroken. Wang Tung sighed and shook his head helplessly. He went through everything that happened in his mind. Finally, he let out a long sigh. He wasn't an emotional person, so he stopped thinking too much and closed his eyes. He started recuperating. Chapter 492, Major General on Earth in a certain meeting room. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. Many people sat around a long table, and there were males and females of all ages, from 30 years old to elders with white hair. Everyone gave off a refined and competent vibe. Also, these people were all sitting up straight. The emblems on their shoulders were all crimson stars. Crimson star meant that they were at least a brigadier. Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng were present too. There were 3 elders sitting at the top. One of them was the mysterious and skinny elder who had watched the national #1 martial arts competition with Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng. One of the elders was muscular. His hair and beard were white, but his aura was oppressive. It gave people a lot of pressure. The last elder seemed refined and easygoing. He looked like an amiable grandfather living in the neighborhood. There was silence in the meeting room for some time. Then, the muscular elder in military attire said, "The dark apparitions have been getting more and more restless recently. The war in Star Maple City occurred before we settled the one in the north. This isn't optimistic." Everyone's expression turned even more serious. No one spoke for a moment. "We have been vigorously promoting martial arts in recent years. The country has spent a lot of resources in this aspect too, but we aren't left with much time." The refined and easygoing elder shook his head helplessly. "Take a walk with me after the meeting ends," the skinny elder, who had his eyes closed to rest, said calmly. The other 2 elders exchanged glances and nodded. While the 3 elders were conversing, no one else spoke. However, when they heard the 3 elders confirming this issue within a few sentences, they immediately understood what they meant, and their eyes shimmered. Based on their words, they were probably going to do something huge. They wondered if more resources were going to be allocated to them. After all, the dark apparitions were running rampant, and the martial warriors had suffered heavy losses. They were having a hard time. If they wanted to resist the dark apparitions, they needed to groom more powerful martial warriors. Just as everyone was in deep thoughts, the refined and easygoing elder scanned the crowd before speaking in a heavy tone. "We might have won the war in Star Maple City, but it's a narrow win. From what you said, Black Incubus Devil Lord isn't dead." He looked at Dan Taixian. The other 2 elders turned in her direction too. They placed high importance on this issue. "Yes, Black Incubus Devil Lord isn't dead. My disciple was pushed into a dimensional rift by her. She even left a few words for him." Everyone at the scene heard it. Her gaze was gloomy as she nodded and repeated Black Incubus Devil Lord's final words. Everyone was stunned. Your disciple was forced into the dark land? The muscular elder at the side asked in astonishment. I'm afraid so, Dan Taixian said. It's too dangerous in the dark land. There isn't much chance of survival, the refined and easygoing elder said with a grim expression. Dan Taixian turned grave. He should be alive. Wang Tung has a spiritual pet. We can confirm if he's still alive through it. After Wang Tung got pushed into the dimensional rift, Little White flew to Star Maple City to find him because he hadn't returned for a long time. Dan Taixian saw it, and Little White recognized her too. After some communication, she confirmed that Wang Tung was still alive. Oh, the three elders looked at each other in surprise. It's good that he's alive. There's still a chance. The refined and easygoing elder nodded, controlling the entire situation, killing a general stage dark apparition, resisting black incubus devil lord to the limit. All these feats are impressive. This talent is a treasure of the human race. The muscular elder nodded. He reversed an adverse situation and changed the tides with all his might. The human race needs a hero like him. If there's a need, use all efforts to save him and bring him back. We need to view his talent with importance. The skinny elder chimed in. Everyone was shocked by their words. Their appraisal of Wang Tung was so high, they were willing to use all efforts to save him. That meant that they hoped Wang Tung could come back alive. This was a signal that the higher authorities wanted to put him in an important position. But thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Most of them were guarding the other areas and didn't participate in the war. However, they had received the report of the Star Maple City War. All of them were clear about Wang Tang's performance during the war. Mind you, they felt that no one in this room could have done what Wang Tung did. This young man stuck in the Darkland was extremely outstanding. Wang Tung's ability was equivalent to an army. Also, during special situations, he might be more important than an army. If he could be saved, it would be a piece of good news for the humans. No one objected. I heard that Wang Tung was given the title of an honorary baron in the Xingwu continent. The refined and easygoing elder asked once again. During the Yang City battle, Wang Tung formed a deep friendship with the Xingwu continent. They seemed to have high hopes of his talent and gave him the title of an honorary baron. This time, to thank him for his contribution to the Star Maple City War, they made an exception and bestowed him the title of an honorary earl, Dan Taixian explained. Wang Tung is bridging our relationship with the Xingwu continent, the refined and easygoing elder exclaimed. Since the Xingwu continent is benevolent and gave him the title of an honorary earl, we shouldn't disappoint our own man. I think that Wang Tung's ability should have reached the general stage. Along with his military exploits, it makes sense to raise him to a major general. Everyone was dumbfounded. Major general? How old was Wang Tung? An 18-year-old major general seemed so unreal. Isn't a major general title a bit too much? Someone asked cautiously. That's right. An 18-year-old major general might cause a huge commotion. This might not be good for him. Another person agreed. This will push him into the limelight. Dan Taixian frowned, but remained quiet. As Wang Tung's master, it was inappropriate for her to say anything now. However, she believed that they would give Wang Tung a satisfying answer. The crowd spoke up continuously as they discussed this issue. After they had quietened down, the skinny elder finally said in a calm but commanding tone, "This is a special time, so we must make exceptions. It has been decided." Everyone exchanged glances with each other. However, no one spoke. The intention was clear. There was no room for discussion. Wang Tung had already gained the favor of the elders. If he came back, he would enjoy a meteoric rise. Chapter 493. After cleaning up, he was still a young and handsome boy. Wang Tung had stayed in this dark and damp hole for 5 days. If he hadn't, he would never know that he was a strong person who could withstand the loneliness and the terrible environment. Yes, he was mentally strong. To survive, he bore with this environment for such a long time. He respected himself. At this moment, he could feel that his injuries were almost healed. He had just received the 8 arms devil physique not long ago, so he was extremely comfortable in this environment filled with dark force. His healing ability had also seen improvement. Also, the combined effect of the 8-level devil scripture and the Latang physique meant that his recovery ability was much more powerful compared to a normal person, especially the Latang physique. After using the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array to cultivate it, his body had become extremely tough from all the training. Wang Tung sat on the ground and clenched his fists. He felt that his punch was powerful enough to kill a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Actually, if he wasn't so seriously injured, he could shorten his recovery time by half with all the abilities he had now. Wang Tung wanted to leave this small cave. If he stayed any longer here, he would get claustrophobia. Boom! He stretched his hand out abruptly and punched the wall above his head. The roots of the giant tree and the thick soil flew into the air and splattered everywhere. Wang Tung moved his body and appeared 10 meters away from the cave. None of the soil landed on him. However, the poor little creature in the cave suffered. It had been living a comfortable life recently. Wang Tung gave it delicious food every day, so it didn't need to go out and hunt. It lay in its little home, eating and sleeping every day. Life was so relaxing. It had grown fatter. Unfortunately, after Wang Tung recovered, it wouldn't be able to enjoy this life again. It was sleeping soundly when it suddenly heard a loud explosion. It opened its eyes in fear and jumped up from the ground. Before it could react, it saw its little home getting destroyed. A large amount of soil and grass slammed down from the sky. Bang! A huge rock coincidentally smashed onto its head. It hissed in pain, tears starting to well up in its eyes. The little creature absent-mindedly looked at its home, which had turned into a well. It could see the sky when it raised its head. It started searching for the being that took over its little home for so many days. Finally, it saw that big fellow 10 meters away. Wang Tung suddenly felt a sense of regret when he saw the little creature's innocent eyes. Damn it. He forgot that this place was its house. Awkwardness floated in the air. Wang Tung pretended that he didn't do anything and raised his head to look at the sky. The little creature crawled up from the cave. It swore that it would have fought with that big creature if it hadn't eaten his delicious food. Wang Tung felt his head hurt. He wanted to leave this place to find a way to return to the human world. But what should he do with the little creature? He hadn't come up with a plan yet. Throw it here? That seemed a little cruel. After a few days of interaction, Wang Tung realized that the little creature didn't seem like a dark apparition. If it was a dark apparition, he could leave it here without feeling any burden. But if it wasn't, Wang Tung couldn't leave it alone since it had lent him its house for the past few days. Wang Tung lowered his head and saw the little creature standing 5 meters away. It was neither too far nor too close. It was staring at him intently with its black eyes. "Follow me," Wang Tung said calmly with a stern face. He didn't care about the little creature's response and walked into the forest directly. The little creature's eyes brightened. It hurriedly rushed forward to catch up with Wang Tung. Wang Tung released his spiritual kinesis to sense the environment in the gray forest. He was searching for dangerous creatures and wanted to find clean water. He was extremely dirty and smelly and needed to find a place to bathe. The little creature behind him was pitch black and smelled sour and pungent. He wondered how long it had been since it last bathed. If someone saw them, he might think that they had come out to beg. The little creature followed behind Wang Tung vigilantly. It crouched its body to prepare to dodge or attack at any moment. Wang Tung looked at it and knew that this little creature had survived in this forest for a long time. That was how it gained its cautious habit. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased, and he dashed toward a certain direction in the forest. The little creature was stunned for a moment. Then, it hastened its pace and ran through the forest on all fours. It looked like a wild animal. Wang Tung was just testing its limit. If not, with his speed, the little creature wouldn't be able to catch up. After some time, the little creature seemed to have found out Wang Tung's intention. It shouted, "Don't go there. It's dangerous." Wang Tung continued moving forward as if he didn't hear it. The little creature hesitated. Recalling some bad memories, fear appeared on its face. However, after a few seconds, it gritted its teeth and followed Wang Tung. Not long after, a peaceful lake appeared in front of them. Wang Tung stood at the side and turned around. The little creature was standing far away, not daring to get close to the lake. He threw his spiritual kinesis out and grabbed the little creature. Then, he threw it into the lake. Wang Tung took off his clothes and jumped into the cold water with a splash. The little creature popped its head out of the water and paddled towards the shore frantically. It looked frightened. "Wash yourself. If not, it'll throw you into the lake," Wang Tung said fiercely. The little creature froze. It looked at Wang Tung and said, "There are monsters here. It's dangerous." "We won't die," Wang Tung replied. He disregarded the little creature and started cleaning his body. He had stored some daily necessities in his space ring, so this was the time to use them. After cleaning up, he was still a young and handsome boy, but at this moment, just like what the little creature said, a black shadow suddenly appeared below Wang Tung. Along with a huge splash, a hideous and scary-looking giant fish leaped out of the water. It opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Wang Tung. The little creature widened his eyes in fear. "You're looking for death." Wang Tung scoffed. He opened his mouth and puffed out a black ball of light. It shot towards the giant fish. Dark wind bullet. When the ball of black light entered the fish's mouth, the black fish started expanding. Bang! Amidst a huge explosion, the giant fish's body erupted. Wang Tung exerted his spiritual kinesis and threw all the flesh and blood away. None of it stained the lake. The surroundings quietened down, and the lake resumed its calm entirely. All the restless creatures below shrunk back into their nest, shivering in fear and uneasiness. The little creature widened its eyes in surprise and stared at the person who was enjoying his bath. Chapter 494. Sorry. Dark Force *56 blank attribute *80. After killing the big black fish, 2 attribute bubbles dropped. They got swept over by Wang Tung's spiritual power, and he picked them up. Then, he turned and glanced at the little creature. "What are you doing? Hurry up and bathe." Yes. The little creature nodded its head in a daze. It took off its clothes awkwardly and started bathing. It finally understood that this mysterious big creature was extremely powerful. It didn't have to be scared of the powerful presences it had feared in the past. Wang Tung finished bathing quickly and walked to the shore. He used his fire force to dry his clothes before putting them on. The little creature climbed up too. However, it was naked. It planned to wear its torn and tattered beast skin clothes. Wang Tung's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. This little creature was a girl. After bathing and washing off all the black things, her delicate and pretty little face was revealed. It was just a little pale. Wang Tung hurriedly closed his eyes. I'm sorry. The little creature didn't feel anything. She quickly wore her clothes and stared at Wang Tung with wide eyes. Wang Tung opened his eyes and sized up the little creature carefully. Her eyes were a little pointy, and her pupils were dark purple. Except for that, she looked no different from an ordinary human. Her hair was black. After washing, they dropped straight down behind her back. Wang Tung touched his chin. Honestly, this little creature was quite beautiful. Besides being a little malnourished, there was nothing wrong. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly and shook away the weird thoughts in his mind. He wasn't interested in a little kid. He had fed her for the past few days, so she had grown a little fatter. If not, she would have been skinnier. Wang Tung thought for a moment and decided to keep her by his side first. He wanted to know who she was. He grabbed the little creature's collar and flew into the sky. After confirming the direction, he flew out of the forest. The little creature wasn't afraid. She looked at the scenery flashing by below her curiously. "What's your name?" A calm voice sounded beside her ear. She looked up at Wang Tung and tilted her head before replying. Ziyi. Wang Tung lowered his head and looked into her purple pupils. He nodded his head in deep thought and asked, "Who gave you your name?" At first, he thought that this abandoned child didn't have a name. Unexpectedly, she had one. "My mother," Ziyi said. Wang Tung remained silent for a moment. He guessed that Ziyi's mother was probably dead. If not, she wouldn't have abandoned the young child. He changed the topic and asked, "Did your mother bring you to this forest?" "Yes." Ziyi nodded. Wang Tung stopped asking. Ziyi stopped talking too. She sized up her surroundings curiously. This was the first time she had left the vicinity of her home. After flying for half an hour, the two of them reached the edge of the forest. He scanned the ground with his spiritual sight and saw a few balls of lights below. There were 4 balls in total. Based on their intensity, 3 were at the 6-star soldier level, while 1 was at the 7-star soldier level. Wang Tung's eyes turned sharp. He landed on the ground with Ziyi. These were 4 vampire dark apparitions, 2 males and 2 females. All of them had outstanding appearances. They were on their guard when they saw Wang Tung and Ziyi landing in front of them. Wang Tung wasn't stupid. This was the Darkland, so he must keep a low profile. He mustn't expose his human identity. Hence, he used dark force all this while. The 4 vampire dark apparitions didn't suspect him. They saw him landing from the sky without wings. So he was at least a 7-star soldier-level dark apparition. They thought he was a famous dark apparition, so they didn't dare to be rude. However, after seeing the 2 people's appearances, they kept their vigilance and turned arrogant instead. There was contempt in their eyes as they mocked. Mixed bloods. Mixed blood? Wang Tung was puzzled. He looked at himself, and then at Ziyi. Were they referring to them? Did the dark apparitions misunderstand something? Who are you? Wang Tung asked. Impudent. Where did you come from? Don't you know that you should bow down to purebloods? One of the dark apparitions ordered angrily. Wang Tung frowned. F***K. Are you asking me to kneel? Are these dark apparitions tired of living? The vampire dark apparitions noticed that he didn't move. There was even disdain in his eyes. They got offended and infuriated. You're looking for death. 2 of the dark apparitions moved instantly and attacked him, shooting towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung was stunned once again. Are dark apparitions always so reckless? They just attacked him without finding out his true ability. He glanced at the other 2 dark apparitions. They were standing there calmly. They didn't seem afraid that Wang Tung would retaliate. Where did their sense of superiority come from? The 2 dark apparitions appeared in front of Wang Tung. The killing intent in their eyes turned stronger when they saw him ignoring them. No mercy could be seen from their expressions. Crimson light shimmered on their palms as they clawed at Wang Tung's heart. Move! Wang Tung suddenly retaliated. Bang! Bang! With 2 crisp slaps, the 2 dark apparitions were thrown 10 meters back. Bang! They slammed on the ground heavily, a few teeth dropping out of their mouths. Their pale and handsome faces were swollen, and they were shocked. How dare you hit us? The 2 dark apparitions were surprised and furious. They seemed to think that Wang Tung attacking them was something incredible. Is there a problem with hitting you? Wang Tung asked coldly. Do you know what you're doing? How dare you attack a pureblood? There's no place for you in the abyss world. The other 2 dark apparitions who didn't attack him stared at Wang Tung sternly. The abyss world? Wang Tung wasn't frightened by their words, but he noticed a term they used and felt astounded. Hey, are you listening to us? The 4 dark apparitions were infuriated. No mixed blood ever dared to be so rude to them. Was this fellow mad? Sigh, we're not of the same race, so we can't even communicate properly. Wang Tung sighed. He moved his body and disappeared instantly. The expressions of the 4 dark apparitions changed. They activated the dark force in their bodies. Black light shone around them, and they immediately created a defensive barrier. Useless! Wang Tung snorted. Dark force flowed around him as he punched his fists out. Boom! The 4 dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They were thrown off their feet, vomiting a mouth of blood. Who on earth are you? They were frightened when they looked at Wang Tung again. The arrogance on their faces was gone.